Twitch streamer doesn't even try to hide it. 34-year-old Hassan Piker not only hates America, he's hinting at a civil war.
A noted far-left influencer is declaring the Republican Party the biggest terrorist on earth.
Brett, good evening. Hassan Piker is unapologetic for his controversial comments on a range of issues.
An anti-American far-left commentator who is named Hassan Piker. Now that he's being highlighted, Democrats are flocking to him.
She's not out there on Hassan Piker's show, right? For example, right?
The man to his left is a very controversial guy. Hassan Piker insults just about everyone. Where if you go back and listen to some of the things that he says, Carl, this guy's not going to wear well.
Their so-called Joe Rogan of the left, Hassan Piker, is back in the headlines, this time for calling Republicans terrorists.
Piker has a controversial history, and we've been showing you this all week.
You don't give somebody like Hassan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described.
Hundreds of students lined up and packed into these rallies, and they ate up the anti-war, anti-capitalist, and anti-establishment
What's going on,
messages.
everybody?
That's him, Hassan Piker. They should stay away from him.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan on broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny, a little bit gloomy, San Francisco. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We're live, we're alive. We're here in San Francisco, folks, and there is a lot going on this beautiful day. It is We Are Shook Part 2, yeah. The lighting is ass. I'm looking very pale, but also yellow. I'm looking yellow for a good reason. I'm looking yellow for a great reason. I don't know what it is. I will fix it, hopefully. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe if I don't know, bro. You did this. It's your fault. Here, I moved that light away and it fixed it. It doesn't look the same on your March is sleeping in my bed right now in the other room. He just came in. It's better now. As soon as I moved that light out, it got better. Why is the Parenti filter on? I don't know. Anyway, we're alive, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today, a tan in Puerto Rico would help. Yeah, true. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is Thursday. That's right. It's Thursday, folks. It is Thursday, May 7th, 2026. We're live. We're alive. And I am 26 minutes late. It's 11:26 a.m. And I apologize for the tardiness. I apologize for the delay. I'm a real piece of shit. Okay? I'm a real piece of shit. Real bad guy. There's a good reason for it, and that is because I was doing some big business deals on the phone earlier, and I also flew in and all this stuff. So obviously, there's a decent reason for why I'm late. As always, I only have a good reason often. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive, and I'm late. I'm a bad boy, and I'm late, and I apologize. Okay, you will be drawn and quartered in the city square. Hopefully not. On behalf of the many San Francisco Hassan heads, will there be a meet and greet or just the usual? Oh my God. Magaphonics. I'm going to literally throw you to the counter protesters outside the venue tonight. When I see you later tonight, I'm going to pick you up and I'm going to throw you in the direction of the counter protesters as red meat, okay? I'm going to be like, get him. This guy, he's a wife guy. Get his ass. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You already know, yesterday ended the broadcast and I went to sleep, watched a little bit of Invincible, went to sleep, hung out with the family. And then afterwards, I woke up early, got on a plane, flew to San Francisco. One of you was on the flight. One of you crazies came up to me on the flight and was like, "Oh, I'll be at the rally later, dog." I'm like, "Bro, we're bringing our own fans over to San Francisco. I'm shipping fans to San Francisco." Look at the white balance on this shit. Look. Do you see this? Yeah, we're bussing in fans. Anyway, But yeah, can I get a happy birthday? 'Tis my birthday. Happy birthday. So, as I was saying, I got on the flight, passed out. Don't know if they took a photo of me passed out. Obviously, luxury first class, ultra luxury first class. No lie flat. Obviously, it's an hour-long flight. And I got in, had a big business deal, phone call style situation. And then afterwards, I am live. I'm live and also alive at the same time. The UK elections are happening today. We'll obviously be talking about that. Go green, go Greens. There's a lot going on in the world. And same thing you got to think about Loomer literally taking creep shots of you on flights now. It's not just Laura Loomer who I have to worry about taking creep shots of me. There's also obviously a lot of right-wing elements within the Democratic Party as well, which I will be talking about in a second. Pokimane points her lights at the wall and then uses the reflectionist a lot smoother than direct lighting. Oh, dude, thanks. I didn't know how to. I'll let March know. I'll let March know that he doesn't know he doesn't know what he's doing, and I'll also let myself know that I don't know what I'm doing either. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Bro is never home. Home is where you make it. Home is where I have you by my side. Home is where I have my trusty live streaming broadcasting equipment, and that's why today San Francisco is home. Listen, home is when I'm with you, okay? Well, all jokes aside, home is where the working class is, okay? And wherever the working class is, I'll be there by your side, and therefore, I'm everywhere. Home is everywhere. Will I travel less after the midterms? Absolutely. How's the internet in my city treating you, King? Pretty good. In any case, folks, we're live. We're alive. That's all I got for personal news. Not much else. UK elections. We'll be covering that as well. San Francisco, NSF, SF Dems condemn me. Epstein's Fury, Day 69. Tehran reviews U.S. proposal. Saudi bases reopen. Straight close. Rubio with the Pope. Shoycott rally later. Get in now. Yeah, day 69, dude. Nice. Y'all are children, okay? Y'all are too old to be making jokes like that. Anyway, I glanced at my mom's phone when I saw your name. I asked her about you, and she called you a bastard and said she hates you. Okay? Is this because I haven't called her back? Is that what it is? Yes, I'm a orgasm merchant. I apologize. You know, I give orgasms for free, but then, you know, I perish into the night, sometimes never to return. Is that what it is? Is that why your mommy is upset? Anyway, the Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Unk, the suits look absolutely fucking fire. Sharp, my boy, thank you. I'm not wearing a white collar shirt under this time because I feel like when I wear a white collar shirt, y'all make fun of me and say I look like a Catholic priest. And, you know, holy camera quality. What the fuck is this $90,000 camera? I can see your future, brother. This is literally just a regular ass camera that I use when I'm doing IRLs all the time. Mommy's upset because you talk to daddy too much. Yeah. UK here, get out to vote. Stations close at 10 p.m., right? Greenwich time. 10 p.m. Greenwich time, lads. Get out to fucking vote, yeah? Go Greens. Go vote for the fucking Greens, yeah? Do it all. Do it all, yeah? Fucking hell. It's time to fucking go out and vote, yeah? I love the UK. Except for the fact that a British man is trying to become the governor of my beautiful state. Don't like that. Don't like that one bit. Having said that, keep England English. I'm in favour. Right? Keep it fucking green. California accent, Greenwich. 12 articles since yesterday, lol. Jesus Christ. This is just punishment. Endless punishment for ever daring to oppose Israel. Democrats see Senate control within reach, but some big hurdles remain. Big hurdle is me, Hassan Piker. Times of Israel. Fighting for attention, podcasters stoking outrage. When naming names isn't picking a fight. U.S. House to consider resolution condemning Hassan Piker and Candace Owens. Deseret News, how the Iran war exposed a generational divide in U.S.-Israel relations. The Atlantic, Trump shows he's still got juice. New York Times, Michigan's combative Democratic Senate primary heats up. Wall Street Journal, Mamdani and the anti-Semites. The 1930s called. They want Hassan Piker back. Democrats got a Nazi tattoo, not the only option. Oh, my God. This guy just can't stay home. Yeah, I'm spreading my anti-Semitism like the gospel everywhere I go. A deplorable subscribes to the New York Times, American thinker. SF Gate, left-wing streamer muscling his way into California politics. I was going to read this. I read this article. Abdullah Sayed and the decline of the Senate from the Free Press. The Dispatch, anti-Zionism is a dead end for Palestinians. Hassan Piker, Ayatollah, finally not a negative article. An article that I actually conducted, an article that I did personally with Wired Magazine. This one was really funny. Hassan Piker, self-described Ayatollah of woke, wants AI to die. Deseret News is a Mormon publication? Wait, really? Haaretz, a desperate AIPAC misdiagnoses the source of U.S.'s Israel popularity. E-Jewish Philanthropy. At Milken Conference, Jewish leaders found sound alarm on social media's role in anti-Semitism surge. ABC and the New York Times normalize the left call for violence. Daily Caller, who heads to the guillotine first in the Cultural Revolution. New York Post, Republicans have a winning midterm message within their grasp. That is, fuck Hassan. I assume that's what they're saying. Yeah, see, Joe Biden routinely presented America as teetering on the brink of fascistic Jim Crow takeover, and ever since Biden's exit, his party has doubled and tripled down on overt anti-Americanism by cozying up to the likes of Hassan Piker and coalescing behind candidates like Graham Plattner. Dude, it's so funny. The New York Times, the right-wingers have nothing. They have no motion. They have no juice. Like saying I'm anti-American, whatever, right? Like that's fine. People say that all the time about me. I'm very critical of America. I want America to do better. And of course, that means I obviously despise it, right? And want it to end. But like to say that about Graham Plattner is funny because like, I mean, the dude was literally a Marine Corps gunner that, did 4 tours, right? So like, good luck getting the average person to think that you're effete, bi-coastal elite journalist ass that went to a liberal arts college and got a degree and now writes right-wing screeds on New York Post or California Post to from the average person's perspective, look more like you're in favor of America than a guy who literally got shot at. From the perspective of the average American, it's not going to work, right? Jewish News Syndicate, anti-Zionists who condemn anti-Semitic crimes are gaslighting us. Fox News, House Dems, frontrunner connections, blind sheik terrorist trial resurface, draw Drew O.P. Iyer. Political violence is one-sided, changed my mind. USA Today, Los Angeles Times, Camera, which is a Israeli operation. House to consider bipartisan resolution. NBC News, Ro Khanna says doesn't regret appearing on the blah, 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 blah. This is not even, dude, the U.S. House of Representatives is not even a news site. It's just the U.S. House of Representatives website. There's a San Francisco Chronicle article that came out. Hassan Piker to join San Francisco rally for shortcut Chakrabarty's congressional campaign. The backlash has already started. Yeah, you are on a Brazilian newspaper. Dude, you piss off, it's awesome. You piss off Israel and just the entire, like every news network around the planet is going to try to grab a piece. Okay? Is this the person behind the anti-Hassan protest? Yeah, I don't know who this person is. But I guess they might be the person responsible for the anti-Hassan protest, but like they got, 8 likes. I was telling Betelgeuse the other day, but I legit didn't even know those hate protest flyers were about you. They made the cardinal sin of not mentioning you until the middle of the wall, text in 9-point font, and assuming people are going to stop and read that far anyways. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just like put my name on it, but also we shouldn't be giving. She's a reporter, Lamau. Yeah, I don't know what kind of fucking reporting she's doing because, this is not reporting. This is just like you're a propagandist at that point, right? Also, SF has 1 million of those types of activist posters. No one reads them. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to make this happen. They're trying to make it happen. Good luck to them. Maybe they'll be able to make it happen. I just don't think so. But, it's always good to try. Honestly, more power to these people, right? If you're bored, if you're lonely. I mean, you could just like attend the rally if you're bored and lonely and want to meet like-minded individuals and not like, complete shitheads, right? But if you're fine with like meeting some of the worst people on the planet, then yeah, go attend the fuck Hassan rally. You can be. I mean, if you're genuinely invested in being around like a bunch of possible sex offenders, I would go to an anti-Hassan rally. That's usually where you find them. I don't know why that's the case, but that's usually how things play out. This is weird, but I had a dream that you were injured in a freak accident. I was trying to deliver you a get well soon card and bouquet of flowers. Not sure what that means about my psyche, but stay safe, King. Yeah, maybe you should not watch as much then. A Majority Report raid? Hell yeah. Thank you. Shout out to A Majority Report. Hope you had a great stream. Anyway, let's keep going. It's not a pro fucking Hassan Abi rally. No, it's not. It's not a rally where you get to have sex with me. No. I've been attending protests here in LA and I've met so many cool people. Yeah. What the hell? Hold on. Hold on. So many bots, Lamau. Yeah, they're all bots. Everybody that hits the mushy mushy, hello, they're all bots. A midstream big business deal? You got to be kidding me. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing big business deals so frequently that I'm doing it while I'm literally. That phone call was weirdly scary. Dog, the fuck. Anyway, let's keep going. Are you gonna shop around and do an IRL before the rally? No, I don't think so. What is W the Pope? Where are you? I'm in San Francisco. All right. So, like I said, first story before we get to the playlist here, before we get to Trump claiming he won the war, even though before we get to all the situation monitoring that we will get to later in the day, let's start off. Let's start off here. So I'm supposed to be doing a rally with Shoykat Chakrabarty, who is running to take over Nancy Pelosi's seat. Wait, what? Ominous note from the CEO, Dan Clancy, on viewbotting. A note on our work to combat viewbotting from CEO Dan Clancy. There's been a lot of discussion recently about viewbotting on Twitch, and I wanted to share an update on our enforcement efforts. Viewbotting is bad for our business. We don't benefit from it, and we believe it harms the creator ecosystem overall. However, effectively combating viewbotting is challenging. As we deploy updates to our real-time detection algorithms, viewbotting companies quickly respond with updates to avoid detection. Also, our detection systems must be precise to ensure that legitimate viewers are appropriately counted. Today, we're introducing a new enforcement type that we plan to roll out over the next few weeks. For channels identified as persistently viewbotting, we will apply a cap to the streamer CCV for a fixed period of time on all of the Twitch services. The cap will be based upon historical data regarding the creator's non-viewbotted traffic. Repeated violations will result in longer penalties. Streamers will be notified when an enforcement is applied, along with the duration of the penalty, and can appeal through the appeals portal. While streamers will be notified, we will not make a follow-on announcement when we begin issuing these enforcements, and will not publicly share details about when and where these enforcements are applied. Unfortunately, providing details simply makes it easier for companies to work around our interventions. We believe this approach will help us make meaningful progress against viewbotting. We will continue refining our systems and expand when we apply these enforcements over time. That's interesting. As you guys know, I'm very much in favor of combating viewbotting, as I am, according to my haters, who are, the number one trackers of viewbotters. Even my haters will say I'm out of the top content creators on this platform. I'm one of the only top content creators that has never viewbotted and never will viewbot. I immediately think, what if someone is getting viewbotted maliciously as a consequence of this punitive mechanism, though? CCV is concurrent viewership. I'll never forget the 300K bot stream. I know. Won't people be able to maliciously viewbot channels they want to have reduced revenue? I mean, none of that shit matters to me. But yeah, like, XQC is no fan of mine. He's, as a matter of fact, a hater of mine. And yet, even he admits that I do not viewbot and never have. There have been instances where people have maliciously, very deliberately and openly viewbotted me, as I've called it out. But it does nothing for me. I don't care. I don't do sponsorships in general. I don't run ads in general. I don't run any ads. I don't do sponsorships. My community is entirely funded by you, the people, for you, the people. Your subscriptions. And that's it. So that's the Piker Broadcasting Service guarantee. No view bots. No frills. all thrills, all the time. Bots and channels that don't want bots get banned. So no, people who don't want it or do it won't get punished. I don't think it works that way. The thing is, consistently view botting someone maliciously is too expensive. You would have to be a rich as fuck hater to maintain that change in the average baseline. Buddy, I have some fucking insane haters, but I don't have it. I showed Speed stream yesterday in the Dominican Republic may have been view botted by Alafoca, who was with him. He peaked at 1.9 million concurrent. I don't know if that's the case. Put the reaction in the bag, Abby. What is this?
If Jake Paul ever actually runs for president, the only viable option to run against him is going to be Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker is then going to say, I don't want to run for anything. And here's the thing about me. First of all, I don't fucking care. Second of all, aren't you a socialist? So why are you putting your own desires over what the population needs? Sorry. But if Jake Paul runs, our hand is forced. We keep showing up to the gunfight with fucking pocket knives. It's time to bring out the Smith & Wesson. First of all, we've already locked in the vote of every woman over 45, regardless of how they've ever voted before. It doesn't matter how they have previously voted. Why? Because there have been enough Hulu and Netflix documentaries that these bitches are ready to relive their JFK fantasy. Boom. Second of all, how was he going to get the man? Because there's going to be men who say, blah, blah, blah. No problem. I got it. And here's the campaign strategy for free. The NFL draft. First of all, you're going to need to understand it. But then you're going to explain to them how it's literally, that is socialism. Who gets the first round draft pick every year? The shittiest team from last year. Why? Because it keeps the game interesting. It keeps giving everybody, trying to give the underdog a chance. Evens out the playing field, okay? Imagine Tom Brady won a Super Bowl. Imagine if after every year he won a damn Super Bowl, they were like, well, he deserves it because clearly he's the best. Or, the Patriots, they're the best team, so they deserve to have the first round draft pick because they're obviously the most capable. That's not fair, right? That's capitalism. I'm Kate the Great, and I fucking endorse this message.
That's crazy.
Matter of fact, fuck Jake Paul if it's Tucker Carlson. And I know that's 1,000. Still not giving a fall.
She raised a good point. You can probably win a president, but just going on a tangent about the NFL draft on the debate stage for 5 minutes, and immediately demonstrate my lack of knowledge on this. Whoa, what the hell? Olivia Rodrigo liked the Hasan Instagram post from 2018. Is she a Hasan Abi head? How do you guys find this shit? And yes, she used to be a Hasan Abi head. I mean, I don't know if she still is, but yeah, I've talked about this before. How do you guys find this stuff? It's crazy. No, she says she doesn't like you anymore. I don't know if she has said that, but yeah, it is old news. But like, do you guys just like go through my old Instagram posts to see which people have become like celebrities, like Omega celebrities in the process? Is that how you do it? Like, how do you find this stuff? I just asked her. She said, you're fine. Hey, it's me, Olivia. I used to be a big fan, but I've started watching less because you don't game anymore. Oh, okay. She said she likes me now, little unk. Cool. They just scroll your post, and if someone they follow follows you, it'll tell them underneath the post. It automatically pops up if you're following them. Yeah. She used to follow me on Twitter too, like openly. And then a couple years ago, she did a mass she went down to zero follow, like the people that she was following went down to zero. I think it was like a PR thing. And since then, there has been no contact or anything like that. But yeah, she's a OG. She's a OG Hasan Abi head for many years. But she's with a fucking record label. Like, that's not, Record labels are check her logs, OMG. Yeah, this is definitely her real account. October 7th, leave her? No, not even a little bit. Just want to say I'm a bot boss. I'm sorry, but I'm chipped up and bricked up. Nice, Jordan. Theory. She unfollowed on October 8th, unfortunately. That's not... I don't know why you guys are doing it. Tim Robinson also follows you, I think. Also, by the way, Pog. People are adding your old photos to their wank bank and finding celebs that liked your post. Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Please, are these glasses real or not? I am tired of asking. Hasan's fake glasses. Yes, of course they're real. I can't fucking see without them. Look, I should have never done that. I just realized it makes my head look even smaller when I do that. Fuck. Emily Ratajkowski liked her GQ tub post? No, she didn't. Did she? Please cover the UK before the UK goes to bed. Fucking hell. Dropping the near attendant like evidence tomorrow? Sure. Unc, stop. It's bad for us to look through someone else's prescription. Yeah, you're blind now. I just ruined your eyesight. That's how it works. It's the same as wearing someone else's glasses for a brief moment. Yeah, Neera Tanden was a Hasanabi head. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, when you come into Ohio, I don't know. Not planning on it anytime soon. Okay, so where do we begin? Our story starts with the rally that's supposed to take place later tonight. Okay, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific time, I will be doing a rally. Change the Party with Chakrabarty rally with Shoykat Chakrabarty, who's running for Nancy Pelosi's now unoccupied vacant seat. Pelosi goes she just decided not to run again, which is shocking to me. I don't know why she did that, but here is was there a brief F? Ugh. Is the internet getting busted? Interesting. I can verify this too. Emily Ratajkowski liked the bathtub pig. I can't see it because I don't think I follow Emily Ratajkowski, but that's nice. Anyway, we're back. And since then, if there's any blips happening, obviously I will say 10 M Israel Chais and fix the situation. But since then, numerous articles have been written, and the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the San Francisco Democratic Party, has come out. This guy, Matt Dorsey, who apparently is one of the most right-wing Democrats in San Francisco, member, San Francisco Board of Supervisors, District 6, has written this like crazy screed about how I must be publicly condemned. Okay? Change the party, the Democratic Party, Matt Dorsey writes. Call me crazy, but I think pro-terrorist, anti-American, anti-Semitic, anti-AAPI, misogynist, xenophobic, politically repellent Hassan Piker fanboys should go form their own party and get the F out of ours. Here's my SF Democrats resolution. It proposes to 1, publicly oppose the genocidal jihadist terrorist organization Hamas, and 2, reaffirm one of our national Democratic platform, party platform planks. That's pretty straightforward if you ask me. Now, it's ironic because it's not straightforward, because the bill is actually a fuck Hassanabi, Hamasabi condemnation bill, ironically enough. But he has to, make it seem like, the opposition that he has to me is the democratic pluralism in order for, xenophobic too now. I'm anti-Asian and xenophobic, which I don't know how we arrived at that. Former San Francisco Police Department affiliate, Matt Dorsey, recovering addict, who apparently may or may not have had some issues with that. That's a journey that I do respect. That's a journey that I do admire. However, I don't admire Matt Dorsey. I didn't know who the fuck he was. But from what I understand, in the brief time period that I got to learn of him, he went from being a recovering addict to harming recovering addicts as a part of, throwing recovering addicts and addicts alike under the bus. Now, of course, the real reason, and this is not shocking to anyone, I hope, at this point, the real reason why he's fucking complaining about this shit is not because there is a significant disagreement, or he sincerely believes that I'm like a hate monger or anything like that. It's because of this. Here's Matt Dorsey. Zionism is the movement for self-determination and statehood for the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland, the land of Israel. That's it. That's what Zionism is. In the Middle East, Israel is America's strongest ally, the region's only functional democracy, and the safest destination. How does this always happen? How does this always happen? Whenever people are like, I have very significant ideological disagreements. It's not just Israel. I mean, he's a dangerous Islamist fundamentalist who wants to destroy America and turn it into an Islamic caliphate. Whenever people say stuff like that, I'm immediately like, okay, let's go key search Israel in their previous tweets. It's always Israel. It's time to normalize Zionism and acknowledge that Israel's enemies are also America's Israel's, Am Israel Chai, American flag, Israeli flag, and then the LGBTQ plus flag. How did that happen? These people are basically servile dogs. Okay? I'll say it out loud. They are fucking servile dogs to Israel. They would sell out their immediate family members if it meant getting another paycheck from a Zionist organization. Okay? That's it. You are yelling at a fucking guy who wants Medicare for all, who wants the Democratic Party to actually fight back against the Republican Party. You're not even a functioning Democrat at that point. And it's the same for Josh Gottheimer too, right? Yay, I'm a self-proclaimed Zionist too. I support the right of the Jewish people and national self-determination in their historic homeland, the land of Israel, which is all Zionism means. I'm also a proud Democrat, the party of President Harry S. Truman, whose recognition of the state of Israel it's like this is what I mean. Like, these guys will be like, why are you so obsessed with Israel? And then write shit like this, okay? It's like, big dog, you can't say I'm obsessed with Israel when there is no other country that you would behave like this for, okay? I don't ever want to think about Israel for the rest of my fucking life. It would be a beautiful, beautiful world to live in if I didn't have to think about Israel. But unfortunately, it's servile dogs in American politics do their very best to make sure it's always top of mind, okay? And for the record, the GOAT, Gideon Levy, also wrote, Zionism didn't go wrong. It was always built this way. Of course, you will never see an op-ed like this in a Western newspaper. And someone who says stuff like this, me, Hassan Abi Piker, consistently gets called a fucking rabid anti-Semite, a virulent anti-Semite for this exact take. Okay? Dorsey criticized the city's harm reduction approach to drug use, calling for mass arrests of drug users in the South Market neighborhood and placing them in a compulsory detox and treatment in 2025. Interesting position for a recovering drug addict to take. Yeah, I mean, these guys sell everything out. That's why I always say Israel's a pretty good fucking litmus test. Okay? If you are going to dick ride a foreign country this hard, then yeah, you have no principles, you have no values, you're bought and paid for. Okay? You could literally be a fucking recovering drug addict and sell out recovering drug addicts, ruin their lives further with unbelievably draconian policies that you implement. That's why I say Israel is a pretty fucking reliable litmus test. That's why I also say, whenever you hear people chirp at me from any angle, not just like back in the day, there were different angles, right? It was a pretty good metric. It was a pretty reliable metric to see if someone is, what do you call it? Back in the day, it was a pretty reliable metric to see if someone is actually a right winger, like how much they obsess over me, whatever. Nowadays, it's not just right wingers, it's liberals as well. Okay. And it is basically, I've become this figurehead for people who lose their minds over defending this unbelievably unpopular ethno-state that has done a genocide. Go key search Israel, Gaza, genocide in the profiles of my naysayers, and you will very quickly realize, like, the overwhelming majority, almost like fucking 99% of them are pro-Israel. It's incredible. And they don't have like a normal approach to the subject either. They lose their fucking minds. They will go to lengths that I've never even experienced before in an effort to try and smear me, smear this movement, attack this movement in general, attack anyone associated with people like ourselves. I don't know what else to say. I said, buddy, if I was any of those things, you'd be courting my vote as a moderate swing voter. My position on Israel is not just the overwhelming majority position of the Democrats, it's the majority position in the country. Okay? And of course, a lot of people got frustrated with that. I'm anti-Israel and I just hate you for the love of the game. Yeah, the only people who are anti-Israel who hate me are either neo-Nazis or the ultras, like the MAGA communists, who are, in my opinion, just opportunists for the most part. They will align with anyone and everyone like Andrew Tate or any of these like unbelievably reactionary conspiracy theorists in an effort to try to brand themselves as like outside of the box thinkers and shit like that. Those are the only people who like sincerely claim to hate Israel, but also genuinely have a lot of hate for me as well in their hearts. But it's over. This is Kurt Mills from American Conservative Magazine. A Pew Research Center survey in March found that 57% of Republicans under 50 have an unfavorable view of Israel. It is now the majority of Republicans under the age of 50 as well. It's over. It's never been more over than it is right now. But these guys won't stop trying to punish critics of Israel. Anyway, so San Francisco, your call out of Obama did very well with blue sky liberals. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, 1,600 likes? That's good. That's very well. It's really crazy how this is considered an extreme take. Will we be checking out our dark woke general on Blue Sky? That's good. Okay. Anyway, so San Francisco Chronicle wrote about this. Said Hasan Piker to join SF rally for Shoykat Chakrabarty's congressional campaign. The backlash has already started. Hasan Piker, popular but controversial left-wing political commentator, is scheduled to join San Francisco congressional candidate Shoykat Chakrabarty for a Thursday rally to boost his campaign to succeed Representative Nancy Pelosi. I think I brick a lot of people's brains, by the way. And I think part of the reason why I brick a lot of people's brains is because while the things that I say are unbearably woke, which Democrats fucking hate because they're right-wing, corporate centrist Democrats who will never actually advance left-wing economic populism. So they think like they should just concede on the culture war stuff and become more like the Republican Party because they assume that that is the only popular way to win over support. So they'll literally say, I'm too fucking woke. But then the way I talk and the way I look is not very woke. The way I carry myself and the language that I communicate with is oftentimes even vulgar. It's very passionate. And therefore, they will turn around and be like, he's actually not woke. So on the one hand, they'll be like, oh, this guy's too woke for the Democrats. On the other hand, they'll say, he's an unbelievably racist guy. He's a really racist guy. He's really fucked up. He does, he doesn't issue trigger warnings before he uses vulgar language. It's like, okay, so which is it? Am I woke or am I fucking right wing? Am I too woke and I'm pulling the Democratic Party in a too woke direction? Or am I not woke at all, which is something that you demanded the Democrats actually lean into, right? So which is it? The backlash from Chakrabarty's opponents has already begun, led by a San Francisco lawmaker who says Piker has no place in the Democratic Party because of his past incendiary comments. Piker, whose social media channels have millions of followers, has emerged as a divisive figure in the Democratic politics in recent years. Jewish groups and moderate Democrats have condemned his remarks about Israel, 9/11, American imperialism, and Asian immigrants. Still, progressive candidates in close races around the country have welcomed Piker's support in recent years, including a competitive congressional primary in Michigan this year. Chakrabarty, a wealthy former tech engineer running a progressive campaign to replace Pelosi, is betting Piker's support will endear him to his legion of online followers. The pair have already posted multiple videos together chatting about policy and sharing takeout from the popular Arabic restaurant Beit Rima. Thursday's Change the Party rally will be the first joint public appearance. Other candidates endorsed by Justice Democrats, a progressive political group co-founded by Chakrabarty that works to help insurgent progressives in Democratic primaries, will also appear at the event. Chakrabarty has been critical of how the Democratic Party has responded to President Donald Trump and called for party leaders to move in a more progressive direction. But Chakrabarty's critics and opponents have criticized them for courting support. On Wednesday, Supervisor Matt Dorsey said he plans to submit a resolution to his colleagues on the governing board of the San Francisco Democratic Party condemning Piker's vile, wildly divisive, widely condemned rhetoric and urging Chakrabarty to clarify if and how his views differ from Piker's. Should the resolution receive support from a majority of party board leaders, it would reject any effort to change our Democratic Party into a movement that accommodates in any way or condones Hasan Piker's divisive brand of anti-American, anti-Semitic, anti-AAPI, terrorist coddling, hate espousing, misogynist, xenophobic, obscene, and politically repellent viewpoints. The party board won't convene to vote on the resolution until later this month, but Dorsey said in a text message to Chronicle that he felt it necessary to elevate it sooner rather than later. He's like, we have to get this done right now. This is the number one priority for San Francisco Democrats. You understand? It's not about the imminent housing crisis and probably the more long-standing approach to combating homelessness in the city. It's not addressing the inflation crisis that harms many people in San Francisco. It's actually the fact that this fucking Twitch streamer hurts my feelings, and I can't stand it. He has been very mean to my emotional support apartheid state doing a genocide. He's been very mean to Israel, so we're just going to fucking yell at him. Anti-AIPI cooked for using Swagapino? No, it's because there was that one reactionary MAGA supporter that was Vietnamese, if you recall. And I was like, suck my dick, old lady. I don't give a fuck what your background is or something like that. And she was like, oh, I love Donald Trump. Donald Trump's going to save this country in the 2020 election. How the fuck did they find a video that they clipped out of context from the 2020 election, by the way, when I was loudly in support of Joe Brandon, against Donald Trump, ironically enough. These guys are Democrats, by the way. Yeah, Matt Dorsey was tweeting about Richard Hanania's book 2 weeks ago. Every single one of these fucking loser freaks love Richard Hanania, an actual white supremacist. Not me, an actual white supremacist, a race realist, okay? But Richard Hanania is pro-Israel, and Richard Hanania is no longer as openly supportive of the Republican Party because he realized the Republicans are fucking idiots, and he realized he could just like lean into the dumbass fucking liberals who will eat this shit up. They'll be like, oh, you wrote extensively about the genetic inferiority of black people, but you're also pro-Israel and pro-liberal Democratic Party now? Well, guess what? You're fine in my book. Richard Hanania, who helped write Project 2025, these Democrats are aligned with Richard Hanania, but they hate me. So who do they really represent? The same thing goes for Scott Wiener, by the way. He said the exact same bullshit. Scott Wiener went on Richard Hanania's podcast. Again, a guy who is literally not only an active white supremacist, a race realist, but a guy who has defended Jeffrey Epstein. This is Richard Hanania. And yet, these Democrats do not shy away from associating with Richard Hanania, but on the other hand, condemn me. Very interesting. Perhaps the only litmus test that they're applying is whether they're pro-Israel or not. In any case, let's continue. Dorsey said he's worried about the party's future, but he doesn't want the solution to mean elevating toxicity and divisiveness, as he believes Chakrabarti is doing that by featuring Piker at the rally. When I see somebody who's endeavoring to change the Democratic Party with principles that are just anathema to what our party is about and what could be really destructive to our ability to ever win a majority in this country, I think we have to call that out, Dorsey said. Tiffany Bradley, a spokesperson for Chakrabarti's campaign, responded to Dorsey's resolution in a statement Wednesday. Voters are facing dire crises, including rising costs of war and erosion of their civil rights by an authoritarian government, she said. And the Democratic Party is failing to respond to this crisis and is polling at some of its lowest numbers in decades. The only option we have left is to use the democratic process to change our party. So if you see a rally of Democrats trying to inspire people to get involved as a threat, then you're part of the problem, Bradley said. Boom. Fantastic, no notes, fantastic statement. In April, the Republican National Committee resurfaced videos in which Piker expressed irritation with first-generation, second-generation, third-generation Asian people who are dogs to white people. Supervisor Connie Chan, another candidate running against Chakrabarti, who was born in Hong Kong, condemned the rhetoric in a statement at the time. It is disappointing. Yeah, I was talking about Asian people who are being used in the anti-affirmative action decision, by the way. Think about that. Think about how fucking annoying this is. That's anti-Asian? Really? That's anti-Asian? That I'm fucking shitting on? I'm shitting on people that are presenting themselves as reasonable critics, Asian critics of DEI and affirmative action? Really? Yeah, don't be a fucking slave to white people then. Like, what do you mean? Don't advance white supremacy. It's that fucking simple. Why is this in any way, shape, or form, why is that sentiment considered anti-Asian? You know what's actually anti-Asian? Anti-fucking affirmative action initiatives and anti-DEI initiatives. That's what's fucking anti-Asian. So guess what? The Asian people that worked with those white supremacists to tackle affirmative action in college campuses, you advanced the agenda of the Trump regime. You advanced the agenda that is now actively saying if you're not white in a position of power, you didn't deserve it. That is what I oppose. Okay? Yeah, I despise Thomas Sowell. Does that mean I'm anti-black? I find Candace Owens' views to be morally repugnant. Does that mean I'm white supremacist? Does that mean I'm anti-black? Or am I opposing white supremacy? Stop playing this fucking bullshit game. This is unbelievably reactionary. And the very fact that people are knowingly using the Republican National Committee's resurfaced videos as Democrats is disgusting to me. Okay? You're a fucking dupe. You're either cynically taking advantage of this or you're a goddamn dupe. Yeah, I'm so anti-Asian. That's why I'm appearing alongside Shoykat Chakrabarti. That's why it's such a funny fucking line of attack. Am I anti-Asian or am I too in favor of aligning and having a cooperative relationship with China? Which one is it? Yeah, I'm too pro-China, but also anti-Asian at the same time. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Again, perhaps it doesn't fucking matter. Perhaps it doesn't matter at all. Perhaps it's just a cynical line of attack. And that's precisely what it is. You're on Fox News today. The fuck is this? Supervisor Connie Chan, another candidate running against Chakrabarti, who was born in Hong Kong, condemned the rhetoric in a statement at the time. It is disappointing when we've become used to people making inflammatory, even racist remarks to get clout online. We must demand that everyone, especially with those wide reach and influence, do better. That goes for political candidates too. I don't even have any smoke for Connie Chan, by the way. I don't think she's like a bad person at all. I think this is a very cynical line of attack to get one on Shoykat Chakrabarti. It's a little disappointing, especially considering that I know a lot of people that, have positive feelings about Connie Chan. And it would be shocking to me if Connie Chan disagreed with my assessment here about affirmative action and DEI initiatives and how sometimes Asian people play a willing role in advancing white supremacist values. I don't think she's in favor of that. I'm not in favor of that. That's who I'm criticizing. Piker stood by some of his most incendiary comments, including those about Asian immigrants, though he said those remarks have been taken out of context. While my sentiment is vulgar, I stand on my principles, Piker told Political Playbook in April, explaining that he had been speaking about a Supreme Court decision striking down affirmative action. I'm talking for 10 hours every single day, 7 days a week. Of course, there's going to be opportunities to clip me out of context. Responding to Dorsey's criticism in the social media post on Friday, Piker said his position on Israel is not just the overwhelming majority position of the Democrats, it's the majority position in the country. Piker's also been an outspoken and highly controversial critic of the Israeli government and what he describes as genocide. What I describe as genocide? You mean the United Nations? You mean what Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, the Israeli humanitarian organization, and virtually every fucking international body has considered a genocide, has openly called a genocide? It's not what my description is. Okay, it's the description of It's the description of every fucking institution that is tasked with dealing with this kind of stuff. Anyway, suggesting Israel deserved the October 7th attack. I did not do that. But in any case, many of them civilians. He's also said reports that Hamas and rape women during the attacks don't matter or change the dynamic for me. Piker's also spoken out against anti-Semitism and described it as a hate crime. Dorsey, who has maintained his staunch support for Israel, also wrote in the resolution that Chakrabarti should publicly acknowledge Hamas to be a genocidal terrorist organization and suggests that Piker and his fans should pursue the formation of their own party and get out of ours. Yeah, this is an unbelievable, packed, incredibly biased last paragraph there. I said, Hassan said Israel deserved October 7. Hassan said, it doesn't matter if rapes happen. Just leaving it at that. Incredible stuff. Obviously, you do understand, though, identity gets removed from any class context and then leveraged to forward the interests of power. You are racist if you critique Owens or Obama for his body count, and you are a commie terrorist if you advocate for working class interests. It hasn't changed much over the years. I know. I'll keep fucking saying what I'm saying, though, because I've been saying this for years. I've been saying everything that I've said in the last couple of years for this past decade. Okay? And guess what? More and more people are finally comprehending it as a direct consequence of the contradictions worsening, as a direct consequence of material conditions worsening for working class folks. Okay? And that's the reason why there is an unbelievable amount of attacks right now, as opposed to ever before in my entire career. Okay? They're attacking me because the message is finally penetrating collective consciousness. One of the greatest examples of this is obviously on the issue of Israel. And that's precisely the reason why these guys are attacking so aggressively, because they can't attack, one, they can't really attack the message, so they have to shoot the messenger. And two, they can't attack the large subsects of the voting population that also have identical, if not very similar points of view, and maybe even identical language at times, right? So they can't discipline the voters, so they try to discipline someone who's popular with the voters, or at least a subsect of the voters, right? That's what it is. And that's the reason why they're doing it. I know exactly why they're doing it. Fuck them. Okay? Anyway, another thing that I've been talking about over and over again is the war effort. Operation Epstein's Fury is now at day 69. Okay? It's day 69 of Operation Epic Fury. If you've been in here since day one of Operation Epic Fury, or at least since the first week of Operation Epic Fury, you know that things have not been going well. I've been talking about it extensively, as a matter of fact. Yes, nice. And it turns out more and more people are finally coming to that conclusion as well. even though Donald Trump is the one guy who refuses to acknowledge it. I'm going to go pee while this runs.
More apparent
Let's go.
contradictions from the Trump administration over the war with Iran. President Trump claimed the U.S. had, quote, won, though he also said no peace deal has been reached. We've also learned an American fighter jet fired on an Iranian oil tanker. The Pentagon says it was trying to slip past the U.S. blockade. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Weijia, good morning.
Vlad, good morning, and good morning to everybody. We have heard this optimism from President Trump before and the threats that come with a lack of progress. Trump warns the U.S. will hit Iran with more attacks at a much higher level and intensity if a peace deal is not reached.
So I think we won.
Promoting a UFC match scheduled at the White House for next month, President Trump declared victory in another fight against Iran.
We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
According to a report from Axios, White House officials believe they are getting close to an agreement with Iran on a one-page memorandum to end the war and start more detailed negotiations. The deal would include a moratorium on Iran's nuclear enrichment, the lifting of U.S. sanctions, and both sides ending restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz. An Iranian official said the proposal is being reviewed. Trump insisted Iran has already signed off on his key condition.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that.
Iran has not said that publicly, and Trump lamented its leaders have backed off past agreements.
We've had some good talks before, as you know, right. And all of a sudden the next day they're like, they forgot what happened.
After one day, the president paused his proposed Project Freedom after apparently only guiding very few ships through the Strait of Hormuz. The Pentagon said a U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornet, like this one, launched from the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln, continued to inform.
Yes, we are getting ready for another attack. Breaking. 5 U.S. Air Force KC-135 tankers have taken off from the UAE with at least 4 more tankers airborne over Israel and Jordan. One going dark with transponders off. Trump separately did not appear a scheduled press event with the Brazilian president that was set for over 3 hours ago with no explanation given. Project Freedom was an unbelievable fuck-up, says Matthew Petty. The blockade put time on Washington's side, but in the course of the weekend, Trump demonstrated that he was 1, impatient, 2, scared of markets, 3, unwilling or unable to protect the idea of Dubai. Explosions have been overheard over Tehran, from what I understand, but it's unclear whether or not those were related to like American and Israeli bombing campaigns. Bahman Pier on Iran's Qashem Island targeted following an exchange of fire between the Iranian armed forces and the enemy, says Fars News. So I guess there's more updates on that since then. The idea of Dubai, yes, it's a joke. Several large transports or tankers have left the California AFB Air Force Base headed west today as well. So, yeah, Donald Trump, 7 days out from the Beijing summit, went back and forth on possibly securing a peace, an enduring peace, or going back to waging war with Iran. There was the Operation Freedom, Guardian, Prosperity, Freedom, whatever the fuck they call it, where he was going to transit ships through the Strait of Hormuz with naval assets in tow. That lasted for about 24 hours, not even 24 hours. That was announced, and in 24 hours, it was discontinued. Donald Trump said, okay, we now have another deal on the table. We're going to be having a conversation with Iran again. And it turns out that Tehran did not like the conditions that America set forth. So America seemingly is bringing back the bombing campaign, which didn't fucking work from the start. We are on day 69 of monitoring the situation. Gas prices have reached alarming levels all around the country. Energy markets are screaming bloody murder. And yet, oh God, I gotta stop saying day 69. An American official just told Al Jazeera the reports about preparations to resume Project Freedom are false. Do with that what you will. I don't know, says Bonser Berry. Wall Street Journal says Saudi Arabia and Kuwait lifted restrictions on U.S. military access to bases and airspace. The Trump administration is now looking to restart Project Freedom after it had paused it after 36 hours this week. U.S. officials said it isn't clear when that could happen, though Pentagon officials gave a timeline of as early as this week. Okay? Why bring the counter back today, man? You know why, because I'm also a dumbass. Tasnim says sounds of several explosions heard near Qashem Island And by the way, since then, Tasnim or Fars has said this was enemy bombing campaigns in Qasem Island. So, yeah, there are currently 5 tankers in the air from Tel Aviv and 5 from UAE right now, with another 1 tanker over Iraq. There's also 1 tanker that has shut off its transponder. So everything points to America resuming Project Epstein's Fury, Project Epic Fortnite Freedom, whatever this iteration of the war efforts against Iran are called. Of course, there's also new reports coming from John Hudson, national security reporter for Washington Post, who has a scoop. Says a confidential new CIA analysis delivered to the policymakers this week concludes that Iran can survive the U.S. naval blockade for at least 3 to 4 months before facing more severe economic hardship, a finding that contradicts those hailing an imminent collapse. U.S. intel also indicates that Iran retains about 75% of its pre-war inventories of mobile launchers and about 70% of its pre-war stockpiles of missiles, per a U.S. official. This is increasingly becoming exactly like my Israel-Palestine, Gaza genocide coverage, where we look at initial open source intelligence assessments, we analyze the Iranian strike capabilities by looking at the targets and looking at their success in terms of penetrating the Israeli security umbrella, and we make different. We conduct analysis off of that information as opposed to the overwhelming majority of information coming from mainstream media, and that's the reason why at the Piker Broadcasting Service I say you get tomorrow's news today, right? This assessment only confirms our analysis here. Our analysis here that has been conducted for and I've been talking about for fucking months at this point. Okay, for next month's news today, basically. If you were to look at the strike, if you were to analyze the strike capabilities of Iran by simply looking at how capable they are in successive strikes on Israeli soil, on the Gulf nations, and what targets they've been able to actually successfully hit, you would realize a very different reality exists on the ground as opposed to what people are hearing about in the Western world. U.S. intel also indicates that, I mean, this is great, though. It's basically confirmation. The CIA is basically confirming what we have seen and what we've been talking about for the past 2 months now. Again, day 69. Basically, since day 7, we've known that this American military campaign, this aerial bombardment campaign, was not succeeding in achieving any of the military objectives, as far as successfully attriting Iranian strike capabilities, right? U.S. intel also indicates that Iran retains about 75% of its pre-war inventories of mobile launchers and about 70% of its pre-war stockpiles of missiles, per a U.S. official. The regime has also been able to recover underground storage facilities and repair damaged missiles. This week, Trump painted a more dire picture of Iran's situation, saying their economy is crashing, their currency is worthless, and their missiles are mostly decimated. But U.S. intelligence offers a much more sobering assessment. One of the U.S. officials said they thought Iran's capacity to sustain prolonged economic hardship is far greater than even the current CIA estimate. The leadership has gotten more radical, more determined, and increasingly confident they can outlast the U.S. political will and sustain domestic repression to check any resistance inside Iran, the official said. Comparatively, you see similar regimes lasting years under sustained embargoes and air power-only wars. White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly defended the blockade's effectiveness. Iran was crushed militarily. Now they're being strangled economically and losing $500 million per day, thanks to the U.S. military's successful blockade of Iranian ports. This has been a spectacular fuck-up, and anyone who is a little bit reasonable could see it from week one, okay? At some point, you have to realize, there's not much daylight between Asmongold's base style reporting on the matter and a lot of mainstream media outlets that, have Foundation for Defending Democracy folks on, or pro-war, war hawk neocons on their broadcasts over and over again. Democratic neocons such as Brett McGurk or Amos Hochstein, architects of the Gaza genocide on the Democratic side, to go on CNN and deliver the exact same bullshit that the Trump administration is saying with a liberal spin on it. if you go to these places and if you hear from these people, of course they're going to say, no, we're doing a spectacular fucking job. Mark Ames also has some choice words on this. The Team B counterpoint here is whatever the FDD Israel lobby says, just a few more blockade days, plus a few more bombing sorties, and the defeated regime is over. And though they're always wrong, presidents have a funny habit of going for the best massaged Team B intelligence. We don't even need to see the dust settling to recognize that FDD is a cutout for Israeli intelligence, and their goals are not the goals of advancing America's interests, okay? Their goals are to advance the interests of Israel. And it's very clear that the president and many in his closest circle are listening to these fucking idiots. The White House has literally used FDD policy papers in their communications throughout this war, okay? They recently hired a FDD analyst to be a part of the negotiations team. It's ridiculous. They're leaning further and further into faulty Israeli intelligence, like it's their last-ditch effort to salvage the war effort somehow. It's not working. It's been a spectacular failure. It's been a major humiliation for American force projection capabilities, and yet they keep leaning into it. Yeah, I responded to Tommy Vitor. These neocon lunatics think taking down the Iranian regime is worth risking the Strait of Hormuz being closed for 8 months. Meanwhile, gas prices go up exponentially, entire economies in Asia collapse, and fertilizer shortages lead to famine. I said, good thing they put one of the FDD guys on the negotiations team. We clearly weren't sufficiently representing Israel's interests before. Tommy Vitor says, an org backed by autocrats who don't give a fuck about democracy. Perfect. You mean they just got a Mossad agent in the negotiation talks? What do you mean just now? They've already had Israel's interests sufficiently being represented in those negotiations. Okay? And on top of that, they also have Benjamin Netanyahu doing boss calls to Donald Trump with regular fucking frequency anyway. And on top of that, Israel blows up Beirut as they did yesterday in an effort to spoil the potential ceasefire. Yeah. Matt Petty says, at this rate, soon we'll be hearing that 110% of Iranian missiles survived the war. Yeah. The helpers.
Yeah.
Trump's new Iran negotiator is Israel's lobbyist who has denounced negotiations with Iran. Tapped to advise the special envoy for peace missions, Steve Witkoff, Nick Stewart previously condemned dealing with any of Iran's elected leaders. Okay, that's the guy.
Yeah.
Let's hear what he has to say about negotiating with Iran. This is the guy who was hired, by the way, to be a part of the Trump negotiations team this past week.
And I want to stay with you because this is Unga Week in New York City, the UN General Assembly, and Iran's new president, Masoud Pezeshkian, is running around New York, touting diplomacy, and I'm a reformer, and the media is magnifying that exactly as Iran had hoped. They even brought out Zarif from retirement, right? So there is this narrative that Iran is turning the chapter on, the butcher of Tehran, and there's a new president, there's a new reformer in town. Obviously, it shouldn't be much of a newsflash. Pezeshkian is a part of the theocratic, tyrannical, authoritarian government of Iran, right? This man is not a reformer, and we shouldn't buy into that narrative because what it does is it throws us off our guard, and we think, this is different. This is a new. What do you say to that? Because that impacts policy, right? If we think that we have an honest broker across the table, we are coming to the table with a completely different mindset, and I think it's important we disabuse people of that notion. Speak to that, and I think if anybody else wants to chime in on this too.
If Mr. Pezeshkian is a reformer, then I'm, Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, next to Elliot Abrams, another fucking ghoul, but real who's who of demonic entities here. Oh God, just warmongers of the highest order. Listen, this was before the Queen died, I think. So yeah. In any case, the point here is America is already representing the interests of Israel, even if the Israeli interest in this circumstance very clearly diverges from American interests. America, as the hegemon, has a totally different set of interests and a totally different set of obligations to the rest of the world. Its number one reason for existence, is number one justification for 800 military bases around the world, is the idea they can be anywhere all at once, anywhere around the world in a matter of 24 to 48 hours, and they can dominate anyone militarily if a country dares impede on the free flow of commerce. Okay? So either militarily or through diplomacy, America must maintain free flow of commerce through these routes like the Strait of Hormuz. And if they can't do this militarily, as they've shown they're incapable of opening the Strait of Hormuz militarily, they have to go the route of diplomacy. Okay? Their obligation is not just to the American domestic markets. Their obligation is not just to Americans. Their obligation is to the rest of the world, right? And they have failed in achieving this clear-cut, well-defined, long-standing objective. This is why I keep repeating over and over again that America might say they're isolationist. The American administration might say or claim that they're isolationist, but America touches everything around the world, okay? They have an obligation to their partners in the Asian markets to ensure safe passage of oil tankers so that these Asian countries do not fall apart. Asian countries that are responsible for the overwhelming majority of component manufacturing that American and Western countries also utilize in their production. Okay? The global system of capitalism and international trade is designed to never allow for this kind of impediment to continue for a long period of time. Because if it does, everything collapses. We saw a version of this with COVID, right? But this is man-made. This crisis is directly born out of America's and Israel's military ambitions in Iran. But America and Israel have different interests here. Israel's goal is not to open the Strait of Hormuz. Israel doesn't give a fuck about opening the Strait of Hormuz. Israel doesn't care if the Gulf nations are crippled. Israel actually benefits if the Gulf nations are crippled, whereas the rest of the world does not. The rest of the world does not benefit if the Gulf is lit on fire or if the Strait of Hormuz is blockaded, right? America, as the hegemon, must open the Strait of Hormuz, must allow international trade to continue in this pre-blockade levels, in the pre-blockade, pre-crisis levels that we're now experiencing. Do you understand? This is why I say Israel and America do not have goals that converge in this circumstance, but diverge from one another, okay? There's friction, but the American administration acts as though there is no friction whatsoever. The American administration acts as a pliant admin that will be willing participants in whatever Israel's design is in the region. And that is where we arrive at this issue. There are plenty of people making the reasonable assessment on the intelligence side, whether it be the CIA, on the State Department side, plenty of generals that have explained over and over again to Donald Trump that if they continue along this journey, that the crisis will only grow. There's only one option out of this to stop the hemorrhage, to stop the bleeding, and that is diplomacy. Okay? Everything points in that direction. And yet, there's one country that is no longer just a junior partner in this coalition, but seemingly behaving like the senior partner, Israel, that does not want diplomacy to take place. They do not want a sovereign Iran. I've said this from day one. Israel's goals since day one was very clear. It is the complete destruction, or at least the balkanization, or at least a failed state in Iran, turning Iran into Libya. Okay? That was Israel's goal. And by way of lying to the American leadership, if you want to, say that was the reason, I'm sure that played a big role here. And by way of consistently sullying ceasefire negotiations or attempts at long-standing peace by blowing up Beirut and continuing to escalate militarily, Israel has made it virtually impossible for America to have any sort of reasonable negotiations with Iran until the United States of America says enough is enough and brings Israel to heel. Okay? Israel is the destabilizing factor here. It's not Iran. And now it seems like we're leaning in the direction of more warfare, more destabilization, more crisis. Once again, Iranian state media says the United Arab Emirates has now attacked Iran. This is Mehr. An explosion occurred at the Bahman Pier in Keshem during an exchange of fire between the Iranian forces and the enemy. And now they're saying it was the United Arab Emirates. Iran will dish out a heavy price to the United Arab Emirates. 100%. From their perspective, they have to create military deterrence to ensure that this stops. This is how states conduct themselves. Okay? If the UAE is foolish enough to engage Iran militarily like this, thinking that America will defend them, Iran will stop at nothing to show them that that is not the case. Iran will pull out all the fucking stops to ensure that the United Arab Emirates understands that America is not capable of defending them. Here's Uncle Chunk Weigert on the Sean Ryan show talking about Israel's attempts at spoiling this deal.
And we haven't hit what I think is the worst part of the war that's coming up. If we don't get the hell out of there, this is going to be an economic collapse like people have not seen. So why is Israel doing this? Number one, they want to take southern Lebanon, and this is all a giant distraction. Number two, they want the Iranians destroyed so they can't fund Hamas, Hezbollah, or et cetera. So it's all about their interest, not our interest. But the parts people don't talk about, they just opened up the Leviathan gas field. For the first time, Israel now has a source of energy. And after the war starts, Netanyahu goes and brags on air, well, now that all those the strait is closed and other things are foreclosed, you're going to have to rely on Leviathan and Israel. Holy shit. Okay. And when the world falls apart and we lose all of our allies, we lose NATO, we lose the Middle East, we lose everyone, Israel then says, we're your only ally. See, the rest of the world hates you. Well, why do they hate us? Because we did the shit you wanted us to do.
I think everybody sees what's happening. Everybody sees the negotiators being killed by Israel.
I'm not so certain that everybody sees what's happening. I think a lot of people are not paying attention at all, if I'm being real. I think a lot of people are totally deluded, understandably focused on their own day-to-day issues, and are not exactly aware. Their only experience with what's going on over there is the gas prices. They see the gas prices, they go, what the fuck is this? Why am I paying $70 more to fill up my tank? This is unbearable. What the hell's going on? Fix it. But it doesn't go beyond that. They don't really think about how we arrived at this predicament. I'll be real. And there are those who connect those dots, people like myself, and we get yelled at endlessly by those who want to keep the public confused, oblivious, sedated.
And everybody sees it but us, but we see it. But our leadership, this administration, Trump, they don't acknowledge it. Why would you just...
At least they shift the blame over correctly to Donald Trump, because this is Donald Trump's spectacular fuck up, right? Donald Trump has played a major role in this fuck up. He is one of the primary responsible parties for the gas prices being the way that they are. But one must scratch the surface and look at who has also convinced Donald Trump that this would be a good idea. And therein lies the truth. It's absolutely Israel. Early reports and Donald Trump's statements, Marco Rubio's statements, caused people to recognize that reality. Even the New York Times' Maggie Haberman wrote extensively on the dynamic between the Israeli envoys and the Israeli intelligence, and how it differed from America's homegrown intelligence assessment, whether it be the CIA or the entire intelligence community, or Donald Trump's own generals telling him that this would be a devastatingly bad decision to go to war with Iran. But it didn't matter. You have to look at who stands to benefit from what's going on currently. The rest of the world is damaged. The rest of the world suffers a global energy crisis, destabilization, inflation everywhere as a direct consequence of the manufacturing base of the planet no longer able to receive the necessary energy so they can keep up with demands, so they can maintain a steady flow of supply, so that commerce can continue. You have airline carriers like airlines in Europe reducing their flights. This will impact deliveries as well. America is seen as the responsible party for this quagmire. So America's position as the hegemon is threatened. Only one country benefits here. And they don't even benefit in the long run, but they at least benefit in the short run, because this allows them to take out one of their significant adversaries in the region that could potentially be a sufficient deterrence to their greater Israel project. The country that benefits is Israel. And yet, we continue.
Of course, the U.S. blockade, shooting out the rudder of an Iranian oil tanker that the Pentagon said ignored, quote, multiple warnings to stay out of an Iranian port.
President Trump insisted the agreement would also include the U.S. extracting Iran's highly enriched uranium, which is a key component for building a nuclear weapon. When he told us the same thing last month, Iran responded by saying it would not be transferred anywhere under any circumstances. Gail.
All right, Weijia, thank you.
Day 69 of the war has been a day of some optimism at the idea that there may be some sort of peace agreement, at least temporarily, between Iran and the United States starting sometime next week. If that's the case, then we'll all be very glad. But there are a couple of big spoilers in this that we should also be aware of. One, of course, is Lebanon, the war within a war. The Israelis are determined to try to finish off Hezbollah. They've got a very clear agenda to do this, whatever else happens in the war. And to that end, they've been increasing their attacks as Hezbollah have been aiming rockets at Israel. And yesterday, they attacked Beirut, southern Beirut, downtown Beirut again, and pictures of that came through today. They said that they were going after a Hezbollah command center, maybe it was, but the fact that they went into Beirut itself shows that the Israelis are determined to do as much damage to Hezbollah as they can in the days still remaining to them if there is a peace deal between Tehran and Washington. If they can't do that, then the thing they're also determined to do is to consolidate their security zone. Now, this is their security zone running inside the southern part of Lebanon. We've seen that before. We saw it between 1982 and the year 2000. But this time, look at it. It goes much further to the northeast than it ever did before. It includes Mount Hermon, the Syrian edge of Mount Hermon. The Israelis occupy Syrian territory on Mount Hermon. They've refused to give it up. The Syrians protest, but they take no notice. They also put military outposts between 5 and 10 kilometers inside Syrian territory. It's obvious why the Israelis are doing that. They want to protect the northern flank of the Golan Heights. The Golan Heights were captured by the Israelis in 1967. They were annexed by Israel in 1981. The world didn't recognize that annexation, but nevertheless, the United States recognized it under the previous Trump administration in 2019. Nobody else does. This is
interesting. Kind of feels crazy that no one else in the world recognizes this annexation except for the United States of America, and nevertheless, Israel continues to annex it. Kind of feels like it necessitates some kind of militant resistance, no?
Is legally Syrian territory, but not to Israel. And the Israelis are determined that they're going to protect that territory with their extended security zone. What this tells me is that whatever happens in this war within a war, the Israelis intend to be in this security zone, I think, for potentially a very long time. That's one potential spoiler. The other potential spoiler, of course, is our old friend, the Strait of Hormuz. The rest of the world really wants a reconciliation to release all the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is what is doing so much damage to the world economy. This is why it matters so much to the rest of us. Well, that's fine. But remember that the Strait of Hormuz will only gradually reopen over a 30-day period as both sides, the Americans and the Iranians, ramp down their respective blockades. And even when they do, we've got 1,500 ships all knotted up, locked away somewhere inside this side of the strait. Those ships have got to get out in some sort of order. And then empty ships, which have been empty for over a month, want to get back in to load up again and get out. Again, what that tells me is it will be several months before the Strait of Hormuz returns to anything like normality, even if there is a deal this week which holds for 30-odd days. And so the Strait of Hormuz remains in this rather strange situation. That's the picture of it from Bandar Abbas on the Iranian side. It's a bizarre situation. Nevertheless, we can be grateful for where we are today. We can be optimistic about that. But the fact is, there are spoilers both in Lebanon and in the Strait of Hormuz, which may temper our optimism.
Stepping back a little bit from today to the week's events, interested in your take. Obviously, there was Operation Epic Fury, then there was briefly...
Legitimately, what could be done on a world stage to get Israel out of occupying southern Lebanon? America. America must restrain and hold Israel accountable. That's it. There's no other way to do this. Whatever America says goes. Anyway, Professor Jiang did... the Diary of a CEO collab, the collab we've all been waiting for. I'm sure there will be fantastic I'm sure there will be fantastic pieces of information, tidbits about history, even though Jung here doesn't have his whiteboard. Oh, wait, he does. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, he brought his whiteboard. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Yes. 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 This is how you're supposed to do it. See, Mehdi Hasan, he actually took away his power. He took away Professor Jung's power because Mehdi Hasan was afraid of the truth. He was afraid of Professor Jung's predictive capabilities. Professor Jung, wow, what a glorious day. What a fantastic day. Where's your whiteboard, loser? I don't have one because I'm bitch made. Okay? That's why people condemn me. That's why the San Francisco Democratic Party is demanding condemnations of me, because I don't have a whiteboard, because I can't do predictive history. Okay? I can only predict what might take place in the upcoming months. I can never predict what will take shape in the upcoming decades. Professor Jung, on the other hand, he predicts not only the past, but also the future. That's right. He has the capabilities of predicting what happened in the past as well. Polymarket fears this man. That's not a prediction. Shut up. It is when predictive history is what we're talking about. Professor Jihad, me, no whiteboard. Professor Jung, predictive history, yes, whiteboard. Pax Americana, Pax Islamica, and maybe even, what is it? Pax Judaica? Is that what he says? Yeah, that seems a little bit anti-Semitic, so I'm not going to go there, but you know. Professor Jung, he'll go there. A wise sage, wise beyond his years. My goat, Professor Jung. Okay, so fake professor, Professor Michael Clark, no whiteboard, says U.S. is desperate to get out of Iran. Let's take a look.
This operation to try and escort boats out of the Strait of Hormuz. How hard was that for the US to actually deliver? Or could they have done had everyone wanted it to continue?
Well, Operation Freedom, to get boats or ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, was a very big operation. CENTCOM had been working on it for a long time. They'd worked on it secretly to demine a channel around the coast of UAE and Oman, and it was ready to go. It had taken them a long time to put it together because it was a three-stage plan to work inland in Iran to actually stop anything moving, to then put a dome, as they called it, over the straits itself so that nothing in the straits could threaten any ships moving out, and then to move ships out in a cleared channel. They worked on it a lot. And they began it. They got 2 American-flagged cargo ships out with a couple of American destroyers shepherding them out. And they thought that was the beginning of it. Pete Hegseth said, was it 2 days, 48 hours ago, he said, right, hundreds of ships are now waiting to go through. And within a couple of hours, President Trump had said, no, we're not doing that.
I guess my reason for asking with that point is, do you think, therefore, it stopped because it couldn't or wasn't going to work, or because there was diplomatic pressure, whether it was from the Saudis, whether it's ahead of his trip to China? Why did President Trump stop pursuing that plan when, obviously, as you said, there'd been so much work going into it?
Yeah, I think probably 2 things. One is that it wasn't obviously going to reassure the tanker owners and the crews to give it a go. The idea was, once they see it working, they'll all want to get out, so they will. But we all thought it was a bit of a long shot because it would have to get 1,500 tankers out and then more tankers back in. There's lots of empty tankers out there waiting to go back in to the Gulf to load up again to resume trade. So it was always going to be a long process, and it was a big operation. But I think against that too was the sense that President Trump feels boxed in for diplomatic reasons, and this summit he's going to in China next week, I think, looms large for him. He didn't want to go with this thing unresolved. And, he always expresses diplomacy as if it's a game of cards, as if it's a poker match. And if that's the case, then he looks as if he's folding. He looks as if he's just decided he's got to fold, at least for now. Now, you never predict. Because, even this week, we've gone round a complete circle inside 48 hours. And, my heart goes out to the planners at CENTCOM, Central Command. They're in Tampa and in Doha, the forward base in the Gulf. They must be banging their heads on the desk. All the planning they do, and it's just undercut in a Truth Social post, and everything goes into a different direction. They must wonder, what are we supposed to do with this sort of political direction that we're not...
Breaking Iranian state media reports commercial pier struck near Bandar Abbas. Iranian RGC affiliated outlet Fars News Agency reported Thursday that parts of the Bahman Keshem Pier, a commercial and passenger port on the eastern side of Keshem Island, at the entrance to the Strait of Hormuz, were struck during what it described as exchanges of fire between the Iranian forces and the enemy. IRIB also reported sounds of explosions in the area. Further details were not immediately available. Since seizing control of the maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, Iran has mandated that vessels transit through a specific corridor located between Keshem Island and Larak Island. Okay? So will this be another tit-for-tat endeavor where both parties, or not Iran necessarily, but America claims that the ceasefire is still holding? Or will this extend into another arm of this now 69-day-long conflict? We can only wait to find out more, right? We can only wait to figure that part out. We just don't know what the American response will be, because when they announced the new military campaign to transit oil tankers, or at least any commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz by way of the American Navy, there was a tit for tat, and America backed away instantly. And chose not to do that again. However, time is running out for Trump to pack this up before his Beijing summit. So I don't know what the calculation here is at all.
What's your sense on how optimistic or not we should be about these peace talks?
Oh, I think we've arrived at the point where the United States is desperate to get out, and is looking for a way out that can be presented as somehow better than the 2015 deal, which is what Trump departed from, and he wrecked that deal in 2018. And so he's got to find a way of making the deal he might now come to, at least an interim deal, a 30-day ceasefire where they talk about lots of things. In reality, it will look spookily like the 2015 deal, but in slightly worse conditions, because the Iranians now have a more hardline leadership than they had in 2015. They now know how easy it is to block the Strait of Hormuz, to make them unnavigable very, very easily, which they couldn't have done in 2015. The technologies are different. Against that,
that's not true.
One advantage is that
that's literally not true. They have had the capabilities of waging asymmetric warfare since the 90s. Okay? Since the 90s. The only difference now is that their technology has improved, and it's actually less costly. There's less of a human cost, for example. They can do it with go-fast boats, mosquito boats, and commercial vessels that have been reappropriated for military use in their mosquito fleet that they have. But outside, and they have drones as well. But even in the past, since the 90s, they've had the capabilities of utilizing asymmetric warfare and suicide bombing, for example, to be able to render commercial traffic impossible in the Strait of Hormuz. So that's not true. They've always had that capability. They knew they had that capability. It's not like a surprise to them at all. They just never flexed that capability because they always thought they could potentially negotiate with the West, even though there was clearly no ambition from the West, and one might even consider it naivete to assume that you could deal with the West as even partners here. Although the American side was always aware of this capability by Iran, because Iran's capabilities are not just their unique asymmetric warfare fighting style. Their capabilities also come from the fact that there is a limitation in geography here. The Strait of Hormuz only has a 2-mile wide area that these massive oil tankers can transit through. The Strait of Hormuz itself is only 21 miles wide. That's the real limitation here. It is a geographic choke point that 20% of the entire planet's energy needs pass through. The only reason why Iran never did this is because they thought they could deal, perhaps naively, with the Western world through multilateral cooperative agreements, through negotiations. Barack Obama's JCPOA was a sign that this was possible. But ever since Donald Trump came into office the first time around, America has shown time and time again that they have no investment in negotiating with Iran. They have no interest in negotiating with Iran because Trump is unbelievably loyal to Israel. Israel is the country that does not want America to negotiate with Iran. The last time America negotiated with Iran, Barack Obama did so, and Israel very clearly showed that they hated that. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States of America, delivered a speech in front of Congress that Barack Obama obviously didn't participate in. That entire speech was shitting on Barack Obama. Many of you are too young to remember this. That was after the JCPOA. That was after Barack Obama successfully engaged Iran diplomatically, created a multilateral agreement. And as a part of that negotiation, we gave Israel a MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, for 10 years. $3 billion a year for 10 years. $38 billion to consistently fund the Iron Dome. And even then, Israel was not happy with the JCPOA. Donald Trump became president. He ripped it apart. And since then, we've turned up the pressure on Iran. And obviously, the last thing that we did was the last attempt at negotiation by Iran and the last instance of perfidy by America and Israel, not dissimilar to the events that unfolded in the 12-day war, was a negotiations process where Iran was seemingly open to concessions on the maximalist demands that Donald Trump had made. And how did they get paid for it? Donald Trump and Israel engaged in a decapitation strike amidst the negotiations process and ended up killing 160 plus little girls at school on the first day of those bombing campaigns. This is what led to Iran blocking the Strait of Hormuz and starting their mosaic, decentralized, horizontal defense system, and where they started pummeling the Gulf and pummeling Israel over and over again. That was 69 days ago. Iran has followed us up the escalation ladder this entire time. And even after all of that, there's still an opportunity to negotiate. And yet it seems America is still invested in bombing Iran somehow. And that's where we're at. Fars says, our investigation into Bandar Abbas shows that during the exchange of fire between the Iranian armed forces and the enemy, parts of the commercial area of Bahman Kashimpir were targeted. Some sources, including an Israeli source, have claimed that the UAE fighter jets bombed this dock. A thorough investigation of the dimensions of this incident and verification of the claims made is still ongoing. What I'm gathering so far is that 2 hostile drones were shot down over Bandar Abbas separately. There was an explosion at the Bahman Kashib dock across from Bandar Abbas. A senior Iranian military official also told IRIB that they struck an American ship that was attacking an Iranian tanker in the strait. Israeli journalists have said that Iran may have targeted 2 U.S. destroyers transiting eastbound out of the Strait of Hormuz in response to the U.S. interdictions of Iranian tankers earlier. Developments in the Persian Gulf this evening, as I understand them. Iran recently attacked American missile destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz area while they were making their way out of the strait. The Iranian attack came in response to the fact that a few hours earlier in the afternoon, U.S. military forces attacked Iranian tankers as a part of enforcing their blockade on Hormuz. In Israel, they are closely monitoring the developments in the Gulf. So now the remainder of the Iranian Navy is attacking the American naval assets in the region. This is an escalation. We are moving away. Every step in this direction is a step away from negotiations. We're moving away from negotiations. This, once again, benefits Israel tremendously.
Iranian nuclear facilities are much more destroyed, much less able to reconstruct themselves. So the Iranians are some years away from reconstructing their facilities. But that doesn't stop somebody like North Korea or Russia giving them stuff in the future. And so the threat will remain there. And the Iranians will say, you know, we have no desire to make a nuclear weapon. They've always said that. We know they're lying. They know they're lying. And we'll pretend that we believe them this time. We won't, but we'll pretend we do. And we'll go back to the old process. There's an old phrase in diplomacy, if you can't solve a problem, you manage it. We couldn't solve the Iranian nuclear problem back in 2010, 2011, 2012. And so the world managed it. And it was managed.
That's bullshit, too. I mean, there's 2 different schools of thought here, too. Like, where, number one, what do you mean we have to, like, solve the Iranian nuclear problem, right? Oh, shit. Donald Trump weighs in on the New York 17 Democratic primary, calling Effie Phillips Daly a fraudster. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean, that's a W boost, I think. Yeah, I also responded to Mike Lawler. Oh, they're fucking scared, dude. Oh, my God, they're so scared. Holy shit. It's unbelievable. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, this is a little bit terrifying. Okay. As you guys know, yesterday I covered this bipartisan representative introduced to combat anti-Semitism online. Jake Tapper had Josh Gottheimer and Mike Lawler on. I said, disgraceful of Representative Josh Gottheimer to collab with the Republican Mike Lawler, who's sitting on a flippable district that I'm actively working in to win for Democrat Effie Phillips Staley. Guess when your highest priority is defending Israel's interests, defeating fascist Republicans is low priority. To which Mike Lawler responded, Hassan Piker says America deserved 9/11 and the Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel, and he would vote for them every single time. Apparently, he doesn't actually understand who lives in my district. Hassan the Hun, I welcome you to come to my district any day and tell the cops and firefighters they deserve 9/11 and tell my Jewish constituents that you support a terrorist organization and we're okay with innocent Jews being slaughtered. Effie for Congress, please make sure you let us know when he's coming to campaign for you. Effie for Congress responded, these are the same cops and firefighters who lost health care because of you, and the same Jewish voters who are at risk because of your endless Middle East wars. Keep talking, Mike. The more you do it, the worse it gets for you. I also responded to Mike, and I said, your constituents like paying $4.50 a gallon so Trump can wage Israel's war? You brutalized your constituents last time you held a town hall, little man. Your days in office are numbered, and you know it. And now, Donald Trump has gotten involved, directly calling out Effie Phillips Staley, our candidate in the race, when the Democratic primaries have not even taken place yet. Why is Donald Trump calling out Effie Phillips Staley before the Democratic primaries have even taken place? Why is Mike Lawler writing bipartisan condemnation bills alongside Representative Josh Gottheimer to call me out? Effie Phillips Staley, so far, is not even the front runner in this. Mike Lawler claims, the petitions filed by Effie for Congress had significant fraud. This morning's ruling, while allowing Effie to remain on the ballot, made clear that her campaign allowed numerous individuals to fraudulently collect signatures. Judge Freed has referred it to criminal prosecution, while some will try to gloss over the fact and say the petition was not permeated with fraud based upon prior case law. The fact that a candidate for Congress would file hundreds of fraudulent signatures is beyond disqualifying. Mike Lawler isn't even going after the other Democrats. Mike Lawler is only going after Effie Phillips Staley. That should say something to you. Now, Donald Trump is also referring to one of the three candidates that are on the Democratic primary side. Why is that the case? Why do you think that's the case? Congressman Mike Lawler is doing a terrific job for New York's 17th Congressional District. Mike will most likely be running against a radical left Democrat named Effie Phillips Staley, who loves high taxes, open borders, anti-Semitism, men and women's sports, and transgender for everybody, among other crazy ideas. Effie Phillips Staley's campaign has just been caught cheating, red-handed, trying to file hundreds of fraudulent signatures to get on the ballot. Justice should be sought, and the fraud should be investigated immediately. Effie Phillips Staley is a fraudster, but the good news is that Congressman Mike Lawler is a winner and has my complete and total endorsement. Mike will never let you down. Oh my God. Will the Democrats recognize what's going on, or will they lean into Trump's attacks and go, actually, Trump is right. We normally would act as though we hate Donald Trump, but in this circumstance, we got to hand it to him. You know the answer? You're 5 seconds to midnight from a direct Trump mention. I think Trump might be one of the few people on the Republican side that's too smart to recognize that highlighting me in any way, shape, or form is only beneficial for me, and therefore he's not doing it. Yeah. Jason Beeferman. Effie for Congress calls Mike Lawler's unsuccessful lawsuit to kick her off the primary ballot embarrassing after a judge ruled in her favor. Today, Mike Lawler was overwhelmingly defeated. His desperate effort to silence thousands of Democratic voters and disenfranchise more than 100 volunteers who powered my grassroots petition campaign. A judge has officially ruled in our favor. My name will appear on both the Democratic and Working Families Party lines for the June 23rd primary. This embarrassing loss exposed the lengths to which Mike Lawler will follow the MAGA playbook to subvert our democracy. As a co-sponsor of legislation to deny millions of American citizens their right to vote, Lawler has once again shown that he is a foot soldier in Donald Trump's attempts to slide our country into authoritarianism and fascism. We are in a pivotal moment in our history, with Trump and Lawler actively trying to tear down the very institutions that protect us. If we are to restore America's faith in democracy, then we must vote MAGA Mike Lawler out in November. Mike Lawler responded to that by saying, what's embarrassing is that the candidate for Congress would pay a firm to hire folks to commit fraud. They hired people registered and living in New Jersey to collect signatures, in addition to faking hundreds of signatures of voters in New York. It was so egregious the judge referred it to criminal prosecution. While the judge ultimately ruled she had enough valid signatures, the real question is how much fraud is legally permissible and why are folks... Oh, so she did have enough signatures. Okay, got it. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Why is Mike Lawler and Donald Trump so afraid? Why are they so afraid that they're actively weighing in on this race before the Democratic primary? A Trump-endorsed Democrat, Lamau, the pro-Effie ads are writing themselves? No, Mike Lawler is not a Democrat. Mike Lawler is a Republican. There's a Democratic primary taking place. We got to get Effie Phillips Staley in, okay? Remember, if you can't maintain revolutionary optimism and hold on to like little pockets of hope, do it out of spite, okay? Do it out of spite. The fraud allegations add a wrinkle, but surely Trump condemning a primary candidate is a huge boost to someone whose biggest obstacle is name recognition. No? Oh, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Are you kidding me? But spite burns quick? Okay, but it can be tinder to ignite your passion. And then you can hold on to pockets of hope. You got a donate link for her? Yes, I do. Chatters have been spamming it already. You're being featured on Pakistani news? Wait, what? Yeah. SecureActBlue.com/donate/Piker to support Effie Phillips Staley. Yeah, I saw this. Mike Lawler and Josh Gottheimer have become quite the team. In addition to their new bill condemning Hassan Piker, last year they teamed up for the anti-IGO bill that would sentence Americans who boycott Israel to 20 years in prison, and another bill to give Israel B-2 bombers. Israel first, man. That's it. There's one party that transcends above all American interests, and that is the Israel First Party. You got Democrats in the Israel First Party. You got Republicans in the Israel First Party. Damn near the entirety of the Republicans, with the exception of Thomas Massie, are in the Israel First Party. And a big chunk of the Democrats are there too. Some of them are too shy. Some of them obviously are too shy to admit it. Okay? Making you the lead writing candidate against Cory Booker? That's funny. Okay, chatter. You were born there. It's time to reclaim your home? Yeah, sure. All right, let's get back to Iran now for the time being.
Doing it quite successfully. Now, President...
Are you going to be a major figure of discussion in the midterm elections? Unfortunately, yes.
Trump is discovering the same thing. He can't solve the problem, but he's going to have to manage it. He's going to have to make that management process look somehow different to the one we had before.
Is there another point, or is this not fair, that Iran, both economically and militarily, is much weaker than it was?
Yeah, undoubtedly.
And that, if peace is temporarily held, is a positive, at least for a number of years, if not for a number of decades?
Yes, I don't know about decades, but President Trump could certainly say, look, Iran is much weaker than it was, much weaker, and that's certainly true. But the leadership is stronger. So, he's got a less pliable group of Revolutionary Guard leaders there now. And I do think there will be a reckoning between the population and the government in Iran. I mean, the situation for ordinary Iranians, 90 million of them, and at least 70 million, probably 80 million of them, but at least 70 million of that 90 million, they hate the government, they hate them. And there will be a reckoning, but probably not soon, maybe in a couple of years, maybe 4 or 5 years. There will be a reckoning. And when that reckoning comes, I'm sure it will be very violent, which it might not have been before. But it will occur. I think, President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu will get their regime change, but probably not while they're in office. It'll come down the road. There will be a new Iran emerging out of this, because Iran is in such dire straits economically compared to where it was a year ago.
You mentioned there President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, and I was just interested because obviously before you were talking about how America wants an off-ramp, right? They want to get out of it. What does Israel want now?
Yeah, they don't want the war to stop because Israel's got its own war. So this war within a war is Israel's war on Hezbollah to once and for all to hit Hezbollah so hard it will demolish it. And Hezbollah is Israel's main opposition, really. I mean, Israel has never bothered too much about Hamas. It suited them to have Hamas in Gaza because it kept the Palestinians split. They've never much worried about the Houthis, who are just a nuisance from their point of view, in Yemen. They worried a lot about Iran because Iran was their big problem. And they think if the Iranian problem has now been at least mitigated by the destruction, now their main problem remains Hezbollah. And Israel wants to carry on. This process that we've seen this week has gone on without any real consultation with Israel. And so two things are happening. One is that Benjamin Netanyahu is seeking reassurances from the Trump administration that they won't give in too much, that they will stick to a tough plan on nuclear negotiations, and that getting the highly enriched uranium out of Iran, this 400 kilos or so of highly enriched uranium, must leave Iran to some third country. That's probably going to happen. And that's very, very important to the Israelis. So they've got their issues that they want to press, but they're not in a good position. If Trump needs to make the deal before he goes to China, which he probably does, which is next week, he'll tell the Israelis, you've got to cool it in Lebanon, because the Israelis can be spoilers to what is going on between Tehran and Washington. And the Israelis are very anxious now, I think, to do as much as they can against Hezbollah in the 4 or 5 days they've got left before they're told they must stop.
I wanted to ask Michael just quickly about your view of the US and China's meeting next week and the extent to which Taiwan will be a discussion point as opposed to potentially a military target for China, and whether it's even plausible that President Trump is willing to sacrifice Taiwan over a very long-term time horizon in order to get some kind of agreement with President Xi on other areas.
Yeah, it's entirely plausible. I mean, in the first Trump administration, Fiona Hill, you remember who the British analyst who worked in the first Trump administration, she said very openly, she said that, President Trump made it pretty clear to China then that Taiwan was an issue, but it shouldn't stand in the way of better relations between the United States and China and sorting out the trade imbalance between them. I think there's a general sense in China that Trump will not fight a war for Taiwan. On the other hand, the Chinese, they don't want to invade Taiwan. They will if they have to. But what they're doing is I call it the anaconda strategy. They're trying to squeeze Taiwan with military deployments around it. They want to indicate to Taiwan that they're isolated, and sooner or later, Taiwan, it would be better if you made a political decision to come back into the fold. Make it now before it gets worse, before we need to invade you. And I think that's the nature of China's policy, and that's probably a 10-year policy now. Xi Jinping used to say that he wanted it resolved before he stepped down, which is 2027. But he's clearly not going to step down in 2027. He's going for a 4th term at least. So I think we've got until 2031 before it has to be resolved in his mind.
Well, it wasn't even meant to be 2027.
No.
Of course. So,
it's only 2 terms originally.
Yeah.
I mean, like all dictators, they fix the constitution and just keep going extra terms, which he will do. I'm sure he will.
As always, Michael, a pleasure. Thanks so much. We'll chat with Michael again later on in the programme.
Now, according to President Trump, the U.S. has had, quote, very good talks with Iran over the last 24 hours. But the word from inside Iran seems to be mixed. One of Tehran's top negotiators is mocking the president's brief operation to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He wrote the, quote, Operation Trust Me, Bro, failed. Sarah?
All right, joining me now is CNN chief international anchor Christian.
Oh, come on. No. Point to the other thing that he said. He called Axios folksios. He said Axios is folksios. Like fake CEOs as well.
And poor. Just let's first start with this. You saw the Operation Trust Me, Bro.
We got to take a L both on the military side and also on the propaganda. Like, how is that fucking possible, dude? Like, that part actually does hurt me a little bit. Like, look, I'm not like a nationalistic person by any means, but it is kind of unbelievable that Iran is not only putting belt to ass when it comes to the military stuff, and is like holding out and is a far more formidable opponent than the Americans clearly thought they would be. But on the propaganda front, it does hurt a little bit. Like, we got the best. We got Hollywood, man. We got Hollywood. How is it that Galabaf has a bunch of like fucking 26-year-olds in his staff and they're writing better tweets? We got nothing. New Trump posts hit the timeline. What did he say? Your shirt's looking weak today? It's bullshit. How dare you? How are they more educated but also better at memes while being better looking and having better style is just not fair? No, their bitches are bad, bro. Their bitches are badder, okay? Their weed, way louder than our weed. How is this possible? What's next? Are they going to fucking start flipping burgers better too? If they invent a better burger, I'm out. I mean, they got Kubide. I guess so. There is that too. They got us on the Kubide side too. It's bullshit, man. It's fucking bullshit. Jennifer Griffin at Fox News, chief national security correspondent for Fox News, says U.S. military just carried out strikes on Iran's Qeshm port and Bandar Abbas. Senior U.S. official tells me, but this is not a restarting of the war. More. Okay, so I guess it wasn't the UAE. It was America, or at least America's taking ownership over the strikes on Qeshm port in an effort to, I guess, hopefully try to preserve the idea of Dubai. Air defense is now active over Tehran. So they're back. So it's back. It's back on. They're like, no. This is a ceasefire, but you don't understand. This is a ceasefire where we're just, continuing to fire. That's just a unique kind of ceasefire that you've never actually experienced before, where we just keep firing and Iran fires back. So I guess it's not a fucking ceasefire at all.
That was put out by one of the chief negotiators. But you also heard Donald Trump spoke to Fox News on the phone saying this should be wrapped up in a week. So what are you sort of expecting at this point when you hear all these different views at the same time?
Well, I think they're the same views that we've been hearing. First, defiance from the Iranian side and a very sophisticated trolling activity. And secondly, President Trump literally talking all the time to various individual news organizations or in press conferences or whenever the camera is in his face about what actually he thinks is going to happen. What is absolutely clear is neither the United States nor Iran wants to go back to full-scale war. It is not in anybody's interest, neither the US and the rest of the world nor Iran. So now the question has always been, for the last weeks of this ceasefire, who has the highest patience level and pain threshold? And this is what is the big gamble right now, the big sort of wait and see. So if there is this one-page document that will try to open up the Strait of Hormuz, deal with that, President Trump declares victory and then tries to deal and must deal with the nuclear issue, then that seems to be probably more likely. Let us not forget that none of these operations that the United States has tried, the latest being Operation Freedom, so-called, to move boats and escort them out of the strait, has worked. They just haven't worked. In the meantime, the world economy gets worse and worse. Iran is in a whole load of pain economically. There's civilians, the poverty level, the wastage to the, the civilian infrastructure. Obviously, their weapons, systems, and all the rest of it have been dramatically weakened. So the question is now, what is Iran going to say back to the latest U.S. proposal, knowing, as we know, that they are prepared for more war, as they keep saying? They believe it might even be inevitable. The United States doesn't want it, even though it has so much military personnel and weapon systems and everything sort of in that region ready and prepared. So I think that this is, again, a little bit of wait and see. And I think also, let's face it.
Counterpoint to Amanpour. This is the crucial takeaway, says Gregory Brew, senior analyst for Iran and oil at Eurasia Group. The data suggests Iran has months of time before it really feels the crunch, but the capacity of the regime to absorb pain and to mete it out to the populace suggests a longer and perhaps indefinite timeline. So, I mean, this is a little bit of that classic, like, oh, the Iranians are more authoritarian than us, therefore they can hold out. They did this with like the Liberation Day tariffs back and forth as well with China, where they were like, well, China is authoritarian, so they can absorb a lot of the economic shocks. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're talking about waging war against the country, like, yeah, of course they're gonna clamp on members of the population that engage in destabilizing acts. But ultimately, what matters is who gets to hold out for how long. And it is clear that America, or the rest of the, not even just America, but like the global economy cannot withstand 4 months of a unlimited blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. They can't. We're not even obviously factoring in the untold amounts of pain that we are subjecting regular Iranians to in the process. But even if you were to calculate the harm being done to Asian countries and the populations there, something that they did not want to happen at all, something that they had no say in happening at all. We go back to the 3 M's, markets, munitions, and midterms. There's going to be a tremendous amount of domestic pressure. It's already started, where Americans are frustrated with the increase in prices of the gas pump. Markets have done well so far. Record high profits as always. There's a lot of corporate consolidation. However, there are some signals that things are not going too great for every sector, for every industry. Spirit Airlines obviously is gone. It's done. The price of jet fuel was the final blow that destroyed this low-cost carrier. And you have the Shell CEO screaming bloody murder as well for some reason, right? So even if the market performance is fine for the time being, there are clear indications that things are actually not as healthy as one would assume. And on the munitions front, we already know that America has expended a tremendous amount of its standoff munitions because they can't expend the much cheaper, much more plentiful gravity bombs, unguided and guided gravity bombs that they would be able to deploy if they had full-blown air superiority over the Iranian airspace. So we're going back to square one, which already failed. We know it failed because after 69 days, the strait is still closed. All the while, we lied to ourselves and anyone who would listen that we had destroyed the Iranian strike capabilities. Meanwhile, this new report from John Hudson, this new scoop from John Hudson proves what I've been saying all along, that America has not been able to successfully diminish Iranian strike capabilities at all. They have 75% of their fucking stockpiles. They've been able to dig themselves out of the cave systems that they were inside of. It has been a spectacular flub, a massive defeat. And yet, seemingly, the United States of America does not want to turn around and admit that defeat.
The Strait of Hormuz was not an issue before the war started on February 28th. It was not an issue. The nuclear issue was being negotiated at the table the day before the war was started. So now it's almost starting from zero and wondering what you're going to get better than you could have done on the days before the war. Sure, you've got a much weaker Iran, but it's still there and it has consolidated itself around the hardliners. You just said there were demonstrations. Well, those aren't.
Yeah, Fox News is citing a senior U.S. official saying that the U.S. has taken credit for the attacks that were carried out on Qeshm Island and Bandar Abbas, the port, and that they're also claiming that the strikes are not a resumption of the war on Iran. Okay, so what does that mean? Like, you can't just say, oh, this is not a resumption of the war. We're just doing some strikes on Iranian soil. At a certain point, America is using the Israel technique of saying, no, we cease. There's a ceasefire still implemented. You cease, we fire. So now it's absolutely up to Iran to reestablish military deterrence. Is it a ceasefire? Will America continue claiming it's a ceasefire even if Iran starts firing back as they did so this past week? If you recall, they tried to claim that the ceasefire continued when they did Operation, Prosperity Freedom or whatever the fuck they claimed they were going to do, where they tried to transit ships from the Strait of Hormuz with naval assets. And then Iran started bombing the United Arab Emirates and also attacked those ships as well. Jennifer Griffin says, the strike on one of Iran's oil ports comes 2 days after Iran fired 15 ballistic and cruise missiles at the UAE Fujairah port, eliciting anger from Gulf countries after top Pentagon leaders said Tuesday that the Iranian strikes did not rise to the level of breaking the ceasefire, calling it low-level attacks that didn't rise to that level. President Trump abruptly called off Project Freedom to open the Strait of Hormuz and guide ships through the strait after announcing the start of the military operations on Sunday. A senior U.S. official confirms to me that WallStreetJournal.com reporting from today that the Saudis and Kuwaitis abruptly halted permissions for the U.S. to use its bases and airspace for Project Freedom, a decision that this official said has been reversed. Saudi officials reportedly were angry at the Pentagon, downplaying the Iranian strikes on Monday. The Gulf states genuinely think that they could just get away with allowing the Americans to utilize their soil to do strikes on Iran or to violate the ceasefire conditions set forth by America and Iran. This makes no sense. They think they can do all of this and not receive any penalties for it. It's unbelievable. America demonstrates this hubris with regular frequency because it's the United States of America. If you're a Gulf state that thinks you're going to be able to get away with behaving like America when you're in striking distance of Iran, well, there's a very different reality there for you. Okay? This is huge and confirms the notion that the Saudis were quietly backing the U.S. war in Iran was a complete myth. It never made sense to start with. Given the eminently predictable, devastating consequences the war has had on Saudi Arabia, why on earth would they have signed up for it? It also confirms that the Saudis, and I suspect many other actors in the region, no longer see the U.S. military presence on their soil as a security guarantee, which is another way in which Iran is winning strategically. Many people were wondering what possible strategic calculus Iran could have in mindlessly bombing all their neighbors, as many were putting it. Well, the whole point was precisely so that those neighbors would do exactly what the Saudis just did. QED. Trump just abruptly U-turned on a plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz came after Saudi Arabia suspended U.S. access to his bases and airspace. They might reopen it. But if they do reopen it, then Iran will continue bombing the bases. This is necessary for reestablishing military deterrence.
Protesters against the regime, as you pointed out, those are authorized and sanctioned pro-government shows of defiance.
This morning, it is Iran.
Chatters, I'm going to cover the UK election news when there is UK election news. From what I understand, there is no UK election news just yet. Okay?
Iran's move. So there were pro-regime protests erupting in Tehran. You can see them right there as a source tells CNN that Iran is expected to respond today to the latest U.S. proposal to end the war. We are told that a one-page memo is being floated that would formally declare the conflict over and then trigger a 30-day negotiating period to resolve the more serious sticking points, including the nuclear issues, unfreezing Iranian assets, and the future security in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, President Trump has been sounding optimistic. He says Iran has already agreed to some of the sticking points. But the word from Iran, certainly more defiant. The parliament speaker there, one of the top negotiators, mocked the president's short-lived operation to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz. He wrote that, quote, Operation Trust Me Bro failed. Let's get to CNN's Elena Treen at the White House this morning. And we're waiting for, white smoke or black smoke to emerge from the White House. We're waiting to hear, frankly. I don't mean to joke about it, but right now it's just a waiting game to hear what Iran says, right?
No, absolutely. And I did appreciate your Pope joke, given that we know the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is expected to meet with him today. But to go back to the topic at hand on Iran, look, we heard from the spokesperson for the foreign ministry in Tehran said that they had received the U.S. proposal, that they were studying it. And the expectation we have gotten from our sources is that they are expected to deliver a response to that proposal today. Now, of course, the Iranians, what we are hearing is that it is expected to be positive. I think a key question, of course, is what is positive for the Iranians is not necessarily positive.
Black smoke means a new gas price has been chosen is great. I mean, it's not great for the people experiencing it, ourselves included, but good joke regardless.
For everyone else. And also, of course, the big question is whether or not what they send back will really line up and match with what, of course, the U.S. has been putting forward. Now, I will say that one thing that we have heard from the president is, he told this to CBS yesterday, to PBS yesterday, in an interview, is this question of highly enriched uranium. He essentially said that we're going to go get it. That has been a huge sticking point throughout all of this, particularly for the Iranians. So there are, of course, still very controversial points to all of this that still need to be worked out. But I will say, at least from the White House perspective, they are cautiously optimistic. They are hoping that the positive feedback they are receiving from the Pakistanis, that the Iranians are moving closer to a compromise, is going to prove to be true. They're also just encouraged by any forward movement in these talks right now. So we are standing by.
I'm watching a Twitch streamer from the U.S. to find out whether the Green Party won my council or not, lol. Yeah, brother. Wait till you find out that the leader of the Green Party is also a friend. And during election night, he was in here, in the American election, obviously. He was in here watching, looking to find out what took place in the American elections. Yep. Zach Polanski, Hassan Abihead. We are wherever the working class is. If the working class is international, as it is, then we're there. First results are at 4 p.m. PST, and apparently most results will be coming in tomorrow.
Waiting to see what exactly the Iranians put forth, John.
Do you have any sense of where things stand at this moment?
based on what I know, and it's not classified information, there is a framework. It's nebulous. It provides, in effect, for an extension of.
By the way, Blumenthal, you might be shocked to hear this, but Richard Blumenthal, unbelievably pro-Israel. You might say, what? Hassan, another Democratic politician, is very pro-Israel? That's unbelievable. Well, it gives me no pleasure to report this, but abso-fucking-lutely he is.
The ceasefire, despite the exchange of hostilities that have occurred over the last 48 hours, the president is saying that the ceasefire continues, but it is more like a path forward than a genuine peace proposal.
So an extension leaving the harder issues until later, like Iran's nuclear program. How would you feel about some kind of signed document today which doesn't deal with the enriched uranium still inside Iran?
A nuclear-armed Iran is unacceptable. I think there's a lot of consensus on that point. But what we're more likely to see as a result of this exchange of papers is simply an agreement to try to seek an agreement. And the president's under pressure because he's going to China on March 14th, and he wants some progress before then. He has made a fundamental miscalculation that bombing alone would accomplish his objectives. Those objectives have been shifting and contradictory, securing the enriched uranium, changing the regime, destroying the missile production capacity, halting the terrorist attacks. None has been achieved because bombing and bombast and bluster are not capable of doing it. So he's under a lot of pressure to extricate the United States and avoid the continuing costs that are imposed on the American people.
So again, and we don't know specifics of this one-page document, but the broad framework, sort of an extension with the discussion on the.
Rest in peace to Ted Turner, but he had a very funny take on this as well. The founder of CNN, for those of you who don't know, the eccentric billionaire Ted Turner, when asked, I believe around the 2000s, when they talked about Iran's nuclear weapons program and how big of a threat it presents to us, Ted famously said, "We have 18,000 nukes. Why can't they have like 10? Who cares?" Now, I'm not saying it. I'm just using a guy who invented CNN and his sentiment on the issue to my advantage. Okay? The U.S. is selling 1,000 Patriot interceptor missiles worth $17 billion to UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain, despite a U.S. stockpile depleted by the Iran war. The U.S. said last week it was selling $4 billion worth of interceptors to Qatar. All this takes years to make.
Major issues to come. Where would that leave Iran?
Oh, he also, no. It's the full Hassanabi doctrine. He literally then followed up by saying no one should have them, which is my take as well. My take is complete denuclearization across the board. I agree with that. But in the absence of complete denuclearization, nuclear proliferation is the only way to maintain sovereignty if you're a nation in the periphery. That's it.
In terms of the strength of the regime today and tomorrow versus the beginning of February.
Iran is weakened in terms of its missile and drone capacity and its production. But the hardliners are very much in control. It is weakened economically, certainly, but it is in control of the strait, and it's going to insist that it continue to be in control. And the question really is, John, as you've identified it very correctly, will they have some lesser enrichment of uranium, such as the JCPOA contemplate? So where Trump is now headed seems to be very much the JCPOA 2.0, maybe slightly changed, and it could have been the result of negotiations, not a war that was based on a fundamental miscalculation.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says, and I'm paraphrasing here, that essentially the United States holds all.
To be fair, regardless of how pro-Israel Blumenthal is, he was in support of the Iran nuclear agreement. Fair is fair. At the Hassanabi broadcast, we call balls and strikes. Blumenthal was in favor of JCPOA. So I'm glad that he's one of the few fucking Democratic Party congresspersons who's actively calling out that there was a successful diplomatic process that took place under the Obama administration. And I'm talking about like back in the day in 2015, he announced his support for the Iran nuclear agreement as well.
The cards. Is that how you see it? Does Iran have no cards this morning?
Iran has
Were most Dems against JCPOA? I wouldn't say most Dems were against it, but some of them were too shy to let their opinions be known. And there were others who were actively against it, like Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer was literally against the JCPOA, okay? There's levels to this shit. That's my point. There's levels to like Israel dick eating, okay? Some people eat it a little bit. Some people take a little nibble of the dick. Some people full throat it, okay? Some people throat it all the way down. Guac guac 6,000. Chuck Schumer, deep throat, okay?
A lot of cards, and you're seeing them in real time. Americans are paying much higher prices for gasoline, but not just for fuel, also for food, everything from mattresses to medical devices, everything dependent on petrochemicals and plastics. And the world economy is at risk, all because Iran still holds cards. And here's a lesson. You can't count on war being quick and easy. You can't base it on bombast and bluster or bombing alone. And the costs of this war have yet to be fully felt or calculated. And I would just emphasize this point. This administration has concealed a lot of the costs. I've asked repeatedly in classified settings as well as in open hearings, most recently when Hegseth came before the Congress in a hearing last week. What are the costs of this war? And so far they've stonewalled and really stalled us and the American people.
We just put up on the screen there, oil prices are down today, a few more percent on expectations. I think that there will be some kind of agreement. Oil prices are down, gas prices, they should stay up again. I think the national average is about $4.56 a gallon of gas, which is...
Fox News just showed Kyle Kulinski. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The dark woke brigadier general is finally getting the Fox News noti. The Fox News notice. Oh my God, it's happening.
To add to the division, the Nazi-tatted guy who wants to be the next senator from Maine, Graham Plattner, calling Republicans fascists.
We have multiple paths in front of us. One of them is very
I'm texting
clear.
him.
That is the path of fascism. It is the path of bigotry and hatred, of racism and xenophobia. That is not an option.
This kind of reminds me, Greg, yesterday, what you were talking about with Jessica. Why do you care if I like Donald Trump?
I mean, well, first, like Hamill's image would be meaningless if you didn't have such a connection between
They showed
rhetoric
Jennifer Welch
and
first and then Kyle. Oh my God, they're coming after other content creators
if they
finally.
didn't act on this stuff, it would be just another inflammatory thing. We all do that, but unfortunately, they lead the league in violent political acts. It's funny, in politics there are two things. There's the message and there's the package. Trump happens to be both together. What you see is what you get. With Democrats, they've always had to kind of like find a package to hide the message. Joe Biden, you know, old statesman, old white guy, hide the radicalism. With Plattner, it's really hard. The packaging with him is the message. I mean, what has he said that mirrors the modern?
You know what's really funny about this? Like, are they just gonna highlight all of the fucking goated content creators on this side, like on the commentariat? Kyle Kulinski, Jennifer Welch, myself. Don't they realize this is fucking free promo? I guess they don't. I guess their midterm strategy, unironically, is to like attack every left content creator to be like, see, these guys are real bad. They're a real danger. Buddy, we know what you advocate for. We hear your advocacy.
Republicans, but they've always compared Republicans to some kind of existential threat. They've done it with climate change. They've done it with compassion. They do it with Trump. That allows them to label us as amoral. But we know, and Harold would agree, Republicans are not evil. We have a different path to the pursuit of happiness and serenity in people's lives, safety and security. I don't care that you hate Trump. Why should you care that I like him? The answer would be because he's evil. He's like a Nazi. Well, this is where the whole thing falls apart. What does that mean to me if I'm your Republican friend who voted for Trump? that you would believe I would support a Nazi. We've been friends for years. I've been through this. If you're my friend, you have to realize that's illogical, because how were we friends for 10 or 20 years and now you found out I was a fascist? How did that happen? Right. You knew I was a right winger in the 80s, in the 90s, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can't be seen with him. So the key moment of your in the self-realization of a liberal should be, if your dad loves Trump and you love your dad, shouldn't you maybe question whether your dad doesn't love a Hitler figure, and therefore maybe Trump is not a Hitler figure? And that flaw in your thinking should put into question the reliability on your filter on your life, that this thing is not working. It's not translating. If I love my dad and my dad voted for Trump, but I think Trump is Hitler, there's something wrong with my logic. Your dad is not a Nazi lover. This is why they break off relationships, because when they run into those people that they like and they love, it calls into question that filter.
And you're asking a lot of them to use logic because they're not obviously using it. They're using emotion, and Trump, for some reason, makes them so emotional. They're breaking up marriages, Jillian.
Well, to be frank, Jesse, well, first of all, I would like to say before I start my...
I think after losing your goddamn mind about me, about Graham Plattner, about like numerous Democrats for the past 2 months, you can't say that the Democrats are being hysterical, right? I just don't think you can keep saying that, because you have behaved hysterically.
You don't have to be in love with them. You don't have to marry them. Like, you just have
Anyway,
to...
I don't care about this. This is irrelevant. I was excited about the prospect of dark woke General Kyle Kulinski getting a mention. But seemingly there is no more mentions of dark woke General Kyle Kulinski. So let's get back to monitoring the situation, and also
this university in Central.
We will be covering the UK elections as well. For all the British out there, fucking hell, the Greens are running an insurgent campaign, taking away the fucking old corrupt Labour Party that has decided to be right wing, basically fucking Tories. Iran is claiming that the U.S. has broken the ceasefire, vows retaliation. Reports in Iran say a spokesperson for the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters accused U.S. forces of violating the ceasefire by attacking Iranian oil tankers near the Strait of Hormuz and launching airstrikes on civilian areas around Bandar, Qamir, Shirak, Qashem Island, allegedly with the support from regional allies. Iran says its armed forces responded immediately by targeting U.S. military vessels in eastern Strait of Hormuz and south of Chabahar, claiming significant damage was inflicted. The statement warns that Iran will continue to respond forcefully and without hesitation to any future attacks. Kind of feels like the ceasefire is over. And the American destroyers in the Gulf, according to Bonserberry from 2 minutes ago, are still under attack. Mehr News Agency says a new explosion has occurred in the city of Bandar Abbas. Informed sources to Tasnim say 3 American destroyers near the Strait of Hormuz were targeted by the Iranian Navy. The attack on the hostile American destroyers was carried out using missiles and suicide drones. I went to my local polling station after work today and did not see another person in the vicinity like 5 to 10 minutes. I was there. Interesting experience during an election. Fucking hell, lad. Fucking hell. Bro, reform is going to win in a landslide. Unfortunately, normies have fallen for the slop. No, I know. I know that there is a lot of, the reform is actually popping. I know. It's unfortunate. How does a drone become a suicide drone? Isn't it a robot? Yeah.
Tehran is considered by the US and Israel one of the very first stages in Iran's nuclear supply chain. It was struck in mid-March by the US-Israeli campaign, and it's one of dozens of sites across Iran we've been analysing to see how much of its nuclear supply chain has been wiped out. And the answer is not as much as the US and Israel would like. That university you just saw has been under US sanctions since 2012 for researching and developing weapons of mass destruction. It's a reminder of just how long the US has been tracking Iran's ability to make nuclear weapons. And we found that in these latest strikes by the US and Israel, while much of the production process has been substantially damaged, some of the most important parts of this process, the stores of highly enriched uranium, may not have been touched at all. Let's start at the beginning of the supply chain. Alongside the research, the process starts at places like these, Saghand Uranium Mine, where the raw material, uranium ore, is mined. In recent years, Saghand Mine has expanded significantly. You can see widening pits, growing piles of earth, and diggers. We looked at recent imagery since the latest strikes and found no evidence of damage. In fact, from between the clouds, you can still see diggers operating at the site. So far, this indicates this stage of the nuclear supply chain may remain untouched. Next, the mined uranium ore is transported to production plants like this one in Ardecan. Here, it's converted into yellowcake, which is a type of concentrated uranium. We found this plant was substantially damaged in recent strikes on March 27th. An image taken the following month shows little change, suggesting the Iranians have not rebuilt this site yet. After this, the yellowcake is taken here to sites like this one in Isfahan to be purified and converted into uranium hexafluoride. And it's this stage of the supply.
This is only one element of the war efforts, right? On the one hand, it's clear that the Iranian nuclear capabilities have not been destroyed in the way that America suggested. And on the other hand, there's a far more damaging truth, according to the Washington Post report that just came out, something that we knew already by looking at the different, not always so easily, readily available commercial footage, that Iran has been unbelievably successful in basically cratering certain U.S. bases in the Gulf and even destroying American assets, very expensive assets like satellites, or not satellites, sorry, radar and early advanced warning detection systems. So they've been able to effectively shut off the United States' network of eyes and ears in the region. And this has also diminished the Israeli early advanced warning systems that play a role in this network that defends Israel, that plays a role in the Iron Dome. So both on the offensive capabilities, they have not achieved their results. And also on the defensive side, it's been an unbelievable failure from the American side. Scoop, POTUS met privately with the Nelk Boys today. The popular YouTube influencers support him in 2024, according to a White House official. Oh my God, they are so fucking desperate. That is hilarious. This is what this fucking dumbass is doing as the world is on fire. Fantastic.
Supply chain that has caused the biggest headache for the US and Israel. Back last June, French outlet Le Monde found this truck visible in imagery taken just days before the strikes. These blue containers are likely carrying uranium into the tunnels, experts told CNN. Days later, these facilities were substantially damaged in Israeli attacks. You can see several buildings wiped out. Then, in early 2026, Iran covered over several entrances to these underground tunnels with earth, preventing people from accessing them. Further measures were taken this April when these roadblocks were put up in front of the entrances to the tunnels. It could suggest there still remains something valuable down there. They were not, however, hit in the latest US-Israeli strikes. Even experts we spoke to are unsure why. David Albright is a world-leading expert on nuclear weapons. How much of a risk in the future is that stores in Isfahan Mountain?
Well, I think it's a big risk. That's quite a bit of money in the bank. I mean, the amount of enriched uranium they've produced was equivalent to a full years of production of their entire enrichment complex, and is believed to be mostly, and almost all of it, at Isfahan.
In fact, the US believes this too, and their demand to remove this uranium has been a key issue in the stalling peace negotiations. And finding out exactly how much is down there is central to determining whether Iran remains a nuclear threat. Katie Pugliese, CNN, London.
What is important to understand is there are a lot of different components of the nuclear program. There's the supply chain, there's the nearly 1,000 pounds of uranium enriched up to 60%, which is the Iranians still have buried underground. Very difficult, in fact, for U.S. aircraft to strike, even with big GBU-57s. It's just buried beneath the earth. And then there are other things that weren't in that, like scientists. The Iranians have scientists, so there's nuclear know-how. The Israelis have killed a little bit over a dozen Iranian nuclear scientists, but there's still many out there. So there's knowledge that still persists as well.
Yeah, I mean, impossible to just kind of eviscerate or obliterate the whole thing, obviously, as had been put out there. Now, Iran said today, Seth, something I wanted to ask you about. That, yesterday, we know that the UAE was hit by a large number of missiles and drones, okay? In fact, almost the most since the quote-unquote ceasefire even began. And Iran then said that their armed forces did not carry out any attacks on the UAE. But the UAE says they did, right? And there was obviously evidence of that as well. There was a major oil port in flames. And the UAE says it was 19 missiles and drones yesterday. So what is going on here? And I know you're learning something new about that really could change, in a sense, one of the core trajectories of this war.
Yeah, Aaron, it looks like Iran is trying to publicly make it seem like this is a war between Iran and the United States. The reality, as we look at what Iran has conducted attacks against, or who it's conducted attacks against, even the last day or two, it's conducted strikes against the Emiratis and against Oman. Targets in Oman and their ships as well, including a South Korean tanker. So the number of countries that have been hit has grown. I mean, my sources are telling me that there is growing unhappiness within Gulf states who are increasingly looking at options to become more militarily involved, not just in defensive operations, but in offensive operations, including with potential for airstrikes. I mean, I understand that already one Gulf state has likely already conducted strikes in unpopulated islands in the Gulf as a signal that it could escalate. So I think we are on the verge of potentially seeing some escalation by Gulf states.
Joining me now is physicist David Albright, the president and founder of the Institute for Science and International Security. He is also a former nuclear inspector. Thank you so much for being here. First, when you...
Bro, so much of this conversation unironically revolves around, is Iran legally allowed to strike back? Okay. It's just like, is that allowed? Is Iran legally allowed to strike back? Find out more at 7, you know? Why is Iran allowed to hit American military bases and countries that are allowing American military to operate as they use the airspace of these countries to hit Iranian soil?
Look at the images, satellite images, about Iran's nuclear capabilities and what you know about its capabilities from before all of this. What do you glean from all this?
Well, one is before the war started in June, Iran was able to build a nuclear weapon, if it decided to do so, within months and have high certainty it would work. Now they aren't able to do that. I mean, there's intelligence assessments that have become public recently that say they'll need it a year. I would probably say perhaps longer, but more importantly, the weapon may not work. That much of the nuclear weaponization infrastructure of Iran's program has been destroyed. So it's not just the enriched uranium that matters. That's critical, and that's really the centerpiece of all the negotiations right now. But the ability to make the bomb itself is important. So I think Iran has been seriously set back, and instead of us facing a program where at any moment Iran could decide to build a bomb quickly within months, now we're with a program that, if it decided to build a bomb, would take more like a year, and there'd be roadblocks along the way that would be facing their own uncertainty of whether they could succeed, and so the probability that it wouldn't work would be potentially substantial. So I think the war created quite a bit of damage to the program.
Yeah, there are a lot of damaged facilities, from the university where the research for a nuclear bomb was done to many of the other places that helped facilitate the creation of nuclear weapons. I do want to ask...
Cope and justification for war crimes. That's what this is. First is cope, where it's like, oh, the Iranian nuclear capabilities have diminished or whatever. It's cope because it's not even a significant factor in the Iranian calculation. The nuclear program, or the enrichment of the uranium, was entirely done as a negotiation, as leverage in the negotiation process. And a justification for the war crimes comes from the attack on wait, hold on. Doors open. Sorry. The justification of attacking universities is a justification for war crimes. It's a civilian facility. It's ridiculous. It's no different than like blowing up MIT or some shit. Okay, but of course, because it's Iranian, we get to entertain how valid this is. It's fucking bullshit.
Ask you about sort of what's happening right now. The Secretary of State says that the combat part of the war is over. The president says just this morning that negotiations are underway, or they're promising. If the goal is to keep Iran from nuclear weapons capabilities, what must be part of the agreement when it comes to how it's handled, when it comes to how Iran is moving forward or not with their...
When did the United States bomb a university? They bombed multiple universities in Iran alongside Israel.
Nuclear program.
Well, there's a couple things. One is the enriched uranium stocks that Katie pointed out are very important, and those have to be part of a deal to preferably, from a U.S. point of view, remove the enriched uranium from Iran, and you want to create further roadblocks on Iran's ability to build the bomb, and that's a very good way to do it. Another part of it, though, is that Iran has to they've got to commit not to build nuclear weapons, and I, from my point of view, they've got to admit that they do it. They always deny it, but we know they've been working on nuclear weapons for decades, and so you have to have a commitment not to do it, and then you have to have some good inspections that verify that the program has ended. And so I think that's, and I see from some of the reporting that the Trump administration is considering that, but that's always one of the hardest things for Iran to accept, because I think no matter what they want to be able to reconstitute to build nuclear weapons, to have that option, if not actually implement it. And these negotiations have to just end that ambition on the part of Iran. The war has made that goal much harder for Iran to accomplish, but it didn't end it.
We're looking at some imagery here of some of the bombings of Esfahan, and also, though, where the uranium is mined, and it looks like
Iran is providing more info than the Pentagon. Iran's Joint Military Command says the U.S. carried out airstrikes in civilian areas with the cooperation of some regional countries. Amazing that Iran's military is putting out more information on potential U.S. military strikes than the Pentagon itself. No, they have.
It's more and more of it has been mined since those initial strikes.
They've openly recognized it now.
Do we have any sense of how much enriched uranium there is, and how difficult it would be because Iran, that's the one thing they do not want to do, is give that up?
In this round, Israel took out the facility that could take that, and it's uranium ore. It's not uranium per se. Uranium is maybe 1% or less of the ore, and you have to process that at a facility, and Israel destroyed that facility in this round. And Katie pointed that out in her story.
Is it again Iran's restraint being perceived as weakness? Every time. That's a constant. Just remember, Iran says yes to ceasefire negotiations. America perceives that as weakness. Iran doesn't go up the escalation ladder to create sufficient military deterrence. That's seen as that's perceived as weakness.
The International Atomic Energy Agency knew very precisely how much enriched uranium Iran had right before the war started in June 2025. The uncertainty now is how much of it is inaccessible. Some amount was in the Fort El Mountain, which was heavily destroyed by the U.S. bombing. Any highly enriched uranium there, or enriched uranium, is probably hard to assess. The IA has reported that over half is in these Esfahan mountain tunnel complexes, but we don't really know how much the bombing in June destroyed some of that. So I think the uncertainties are on how much is left that is accessible to Iran, and it's probably significant. So it is right that's a centerpiece of the negotiation. Now,
yeah, while we're having this conversation, the U.S.-Israeli strikes are still ongoing, by the way. The iron law of U.S.-Israeli foreign policy is that the Iranian government is at all times, A, not going to survive the year, and B, 16 seconds away from being a nuclear power. Statement from the spokesperson of Iran's armed forces central headquarters of Hazrat Khatam al-Anbiya says the U.S. violated the ceasefire. I already covered that. The U.S. will start revoking passports this week for parents who owe $100,000 or more in child support, and will soon expand the policy. Once again, Donald Trump is attacking his own base for some weird reason. Don't really understand why, but good luck, I guess. Like, who could this be for other than the biggest family court victims of all time, Republican dads? Like, I don't have an issue with this policy. I don't understand why it exists. But I will say that it's an interesting policy, because I feel like it will it will end up hurting the base more than anybody else if we're keeping it $1.50. Very strange.
The question: why didn't the United States and Israel further destroy these mountain complexes? There's two that could hold enriched uranium, and I mean, the only answer I could default to right now is they wanted to make sure that it ends.
This is the Operations Centre of UK Maritime Trade Operations, UKMTO. It tracks commercial shipping in contested waters around the world, off the coast of East Africa.
Did they forget what Joe Kent said? Why are they still insisting on Iran getting a nuclear bomb bullshit? Brother, I don't know how to explain this to you, and perhaps one day you will understand, but they're fucking lying, okay? They have to create reasonable, probable cause for why we're engaging in this kind of military action and why gas is now $4.50 in Mike Lawler's district.
Here in the Red Sea, and critically right now in the Strait of Hormuz. We can see it here, the hazardous area boxed off. These red lines are effectively Iranian border control. They've told all vessels inside this zone they need to get out or face attack. And if and when those attacks are to come, this is where those ships will call. They come in on a phone number that's on the bridge of every commercial vessel. This is like 999 for cargo ships and tankers in trouble.
Can you confirm the name of the vessel again to me, please, sir? And how can I help you?
Information received here is shared with ship owners, with coalition partners, with regional search and rescue where necessary to coordinate help if required. And crucially, it is shared publicly so that other vessels can react accordingly to any danger. Now, since the war began, they've seen transits through the Strait of Hormuz come down from 130 a day, 65 or so in each direction, to just 10. And in the last 48 hours, since Donald Trump abandoned US plans to escort vessels and diplomatic progress appears to be being made, well, 0 vessels have made that transit.
We're taking calls from merchant vessels from contested waters, particularly where they feel they might be under threat of attack or they've seen something suspicious. We cover all the threats that are available in that area, so from piracy to state action to terrorist action. We're sharing verified and can be alarms going in the background, sirens, and sometimes we've even heard shots as well. So our watchkeepers are trained to keep clear and calm at all times. Until there is more certainty on how safe it is and where it is safe for their seafarers to go, they are not able to make those movements. So they're really looking for leadership and stability before they can start to recover. And we'll need to start with some kind of evacuation, humanitarian evacuation, because we've got around 20,000 seafarers who are stuck inside the straits at the moment.
With more than 800 vessels stranded on the western side of the Strait of Hormuz, even if and when the waters are safe, it will take weeks for them to clear and months before global supply lines return to normal. And here, they'll watch all that happen.
We are seeing those historic swings in the price of oil with every headline about the Iran war. And now we have learned that the Justice Department is investigating a series of suspiciously timed trades just ahead of major announcements about the war by President Trump. Sources tell ABC News that the DOJ, along with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, are probing at least 4 trades in the oil market where traders made a total of more than $2.6 billion betting that oil prices would drop right before they actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that being a fucking excellent trader was illegal. Okay, in this circumstance, it might literally be illegal, but whatever, dude. I didn't realize we were punishing greatness. Also, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is not going to investigate shit because the people that are making these incredibly strategic decisions to make the perfect bets at the perfect time, they're making these fucking decisions because they're in these rooms.
Starting on March 23rd, data from the London Stock Exchange showed just 15 minutes before Trump posted that he would delay attacking Iran's power grid, traders bet $500 million that oil prices would fall. On April 7th, a few hours before Trump announced a ceasefire, nearly $1 billion in bets on oil dropping. Similar pattern on April 17th, $760 million in trades just 20 minutes before Iran announced the Strait of Hormuz was open. And on April 21st, 15 minutes before Trump extended the ceasefire, traders bet $430 million oil would go down. We do not know the identities of these traders, but these are very big payouts, raising concerns about insider trading. The CFTC and DOJ are not officially commenting, guys.
It shouldn't be too hard to figure out who made the trades, and that is definitely suspicious. All right, thank you so much for that, Elizabeth.
Millions of people across Britain are going to polling stations to cast ballots in a set of elections for more than 100 local councils across England and for semi-autonomous parliaments in Wales and Scotland. This is the biggest set of elections since Prime Minister Keir Starmer swept to power in a landslide in July 2024. And opposition parties are painting these votes as an unofficial referendum on Starmer and his Labour Party centre-left government. Labour is defending about 2,500 local council seats in England and is the incumbent government in Wales, but is bracing for heavy losses across the country in this election. That would be very bad news for Keir Starmer, whose personal approval ratings as well as his government's approval ratings have been in the doldrums for months. That's due to a range of factors, including a sluggish economy and a series of policy U-turns and miscalculations that have raised questions about his political judgment. Among these is his decision, which backfired, to appoint Peter Mandelson, a friend of Jeffrey Epstein, as Britain's ambassador to Washington at the start of Donald Trump's second term. A very bad result for Labour in these elections could trigger a move by his own Labour Party to oust him and replace him with another leader. If Labour is likely to be the big loser in these elections, the big winners are expected to be what have been called the insurgent parties. There's Reform UK, the hard-right party led by Nigel Farage, and the Green Party, which has expanded from its environmentalist base to become what's been called an eco-populist party under its young leader, Zach Polanski. Political experts say these elections may mark a major milestone in Britain's shift from a two-party system, dominated by Labour and the Conservatives, to a much more multi-party and even chaotic form of politics.
So I'm delighted now to be joined by the leader of the Green Party, who's in Cardiff as we speak. Zach, very, very good to see you. I would imagine that you are... it's always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for joining us. I would imagine that you are somebody who believes that it's really important to restore trust in politics and politicians.
I think it's incredibly important. And actually, I heard comparisons then to me and Nigel Farage, and I just think those comparisons are completely unfair. Nigel Farage took a £5 million donation before he was an MP. I realise I've made mistakes. I'm a human being, but I think the comparison is probably a little bit unfair. More generally, I do think it's important that all of us in public life make sure that we act with integrity, that we're honest and that we're held accountable.
I mean, obviously there are big issues of integrity which all voters would want to see all our leaders adhering to, but also just sort of, you know, essentially people being straight with us. I mean, I genuinely don't understand how you could confuse being somebody who helped the Red Cross to raise a bit of money with being a spokesperson. I mean, I don't...
Bro, this is dude, I hate British media so much. Okay, what they're hitting him with is the dumbest story of all time, okay? They're claiming that Zach Polanski was misleading the public about being involved with the British Red Cross because he said he was a spokesperson and he was never an official spokesperson for the British Red Cross, but instead actually did a bunch of charity fundraisers where he spoke at the Red Cross. I cannot fucking believe that the comparison between Zach Polanski in this circumstance and Nigel Farage is Nigel Farage getting bribed to the tune of £5 million versus Zach Polanski saying, "Oh yeah, I did a bunch of events with the Red Cross," and claimed that he was a spokesperson, even though he wasn't a spokesperson in an official capacity. The standards are so out of whack, man.
I think it's a sort of big deal in itself, but it all adds to this erosion of trust. How did you get that wrong?
I think that's been over-exaggerated. So I hosted events for the British Red Cross. I would go on stage with them with a set of points they would want me to make around protecting refugees, around the amazing work they do with dealing conflict zones, and also, in fact, the climate crisis in this country. This was in 2016. I accept that the British Red Cross cannot have a spokesperson who is in a political party, so they need to have that distinction. I understand why they've said that, but I think there's a little bit of pedantry between I spoke on behalf of the Red Cross as a public representative at events and I was a spokesperson. So, I got the wrong word, but I think to most people, they can understand that. I think most people are reasonable.
But you do seem to have a sort of slight habit of getting the wrong words. I mean, on the BBC this morning, you talked about the alleged terrorist being handcuffed, but he wasn't handcuffed by the police, was he?
Well, he was tasered and immobile.
Is this a joke? British chatters. I'm being pranked, right? Like they're showing this is a joke where they're basically like, haha, look at how silly we can get with unbelievably improper framing. Like, haha, this is what it would look like if we were genuinely terrified of an ascendant insurgent left flank candidacy and are actively trying to undermine it. Like, haha, this is the level that we would go to. Yeah. It must be that dry British humor I hear so much about, and I'm just incapable of understanding. This can't be sincere commentary, right? I choose not to believe that.
And with his face down. And again, I think when you're being honest, when things are moving quickly, again, you will make mistakes, but I think it's important to be clear about the mistakes you've made. And again, I repeat, I'm a human being. I'm fallible. It's been a long election campaign. And I think, most people can hear what I'm trying to do and that I'm out there. Green Party councillors have two vested interests. We want to protect the people that were elected to serve in their communities, and we want to protect the planet. And that's what I'm doing every single day.
As I say, it's not so much any individual thing, but it's the sort of cumulative thing. So, I mean, another thing which I think most people would say is a bigger issue is, a significant number of your candidates have said things that are completely explicitly anti-Semitic. And I think, many voters don't understand why they have not just been expelled.
Do you guys ask questions like this to Reform, a party comprised almost entirely of neo-Nazis? Or is this just a level of smoke that only the left receives? Isn't it wonderful how anytime there's a left party, by the way, magically they are found guilty of maximum anti-Semitism? It's always the same with Jeremy Corbyn, now with Zach Polanski. This time they're doing it to a Jewish guy, which is even crazier. How fortuitous. The enemies of capital are always found guilty in the eyes of not necessarily the public court of opinion, but certainly mainstream media of engaging in heinous levels of bigotry, specifically anti-Semitism. It's always, I don't know what it is. It's so crazy though. How fortuitous for Reform that they have an infallible track record and they're just simply never caught doing bigoted stuff. Huh. Interesting.
I do think this is a different conversation because the things we were just talking about, I don't think are particularly very serious issues. The case of anti-Semitism, though, is incredibly serious. And I know you'll associate with this too, Robert, but Jewish safety is not some abstract idea for me. In fact, personally, in the last 6 weeks, 2 people have been arrested in relation to anti-Semitic events towards me. One was anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Robert's about to be like, yeah, but don't you think you deserved it? Sure, you've been a victim of anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic hate crimes, but don't you feel like you deserved it a little bit, Zach?
Semitic and, by the way, homophobic as well. And so it's really, really important that everyone gets a grip on anti-Semitism. It exists in political parties because it exists in society. Something I've already committed to during this election is to make sure we have a better
But if you're committed to zero tolerance on this issue, why not just boot these? I mean, there's no ambiguity. These people said this stuff,
What? Like what? What did they say? YouGov poll, Reform and Labor are seen as more anti-Semitic than Greens. Oh, thank God. Thank God, dude. Holy shit. At least the people are not eating this stuff up. And I think it's because Zach is Jewish.
On social media. At that point, they should just be out the party, shouldn't they?
Well, we're a decentralized party where the leadership doesn't have any say over the disciplinary process. What I have committed to, though, is making sure we have better standardized vetting process. Yeah. Because we're a decentralized party, I still think it's important that the leadership comes from the top to say this is what we should be looking for and not looking for from our candidates. And also that there's compulsory training for all councillors and indeed future candidates as well. It's not acceptable that people have made anti-Semitic comments. I also think, by the way, it's not acceptable that some of the political parties have used anti-Semitism as a political football. It's a sensitive issue that needs to be treated with care. I do want to thank the Labour MPs that have shown me solidarity, that there's been several anti-Semitic caricatures of me in the last 48 hours in the press, including a terrible one from the Times, which they've still not apologised for. And I do thank the Labour MPs, I think, who are showing leadership in saying, even though we're from different political parties, we need to show cross-party working on this and make sure we stamp out anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, all forms of hate crime from our society. I think the kind of using it to score political points has been pretty grim in this election. And as a Jewish person and someone who's very committed to an anti-racist party, it's been deeply upsetting.
No, of course it is. But there's a different aspect of all of this. I mean,
of course it is. But don't you feel like you deserve it? Of course it is. But, you know, don't you feel like you kind of deserve it a little bit? I mean, come on, Zach. Sure, they portrayed you in a way that harkens back to the Nazi era depictions of Jews, but don't you feel like you brought it on a little bit?
You know, like me, you say you're very proud of being a Jew. Doesn't it worry you when you see attacks on you from many members of the Jewish community, not just those on the right, you've got to be absolutely clear about this, who believe that your slowness in dealing with anti-Semitism in your party, I mean, they say it makes them feel less secure.
It's really upsetting when anyone's attacking me for anti-Semitism because, as I say, I'm really clear, anti-Semitism is unacceptable. And as I've said, we need to make sure that we have a standardised vetting process in the future. More widely, I would say, if we're going to get to the issue of left and right, is that I do think there's another angle here, which is I've been a very proud voice also speaking up for the Palestinian people. Now, we know you can perfectly well speak up for Palestinian people, as I have, and not be anti-Semitic. I also accept that often those lines can get blurred. But I think people like Benjamin Netanyahu, who have made a point of conflating anti-Semitism and criticism of the Israeli government, have actually made many of us, I feel this, less safe in this country because we've lost that demarcation of it's different being a British Jew and someone who doesn't support the Israeli government.
But there's somebody who, you know, you say you've got absolute clarity on what it is to be anti-Semitic. You say you've got a devolved structure in the Green Party, but aren't there just some...
I'll be honest. I will admit this over and over again. I cannot believe how much worse it is in British media. Like, British media is actually, maybe it's because of the consolidation of power. It's all Oxbridge people, right? It's all people representing their class interests and stuff. But the way that they talk about this stuff, the way that they so shamelessly hammer on the point of Jewish safety as though it's at odds with Palestinian safety. It's unbelievable. I cannot comprehend it. It's just so much worse. This is like, you guys think about like Jake Tapper, right? Jake Tapper is an op of mine and is incredibly, Jake Tapper is vile, right? With his Islamophobia and very smarmy, very elitist with the way that he communicates on certain issues, right? However, it's British media is like every day is Jake Tapper all the time, times 1,000. Like, British media makes Jake Tapper look like a humanitarian rights worker in comparison. It's actually crazy. Like, I don't think if Jake Tapper did this in American news against like Bernie Sanders, people would probably call him out. People would be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Calm down, you know? Whereas this is all I've seen from the attacks that Zach Polanski has endured. It's like, it's literally every time he goes on a TV show, they're like, don't you feel like you're the #1 Jew hater in London? Don't you feel like the Green Party is running around saying, Sig Heiling every day, all the time? Don't you feel like you if you win that you're going to trigger a Holocaust 2 this time in London directly? The fuck? It's bizarre.
Issues which actually you should have the power to simply take decisions on in a centralised way.
Well, I look for expertise on issues of disciplinary processes, and the Equality and Human Rights Commission, along with Martin Ford, when they looked into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, one of their key recommendations was that the disciplinary process had to be completely separate from the leadership. Otherwise, you have leaders wading in, deciding who's guilty, who's not guilty, based on who they might want to select or deselect. And I'm not saying I do that for a second. In fact, I'm doing the very opposite. But actually, I think it's wise in all political parties that the disprinting process is robust, that it's secure, and it's my job to make sure that that process is secure. But it's not my job to wade into disprinting complaints, because that road is chaos.
In just a second, I'm going to move on to a different subject, but just on this issue of what it is to be a Jew in today's Britain, you describe yourself as a non-Zionist Jew. What do you mean when you say a non-Zionist in these circumstances?
Well, just first of all, to pick up on you saying it was grim, there was polling out today, which I know you saw as well, that said 40% of British people in this country don't think the country would necessarily be better or worse if Jews left the country. That's deeply depressing, and I think that should be sobering for anyone in public life to look at what do we do to make sure.
Jesus Christ. Okay, what the fuck? Wait. God damn. Okay, wait, hold on. Half of these motherfuckers are like, oh, it's the Labour Party under Corbyn that's anti-Semitic. Oh, it's the Green Party. Meanwhile, it turns out it's everybody. That number does not exist in America. Like, there's no world. I've talked about this before. Like, Americans love Jews by and large. Like, sure, they have some anti-Semitic tendencies, anti-Semitic opinions and stuff like that. But Americans love Jews. It's the one religion that has the highest approval rating amongst all religions in the United States of America, consistently, year over year. Okay? The attitude I jokingly refer to amongst Americans is, yeah, Jews control Hollywood, but they made Seinfeld, right? Like that's kind of like the attitude overall. Like the average guy is like, yeah, Jews are, they control the banking stuff, but like they're pretty good at money. And yeah, Jews control Hollywood, but they make great TV shows. Like that's genuinely the sentiment from like the normie American, okay? But if you got like a country that's saying, 40% of the population is like, yeah, if Jews would leave or if they stay behind, who gives a shit? I don't really give a fuck. You got a real problem. And I don't think it's the Greens. I don't think it's the party being led by a Jewish guy. You got to start knocking on different doors, brother. Your unlimited appetite for Israel's death and destruction campaign has caused you to not realize that there is actually a fucking anti-Semitism problem. Okay? There is. It's just not, you're pinning it on a guy who is Jewish himself. You're pinning it on probably the least anti-Semitic party out of all of the major parties. Yeah, British press, there's a dangerous epidemic of anti-Semitism in the country. Jewish political leader, we should tax the wealthy and stop doing war crimes. British press, he's a hook-nosed Judeo-Bolshevik parasite who's conspiring to subvert our society. Like, it's insane, brother.
Or that Jewish people are welcome in this country.
He's been on the receiving end of heinous cartoons. Like, let's be real, okay? Cartoons are cartoons. Some have the tendency to, like, if you're making people look grotesque, no matter what. I mean, this is an ancient tradition, just like anti-Semitism, ironically enough. Sometimes when you make someone look grotesque, when you're making a political cartoon, it's gonna look, anti-Semitic. And this is one of those instances, right? But my point is, if this wasn't Zach Polanski, if this was someone who was pro-Israel, for example, if this was a Jewish person who was pro-Israel, for example, or even a non-Jew that was made to look this way, but is a, prolific pro-Israel non-Jew, the media would go crazy over it. They would be talking about it endlessly. They'd be like, look at what they're doing. It's their Stormer. Radio Rwanda was just making jokes too. What? American Jews have a safe and secure homeland. It's called America. The only thing making them less safe here is Israel. Wait, buddy, I'm not defending the cartoons. I'm saying even under the most fair and balanced approach here, it still very clearly harkens back to a bygone era that I thought was gone, but I guess it's back in a big way. But I'm also talking about the unbelievable double standard here. The same British media would lose their fucking minds if it was a pro-Israel person being depicted that way, Jewish or not Jewish. They'd be like, this is a heinous anti-Semitic hate crime. Okay? What the fuck is Hesa Papa? Hesa Papa? Hesa Papa, thank you for the raid. A raider. Mazlik Aya, thank you for the raid. You already know. Mers licks balls. Okay? You tell me that Mers licks balls, you're good in my book. Mazlik Aya, Mehr leck Eier! Nein! Schlupen das! März! Schlupen das! Das ist Vitamin! Monka German? Whoa there. What the fuck is wrong with you? I said, suck this, this is a vitamin. Schlupen, it's schlucken, sorry. Schlucken das! Das ist Vitamin!
Of being an anti-Zionist or a non-Zionist, it's ultimately recognizing that I want to see equality for the Palestinian people, that there's been a genocide for the last couple of years, that our government have been arming and sharing intelligence. I want to see an end to that genocide, and I want to see equality of voices at the table in making sure that we're building peace.
I mean, some, again, in the Jewish community would say you shouldn't that there is an international criminal court case going on, and they would say you shouldn't be judging whether it's a genocide or not as a political leader until the case, or in fact cases, are heard. But just to be clear, because this is something of enormous importance to the Jewish community, as somebody...
Oh, I didn't know it was like that. Oh, my bad. No, you can't call out shit, you know? Excuse me. It doesn't matter that Israel committed a genocide and everyone knows it and everyone has called it out at this point, every humanitarian rights organization. Don't you feel like you should stay quiet? Yeah, let's wait another fucking decade, dude. Let's let him get another genocide off, you know what I mean? Let's let him do one in Lebanon too, and then maybe then the Gaza one we can actually finally say is a genocide. At which point, don't say anything about the Lebanese genocide if it happens, you know? Also, the thing that's really fucking annoying about this conversation is like, then these guys will also tie this back up to like Jews, where they're like, well, don't you feel like it's hurtful to Jews? Buddy, what the fuck does this have to do with the Jews? What do you mean? Don't you think it's hurtful to Jews to acknowledge the international consensus on every humanitarian rights organization's assessment on Israel's genocide? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with Jews, man? What an insane thing to just be like, well, don't you feel like Jews' feelings get hurt if you say Israel's committing a genocide? Okay, well, that's an unbelievably anti-Semitic assumption to make. But also, why does that matter? Like, actually, why does that fucking matter? Why would that matter? Like, the idea that like, oh, we can't do, we can't do desegregation in our school system because, what if white people's feelings get hurt? Like, oh, you can't say that the Jim Crow laws are racist because white people's feelings are getting hurt. Okay, I don't give a fuck, man. That's a thing they got to deal with on their own if that's the case, right? Build a fucking bridge and get over it. Get the hell out of here. This rhetoric does so much more to boost anti-Semitism than anything you can imagine Hassan Piker doing in your wildest dreams. Israel and Jewish people are one and the same. If you're against the Jewish state of Israel, you're against the Jewish people. That foreign government you refer to as Israel is our greatest friend and ally. Oh my God. It's so funny that these guys literally run around and they're like, no, you don't understand. I do have dual loyalty, and so does every Jew. Like, what are we doing? Like, it is unbelievably anti-Semitic. You know who else says that? Nick Fuentes, dumbass. It's so funny that people sincerely will be like, I am Jewish. And as a Jew, I'm telling you, Jews have dual loyalty, okay? They only care about Israel. And if you actually say, no, I don't think that's the case, then you're fucking anti-Semitic. But then if Nick Fuentes says the same thing, they go, wow, that's unbelievable anti-Semitism. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, Nick Fuentes and Zionists who say, oh, yeah, the only thing Jews care about is Israel, or every Jew is beholden to the interests of Israel, are saying the same thing. The difference is Nick Fuentes points to that false conflation and says it's a bad thing, and therefore no Jew must ever be trusted. But Jewish Zionists and Christian Zionists point to that conflation as a defensive shield for some weird reason. And long gone are the days where that actually works as a defensive shield. It's gone. It doesn't work anymore. People don't fuck with Israel. So all you're left with in that situation is a false conflation between an unbelievably unpopular state doing war crimes and the entirety of the Jewish population.
He was either a non or an anti-Zionist. I mean, do you believe that Israel has the right to exist in its current form?
Fuck
Well, there's
no.
two things there. So first, on the genocide point, it's not my opinion, it's genocide scholars. It's Francesco Albanese, the special UN rapporteur, and lots of eminent experts who have been very clear it's a genocide. I don't think you can wait until afterwards, after all the children and people have been killed and murdered and massacred, to then go, now it's time to do something about it. Anyone who has a phone can see every single day streamed images of some of the most brutal attacks ever.
I'm not
In terms
remotely
of, does
pushing
Israel
back
have a
on,
right
but
to
I'm not
exist?
remotely pushing back on what we've seen. I'm just simply saying, is it a responsible position for somebody who wants to be prime minister to prejudge
Yes.
what is a legal issue?
I think what would be incredibly irresponsible is what this Prime Minister is doing, which is seeing the death and destruction that's happening every single day and continue to arm a genocidal apartheid state. I think it's really important that we use the power and leverage that we have, that we don't wait until after the event. And by the way, even if it wasn't a genocide, even if it's tens of thousands of people who are being murdered and massacred who are innocent, surely that's enough to do something about it.
Which is obviously an important issue. But just very briefly, Israel, yes, has a right to exist? Yes or no?
I don't believe any country has a right to exist. People have a right to exist. The Israelis have a right to exist. The Palestinians.
My God. Beast mode, beast mode, beast mode. I mean, people will get mad about this statement. There's many different ways. This is probably one of the most perfect ones. One of the perfect answers to this question. I like the Zoran answer too. It's like, look, Israel in its current formation is an apartheid state, is doing a genocide. Of course, those things are unacceptable. So no, as a Jewish ethno-state, no, of course it's not allowed to exist. No ethno-state should exist. No ethno-state has a right to exist. The question is, did Nazi Germany have a right to exist then, right? Did Rhodesia have a right to exist? Did apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? Oh, no, they didn't. And it was handled, right? And the same goes for Israel. This question is silly. It's a silly question.
Have a right to exist, and I think it's our role as a third country to make sure that there's fairness and transparency and accountability about a peace process. I always think these semantics about whether a country has a right to exist actually just ends up in gatekeeping, which is partly how we ended up in this mess in the first place with the Balfour Declaration.
But the implication of that, of course, is that Britain doesn't have to right to exist, which also carries quite heavy connotations. But Pippa, you're going to show us something.
Yeah, well, this week, Zia Youssef announced that a reform government would prioritise putting migrant detention centres in.
By the way, this was a good take because everyone's response to that on the timeline was, oh, does Palestine not have a right to exist then? Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but currently, Israel is the sovereign nation in this entire region and is dominating the lives of Palestinians, okay? So thank you for acknowledging that Israel doesn't have a right to exist as an apartheid state. Wow, I fucking downed that food, bro. I hounded that shit. It's just so stupid that people run around talking about like, oh, I know you want to bring up genocide, but that's totally a secondary concern to what I want to talk about, which is Jewish feelings around the issue of Israel. What are we doing? What do you mean? It's genocide, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Even if it wasn't genocide, even if it was just unlimited war crimes, like, what do you mean Jewish feelings? The fuck? Like, people are not conditioned to understand that. When I say something like that, they go, whoop, there it is, anti-Semitism. It's like, buddy, I'm not the one pitting the feeling of Jews against the actions of the Israeli state as though those two things cannot live in totally separate realities, right? You are. You're the one who's like literally bringing up the feeling of Jews when talking about dealing with Israel's genocide. It's insane. I didn't bring it up. You did. I personally don't care what Christians think about the state of Israel or what Muslims think about the state of Israel or what Jews think about the state of Israel. I say the things about the state of Israel that I say because Israel is doing those things. Israel's doing the harm. I care about genocide. I care about fascism. I care about stopping genocide and stopping fascism. That's it. Who gives a fuck if it hurts people's feelings? Like, what a ridiculous conversation. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was offending the sensibilities of people that you have decided are in their feelings, by the way. There's no, like, I'm sure there's a significant percentage, certainly, but it's completely irrelevant in this calculation, number one. And number two, you're the one who's bringing it up and falsely presenting it as though like, oh, well, we can't say anything. Like, you think this is a You think that this is a successful counter. Well, what happens when you go, okay, I don't care? Just as I don't care about the feelings of Christian nationalists when they talk about how America has experienced the Great Replacement, I don't give a fuck about the feelings of supporters of Israel, whether they're Jewish or non-Jewish. It don't fucking matter to me at all. Doesn't matter this much. The fuck? Apartheid is apartheid. It's a crime regardless of whether or not it hurts the feeling of Jews to hear, okay? Same with genocide. I hate that.
But I don't think...
Let's hear what this was. Ashok Kumar, political economist, dismantles the Green Party anti-Semitism smear. Let's take a look.
Or about issues, but I don't think
Okay,
that
well,
this
let's do that. Let's talk about issues.
Okay.
One thing I think we can all agree is a big story is the fact that we are seeing a massive increase in physical and verbal attacks on Jews in this country. The stabbing of 2...
Hey, Hassan, longtime VOD enjoyer. Just wanted to let you know my Chubb brother heard of you for the first time as the Ayatollah of woke that wants AI to die. Thanks to Wired. Keep up the good work. How did he react? Did he think it was funny, or did he get really mad? Because like sometimes chuds can have a good sense of humor when they hear stuff like that. They could be like, "Hey, yeah, that's kind of funny. I didn't know libtards could make jokes." There's like two different kinds of chuds. There's the chud that's like offended at everything. Unfortunately, that type of chud has become way more commonplace as of late. But then there's also like chuds who are just like normie chuds who kind of laugh things off, you know?
Jewish men by an alleged suspect currently who's already been charged, believed to be an Islamist attack, has caused great concern. We've big summits in Downing Street, and we're going to be fast-tracking hate crime prosecutions and the like. Now, there's no doubt at all there is a problem of anti-Semitism within the Green Party, because the Green Party itself is investigating no less than 30 candidates who have been publicly identified as having made, posted or said or written blatantly anti-Semitic things called...
It's just crazy. I don't know how it keeps happening like this. It's so wild that anytime there is a party leadership or a party that's like critical of Israel in any way, shape, or form, okay? Anytime, there's always just some anti-Semites. There's always some anti-Semites around. They just like deploy it.
Jews, vermin, rats, celebrating the October 7th massacre, suggesting that Hamas are, resistance fighters.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, suggesting that Hamas are resistance fighters? That statement in and of itself is not anti-Semitic, man. What the fuck are you saying? I mean, that's literally just true, okay? It's just objectively true. They are a part of the Palestinian resistance. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, we've gotten to a point where it's like, unless you say every Palestinian, especially every like Hamas militant is not, you can't even say militant, actually. You need to say Hamas rapist barbarian. When you say Hamas, you have to say baby beheader. Otherwise, it's anti-Semitic. If you even dare to question whether or not Hamas have beheaded babies, you're also anti-Semitic. Just actually saying Hamas in and of itself is anti-Semitic. Fuck it, I've decided.
Green Party activist. Let's talk about the issues. Is it an issue if you support a party and a party has as much support as the Green Party has garnered in recent months, which is basically siding with Islamist extremists and anti...
Like, you're racist. What do you mean siding with Islamic extremists? That's the other side of this puzzle that is endlessly frustrating. On the one hand, they try to pull the woke card, and then on the other hand, and this is how Zionism works, it's a very racist ideology, they immediately hit well, why are you siding with these like Arab barbarians who want to fucking do jihad in the Western world? It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. What is this like? It's either equal opportunity bigotry or it's equal opportunity wokeness. We can't have DEI just for Jews, okay? And not even just for Jews, let's be real, because it doesn't even exist for Zach Polanski, who is Jewish. DEI just for pro-Israel Jews. What the fuck is this argument? It makes no sense. It literally doesn't make sense. You can't just be like, wow, it's really messed up that you're attacking white men like this. How fucked up of you. So-called, so much for the tolerant left here. Okay, so much for the tolerant left. So much for the tolerant left. You're a pedophile because you're trans. Boom. It's like, okay, well, I guess you're not woke at all. Why am I expected to be woke then? The fuck is this shit?
Semites and is putting up candidates in local elections who are blatantly, outrageously, disgustingly racist against Jews.
Oh,
okay. So
so self-assured too. She's like, yeah, I really cooked on that one.
Firstly, we have over 4,500 candidates. We've gone from a party 6 months ago that was.
This is also the double standard. Like, this woman would absolutely could call me anything under the fucking sun, right? I mean, she's doing it to Muslims in general here, like calling them Islamist jihadists. But if you were to turn around and use the B word on her, right? Immediately, not only was she automatically put on the fucking tears, white woman tears, but then also you'd get yelled at by every fucking feminist organization as well. Now, I'm not saying this is appropriate to do. I would never do it, okay? But I just want you to understand. I want you to understand, okay? Yes, the B word, British. But do you see what I mean? It's not even like this is not even like, oh, society cares a lot about feminism. Clearly they don't, right? We live in an unbelievably misogynistic, patriarchal society. That's not my argument at all. But I'm saying that there is like a priority of permissible bigotry and a system of varying degrees of stigma. And Islamophobia is not stigmatized at the institutional level at all. As a matter of fact, it's welcomed and it's rewarded. It's incredible.
60,000 to now having 230,000. And so, yeah, of course, needs to be a more thorough vetting process. But it's not that those 30 candidates are being investigated for anti-Semitism. They're being investigated for a series of comments, some of them racist, some of them sexist, or the accusations of that. They haven't been found guilty of that. And a large proportion of them are guilty of being critical of the state of Israel. Some of them, of course, are anti-Semitic, but a lot of them aren't. I think,
but no one's being investigated for being critical of
Israel.
Israel.
Not true. That's not true. The list was released by Labor dossier this morning. I'm sure you've seen it, and they are, for example, retweeting the Bob Dylan lyrics about debt to the IDF. I'm sorry, Julia, but that's not a crime. We're allowed to criticize and even call for the death of a foreign army. If I said debt to the IRGC, should that be criminalized? If I said debt to the Russian army, should that be criminalized? Should I be deselected as a Labor candidate or a Reform candidate?
The vast majority of these candidates are being investigated.
I think there are parties that have platforms, and those platforms are the policies upon which we run on. Individuals who may have tweeted things years ago out of a massive list of candidates, I think that is not an accurate representation of the party. And I think I would say the same thing for Labor. I'd say the same thing for
I
Reform.
think when it continues to happen again and again and again, and you're saying it's a vetting problem, why do those people think that the Green Party is the home for them?
Do you think that Reform is a racist and sexist party because of the dossier that was released by Labor last week?
But I think they do have a problem.
Why is it one rule?
What? You don't think Reform is a racist party, but they have a problem with racism? But you think the Green Party is an anti-Semitic party? What? Dude, these guys don't even try to entertain impartiality. Wow. This is just like the Tory leader going on TV and being like, no, I think Tommy Robinson, Yaxley Lennon should be able to do his anti-refugee rallies because they don't harm Jews, which they do, by the way. So that's also ridiculous. They do say anti-Semitic shit at those rallies. So it's, holy fuck, you scared the shit out of me. So that's also ironic in and of itself. But pro-Palestinian rallies are deeply anti-Semitic and very scary for Jews, so they cannot continue. It's crazy. Like, they're not even doing the whole, like, oh, bigotry is bigotry. It's unacceptable no matter what. They're like, no, bigotry only goes one way, and that's the Green Party. That's crazy to me, that they're so open about their lack of standards for the Reform, and the only smoke they have is for the Greens.
One rule
no,
for
but I
Reform
didn't
and one
say
rule
the
for
Green Party was anti-Semitic. I said you've got a problem with anti-Semitism. It's a different thing, isn't it?
I don't think there's a problem with anti-Semitism.
Yeah, okay.
I think that a small proportion of candidates who've said things in the past, they're being now investigated.
There are questions about
candidates is an indication.
There are questions about the likes on posts and the retweeting posts from not only Zach Polanski but also both deputy leaders as well. That would suggest there is an issue.
Tell me specifically.
There are so many pieces of paper in front of me.
There's so many.
Oh, I'm so frazzled. Oh, how dastardly. The levels of anti-Semitism of the Green Party candidacies is off the charts, I tell you. Here is Zach Polanski, your leader, the leader of your so-called decentralized Green Party, saying, oh, trigger warning for our audience. Free Palestine. Oh, how terrifying. Can you see the levels of anti-Semitism coming from the Jew himself? Zach Polanski. I, of course, am not Jewish myself, but I am pro-Israel, and therefore know better between good Jews and bad Jews. That's right. How? Zach Polanski is like to tweet declaring Palestine to be free from the river to the sea.
No. I'll message you afterwards, but you will have seen them.
I want to know. Please inform your viewers.
Oh my gosh, he's so fucking frazzled. It's awesome. It's awesome.
I haven't seen them. I'd like to know which leaders have
absolutely plenty of them. I'm desperately trying to find them right now. Well, I will.
I'm literally in the edge of my seat, waiting for you to give us this.
By the way, what's up with this Green Party activist? This guy's maybe the reason why he's got smoke is because he's American, right? Dr. Ashok Kumar.
This vital breaking news.
Like he's just like I just realized his accent is not even British. Yeah. I mean, my God, respect. Hell yeah, Dr. Ashok Kumar, cook him.
Running the party.
I'm held back by the fact I can't actually leave through things with plaster on my fingers, but there we are.
Oh my God, this is like the Piers Morgan Russell Brand moment, you know, when Russell Brand is like, oh, I'm gonna find the Bible passage. 1 second, licking his finger, flipping through the Bible pages. Oh, it was right here. Oh, I lost it.
Well, you know, these are issues. Green Party leader shared a conspiracy theory. Rachel Millward, co-deputy leader, shared a conspiracy theory about the Golders Green attack in which 2 men were stabbed, shared a post which claimed a third victim of the day was Muslim had been erased to suit a weaponized, desperate narrative.
That's just the truth. Oh my God, that's the one you pulled out. That's one of the anti-Semitic conspiracies. The idea that there was a third victim, that Sky News and numerous other major TV channels refused to admit that there was a third victim who happened to be Muslim, by the way, in an effort to present this as a deliberate, targeted, exclusive anti-Semitic attack. That's not an anti-Semitic conspiracy. That's just what happened. That's what you guys did. Okay, that's crazy. Just saying what happened. Saying what happened is an anti-Semitic conspiracy. Okay. If you don't call this a heinous Islamic crime, a jihad, which I'm sure people that look like you love, right? Musliman, right? Then you're a heinous anti-Semite, which I already knew. Because you're brown and Muslim, I expect you to be anti-Semitic. That's why you would vote for an anti-Semitic Jew like Zach Polanski, the chief architect of anti-Semitism. Perhaps worse than the Ayatollah, who you love and admire, I assume. You brown boys, you congregate and foment anti-Semitism as you narrow your eyes.
I mean, that's just one example. Mohsen Ali.
Wait, but how is that an example? You just read out, for example, earlier that there were 2 victims of that attack. In fact, there was 3 victims. The first victim was Muslim. Why is it an anti-Semitic or conspiratorial? Why haven't we mentioned that? The Prime Minister didn't mention that. The media hasn't mentioned that. There was the first victim was Muslim. Do Muslim lives not matter?
He wasn't hospitalized. I think the attack was aimed at Jews. Is the viewpoint pretty much? Anybody involved.
But why not even mention that a Muslim was attacked first? And he was hospitalized, actually. But, his name's Ismail Hussein. He was hospitalized. And we should name that. His life matters, too. That's not anti-Semitic. That's not anti-Jewish hatred to simply mention the other person that was also stabbed.
Well, no, I think it's not the mention of it. It's the idea that the reason it's not mentioned is because of the conspiracy. Let's talk about...
Julia, do you think... Julia, let me just ask you. Do you think that people should that you should have mentioned that earlier in your
on the
program when you
day
talked
they
about
talked about two. On the day when I was on air on the Thursday after that event had happened, and I went to Golders Green. There was only talk of 2 victims at the time.
But do you think it's a
The
problem that we
authorities
don't mention
only
that we
spoke
don't
about
mention
2 victims at the time. If you want to take that up the Metropolitan Police, that's an issue, isn't it?
But then you've just given the story and you've only mentioned 2 of the
Too many
victims.
were
I think it.
Yeah.
3 were stabbed.
Okay, but the Met Police.
I can't say it. He should be like, you should say it. Say it out loud. How many victims? Was it 2 or was it 2 or was it 3? How many victims were stabbed? What was the religion of the 3rd victim, the 1st victim? It's like she can't even fucking say. She's like, I can't. It's anti-Semitic for me to acknowledge this. I can't do it. I would never play your games, perfidious Islam. Your perfidious Islamo-communism. How dastardly, appalling, wanting me to say 3 victims rather than 2. Ah, yes. I bet you'd want me to use numbers. What's next? Arabic numerals? How dare you? How dare you? I would never participate in algebra. More like gibberish to me.
Is that
The Met Police and the
Islamophobia
Prime
not to mention
Minister
that?
keep talking about 2 Jewish men being stabbed.
Yeah, but you're a journalist. You're a
But they weren't
leading
the people being
journalist. You're a leading journalist in this country.
They
Shouldn't
weren't
you
the
at least
people being
mention
who was being targeted?
a
Who do you
Muslim
believe
and
was
2
being
Jewish
targeted?
people? A Muslim and 2 Jewish people.
And you think the Muslim was targeted because he was Muslim?
She's like, actually, I've decided it was 3 victims of anti-Semitism. I bet the mass stabber thought the Muslim was Jew. That's right. How about that? Bet you have nothing to say about that, do you, Muslim man? That's crazy. This is reminding me of the former synagogue being firebombed, okay? Yeah, it's been a mosque for a decade, okay? At that point, it's not a former synagogue, it's a mosque, okay? They did this, by the way, last week, a couple days after the stabbing incident. It's unbelievable, dude. British media has lost their dang minds. I've never seen anyone utilize language like this. Former synagogue, victim to possible anti-Semitic hate crime. It's a fucking mosque now. It's been a mosque for like a decade, and they called it a former synagogue to make it seem like it was another anti-Semitic hate crime taking place. If you call it a mosque, you're an anti-Semite. Yeah, IDF soldier kidnapped from a tank.
Well, I don't know, but I don't think we should not mention that. I don't know the full story.
You've mentioned him, but there we are. Can I talk to you about? I've got very little time. I would
maybe I'm guilty of conspiracy theories because I mentioned it.
Well, you think there's a conspiracy theory, Brad? I don't think there is, and I think suggesting there's
there's no.
Yeah, I like that she said there's no conspiracy here. I'm just doing it because I'm a piece of shit. Because she kept doing it too. Like she literally, with no sense of irony whatsoever, straight up leaned into the same statement that he was making, which is like, you know, the media just refuses to acknowledge that there was a Muslim victim. And she was like, what Muslim victim? I bet they thought he was Jewish too. Who's doing conspiracies now?
Conspiracy.
Okay, can I mention can I talk about some other policies for the love of God? Please Ashok.
Oh, so good. Oh my God, that was awesome. Respect to this guy. Wait, Broseph Stalin? Wasn't this guy a fan of mine back in the day? Am I crazy? I feel like I remembered that. I feel like I used to interact with this Twitter account. I say back in the day because clearly they're no longer a follower. So pretty sure this used to be a Hasanabi head. Trump says the ceasefire is going. It's in effect. Trump says retaliatory strikes on Iran are just a love tap. Was the East London former synagogue? It wasn't since 2020. It's was the East London former synagogue targeted in an arson attack really a mosque? A former synagogue targeted an arson attack in East London has been disused since 2020, with a Muslim community group making plans to purchase it. Did I glorp? Did I glorp again? Can you guys? Hello? Can you hear me?
Areas with Green MPs and councils. Now, the policy wasn't a serious one in that I don't think they'd actually be able to do it, but it did succeed in its key aim of
Am I back? Am I back? All good? We hear you. Okay.
getting a lot of media attention, social media attention in particular, as Reform tries to frame the local elections as a choice between them and the Greens.
Now, Zach, I'm sure you're going to say this is a total stunt on the part of Reform Party. I mean, but aren't you at all anxious that those people who might be thinking of...
By the way, they're hitting him with a Zoran beam, but it's really funny because he's Jewish. But I guess that also doesn't matter. Just had this disgusting leaflet put through my letterbox portraying Polanski as an Islamist by someone from Reform. Okay, here's the pamphlet. Vote Green, get Islamism. Stop the boats, control our borders. Wait, is that how you spell borders? With an A in England? Vote Nodge. And lo and behold, it turns out I check on my ring cam and it turns out this is my old primary school teacher who was sacked for noncing. Couldn't make it up. This is the face of Reform. A creepy old man staring through your front door, wondering if there's any kids in the house. Migrants aren't the problem, Mr. Farage. It's the scourge of Savalism that's run rampant through Britain. For shame. Hell yes.
Voting Green, might be, in some sense, deterred by this Reform threat that if they vote Green, they're going to get a migrant detention centre?
I do think it's a ludicrous proposal from Reform, and it would be frankly laughable if it wasn't so dangerous and toxic. Just last week, 2 Sudanese women died from a small boat. One of them was 16 years old. So this is an issue that requires clarity and compassion and care. And actually, it strikes me that the amount of people since 2018 coming over on small boats is less in terms of the asylum seekers than the refugees we have housed, quite rightly, for the Homes for Ukraine scheme. This shows when we make political choices, we can save lives and actually show compassion. And what I think this shows about Reform is that they're on the run from the Green Party. They're absolutely terrified in the same way that the Labour government have. They're choosing to aim their fire at the Green Party. And I think what that says is tomorrow, I'm not complacent at all. I am feeling confident, though, that all the parties recognise that a vote for the Green Party is a vote to end this toxic combination of low wages and high bills. And actually, we're going to end rip-off Britain. And that's what Reform don't like, because they want to give tax breaks to their billionaire mates.
Zach, as always, thank you so much for joining us. And, like all of us, we will be next week going through what actually happens in these very important polls tomorrow. But I hope to see you soon.
US officials said Marco Rubio's meeting with Pope Leo at the Vatican was aimed at strengthening ties. But it seems the Secretary of State was also on a mission to repair them.
It's good to see you. Good morning. It was almost...
Relations between Washington and the Vatican are at an unprecedented low after President Donald Trump's repeated attacks on the head of the Catholic Church. Outside near St. Peter's Square, a group of protesters gathered with a message.
We're telling the Italian government that Rubio is not welcome because the Trump and Netanyahu administrations are tainted by crimes, by the genocide in Palestine, the invasion of Lebanon, and this illegal war in Iran.
Some visitors here say Trump's comments about America's first pope were inappropriate.
I think it's a really bold move to criticize the Pope because he's like the leader of the Christian church and there's so many people that respect him. And I think it's really, really disrespectful to do that.
I think the Catholics would be very disappointed and sad about it. Generally everybody really, because he certainly doesn't deserve it. He's a beautiful man.
Last month, the US president launched a verbal attack on the Pope after Leo condemned the joint US-Israeli offensive against Iran.
He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
Leo said he would not be intimidated by Trump.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel.
Marco Rubio may hope to ease tensions between Washington and the Vatican. The problem is he can't predict whether Donald Trump won't reignite them. After the meeting, Rubio said on social media that Washington and the Vatican shared a commitment to promoting peace and human dignity. Diplomatic language after weeks of comments by Trump that some observers have described as undignified. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Vatican City.
This morning, Alabama is set to become the latest state to redraw congressional districts in favor of Republicans following a landmark Supreme Court ruling. Last week's decision makes it much harder for states to create districts favoring minority candidates. Ed O'Keefe is in Montgomery, the state capital, with the latest on this. Ed, good morning. What can you tell us?
Gail, good to see you. The fight over who ultimately controls the House of Representatives next year is now playing out here in the Deep South. This isn't just about the partisan power plays that we've seen in other big states. Down here, it's also about the decades-long fight over who ultimately represents mostly black communities.
Alabama Democratic Congressman Shomari Figures may soon be out of a job. Not because he loses an election, but because his district could be drawn off the map.
People are not happy with the idea of this state legislature trying to take us back to a place where we've been before.
Figures represents most of Montgomery, Alabama, the birthplace of the modern civil rights movement. His constituents don't want the area to be redrawn into Republican-held congressional districts.
I just felt like I'd been hit by a ton of bricks. So many people gave their actual lives in order to exercise their fundamental right to vote.
Alabama Republicans, like Attorney General Steve Marshall, want the Supreme Court to reverse previous federal court rulings requiring his state to create 2 districts with mostly black voters.
Is this a Republican power grab?
No, I think what it is a legislature in Alabama being able to exercise their authority.
Unlike the new maps drawn in other states after President Trump asked Texas to come up with more Republican seats, Alabama, plus Tennessee and Louisiana, are now moving quickly in response to last week's Supreme Court ruling that narrowed the Voting Rights Act. So now, any state can redraw boundaries with less accounting for race. And Marshall, who's also running for the U.S. Senate, argues Alabama's map should better reflect the state's Republican tilt.
All our constitutional officers are from the Republican Party. It's no different than what you see in New England, for example, having a whole slate of Democratic representatives.
So Alabama's still waiting for court rulings on whether it can move ahead. A ruling could come as soon as today or tomorrow. Tennessee could act as soon as today to redraw a Democratic, mostly black district around the city of Memphis. Louisiana's going to act in the coming days as well. Lots of moving parts, Nate, with just 180 days to go.
You're right about that,
Election day.
You're right about that. Thank you.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We end today's show with a look at voting rights right here in the United States. The Supreme Court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act has led to a scramble by southern states to gerrymander congressional districts before the November midterms. Last week's Supreme Court ruling makes it harder for minorities to challenge electoral maps as racially discriminatory under the Voting Rights Act. On Monday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a new gerrymandered congressional district map into law, posting on the social media platform X, quote, signed, sealed, and delivered. And on Wednesday, the Alabama House voted to approve a plan that would change the congressional district map during an active election, even though some votes in the May 19th primary have already been cast.
But in states across the South, civil rights activists are also pushing back. In Tennessee, hundreds of protesters marched to the state capitol in Nashville Wednesday as lawmakers unveiled a gerrymandered congressional map that could see Republicans take control of all 9 of Tennessee's U.S. House seats. The General Assembly is expected to vote on the new map as soon as today. For more, we're joined in New York by Ari Berman, national voting rights correspondent. Mother Jones, his latest book, Minority Rule, the right-wing attack on the will of the people and the fight to resist it. Can you talk about all of these developments? Start in Nashville, where we're just listening to these hundreds of protesters.
Good morning, Amy. So,
Really? In front of Amy? Are you guys, yeah, enough of y'all. Stop kissing. In front of Amy Goodman, of all people? Disgusting. Have some respect. Yes, I didn't die. Well, I almost did. I had to use the bathroom, okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ. New Trump truth downplays Iran's attack. I see the tack that they're taking in response to the insider trading allegations is that it's an Iranian psyop. It's a lie. Axios didn't report even once over the last 3 weeks that a deal was imminent. The Iranian regime at state TV and its bots and influence accounts on social media are pushing this lie. What do you mean? Are my eyes deceiving me? Or is Barack Ravid just simply hoping that people don't remember that every Sunday night, a suspiciously timed text comes from Barack Ravid saying, breaking sources, deal is imminent. Axios reported 5 times in the 19 days that a deal with Iran was imminent, 5 times, and no deal materialized. It appears the reporter known as Barack Ravid, along with friends of the U.S. government, may be profiting from market volatility. It's literally true. I like that he did it so much, by the way. he did it so much that Americans started getting mad. Like it wasn't even like the Iranians making jokes about it. It was literally Americans that were frustrated, being like, come on, man, you guys keep fucking saying this shit. CNN sponsored by Kelshi analyst Barak Ravid. Yeah, Unit 8200 Ravid. This guy doesn't have any defense against this, by the way. He's nonstop done this. A few months ago, after one of Ravid's stories, I said people should be careful because on this one, because he's often used to manipulate markets or help set a narrative. I actually didn't even mean it as a criticism, just as a matter of basic fact. He blocked me for it, and he has done nothing to stop being used. Anyway, he definitely has well-placed sources, though. Yeah, except at a certain point, you must realize that it's not a well-placed source. You're being used, which I think he knows. He's not that stupid. No one is that fucking stupid. The pile on Barak Ravid is wildly unfair and ridiculous. He's a great reporter. The rest is noise. Everyone get back to work. I told you already. If you want to know what the American government wants you to hear, or what the Israeli government wants you to hear, go to Barak Ravid. Yeah, former Axios guy, Alex Ward. Or wait, he's not. Was he Axios? No, he's the NASDAQ reporter at Wall Street Journal, and he was at Politico. I have been marked safe from making unwise financial investments based on Barak Ravid's reporting for 2 years now. Praise God. Yeah, late to this because my algorithm is not prime for financial Twitter, but there's a wide-scale revolt underway against Barak Ravid's reporting, and everyone from Newsom to Kinzinger to the Iranian government are piling on. It's so funny that he's mad that like dude, it's Newsom, governor of California. Gavin Newsom is now fucking shitting on Barak Ravid and his like fake breaking deal imminent according to sources nonsense. It's fantastic. Barak Ravid is unironically a vital journalist in this conflict as long as he realizes propaganda. I mean, that's my argument. Hassan, why are you dressed as Chairman Kim? You do not have his aura. Yes, I do. Wait, what? Third Way is distancing from you and saying McMorrow condemning you is not their fault? JVL gives Plattner somewhere between a 5 and a 33% chance for being the Dem nominee in 2028, and I don't think that's crazy at all. Floated similar on a pod last fall. I read it. May I scoff now? Sure, but after your gambit to go after Abdul ended up boomeranging and hurting Mallory, I think you might be open to other POVs about what is happening on the ground. You think a DC-based think tanks, Letter and Politico, had a huge impact on voters in Flint? I'm flattered, but I doubt it. Also, we'd like Dems to retain some baseline level of decency since, as you'd agree, Republicans have abandoned that. What was the point of doing it if not to have an impact? And no, I don't think an average voter in Flint cares about this, obviously, but it has undoubtedly created a distraction for Mallory that was totally unnecessary and did zero to hurt Abdul. Of course we wanted impact. We want Dems to not campaign with terrible people, but I'm not sure we're responsible for McMorrow's decision to join Slotkin and Stevens in saying that campaigning with Piker is bad. Oh my God. They can't even take accountability. It's crazy. They can't even take accountability for the media shitstorm they absolutely started, okay? And it backfired on them. They started this fucking media shitstorm. It backfired on them, so now they're like, oh, it's not our fault. That's so awesome. That is fucking awesome, man. Thank you, dumbass. Yeah, Zaid actually asked a very good question. Says, why would you engage at all if you think you're not effective? A sop for a donor? The old only the far left is pure enough to engage in politics since the rest of us simply dance on strings for our donors bullshit. I mean, you do, though. You do dance on strings for your fucking corporate sponsors. All right, let's get to Effie for Congress. Oh wait, sorry. Let me cover the Barak Ravid thing, and then we'll get to Effie for Congress, who's responding to Donald Trump. Adam Kinzinger, Slava Ukraini, also reposts Brian Allen, reposting the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Galibaf. Breaking: Iran's foreign minister just posted this in response to the Axios deal report. Axios reported an imminent Iran deal 5 times in 19 days. 5 times, no deal. Same reporter, same sources, same White House, same Israeli intelligence contacts. It's so funny that literally everyone at this point has had enough with Barak Ravid's claims of imminent deals, okay? I laugh. I think it's funny. It's a little sad. It's a little sad that the market still, retaliates. But this was also a very funny response by Barak Ravid. Breaking: complete and utter bullshit by the Hormuz liar. Yeah, the last remaining group is going to be the hogs that are mad because they can't do insider trading. Only Trump and his cronies get to do it. IDF Unit 8200 vet turned Axios disinfo dump Barack Ravid is melting down after being exposed for his role as Trump Kushner Witkoff's water carrier. He spent over a year anonymously citing these miscreants to help them manufacture war on Iran and manipulate markets. Time after time, his reports are discredited and or shot down by Iranian officials. And now everyone who's paying attention is on to him. I mean, but like, how did it get to this point for people to comprehend that Barack Ravid was absolutely just, saying whatever the fuck Trump wants him to say every time, or whatever the Israeli government wants him to say every time? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it should have been pretty obvious that he is a bullshit artist who is just a stenographer for the Israeli government and the American government at times. Like the 700th time that he did this. He hasn't stopped doing it. He's going to keep doing it tomorrow too, by the way. And now everyone's paying attention is on to him. In an exchange with Obama's ambassador to Israel this February, Ravid exposed how deeply invested he is in the Trump-Kushner-Witkoff corruption game, issuing a full-throated defense of their main channel for conflict profiteering, the ironically named Board of Peace. Ravid insists the sewer of taxpayer-funded corruption is a noble and entirely transparent endeavor aimed at stabilizing Gaza and not at lining the pockets of Trump and his cronies while the population of Gaza continues to endure deprivation and mass murder at the hands of Ravid's army. Yeah. A Trump announcement that vaguely gestures towards opening the strait before markets open? Yeah. Every time. You think it's an accident? Every Sunday night, Barack Ravid. I've tweeted about it too. I've literally tweeted about it myself. I'm like, oh, here it comes. Sunday night. You already fucking know. That's the expectation. Sunday scaries and a Barack Ravid tweet saying the fucking Strait of Hormuz is about to be open any day now. What does the community know? Nearly 920 million in crude oil shorts were placed 70 minutes before Axios reported the U.S.-Iran were nearing a 14-point deal to end the war. Oil then plunged 12%, with the position gaining an estimated 125 million. This has happened repeatedly during the conflict. Why does the whole stock market keep falling for it? Oh, God, don't even get me fucking started, man. Because the stock market, in my estimation, and I'm a humble non-economist, okay, a dumb guy, a layman, the average Joe. But from my uneducated, totally speculative assessment, the stock market is not pegged to any reliable fundamentals. It's just on pure hopium at this point. It has consolidated capital so much that there's just a bunch of rich people holding on to a hope and a dream that it keeps growing, okay? That the number has to keep going up. Otherwise, all hell will break loose. That's it. Anyway, let me close off some of these fucking tabs. It is very funny, though, that Barack Ravid is very mad at people calling him out. Yeah, Timmy Facchiola kind of defends me, but not really. To the Mike Lawler statement, Hassan says America deserved 9/11. Hamas 1,000 times better than blah, 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 blah. All this shit, right? Timmy says the first responders in New York 17 weren't bothered when Trump brought 9/11 conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer to the memorial last year. And they didn't mind Lawler going on Bill, saying, staying in the airplane when it hits the building, say what you want about it. It's not cowardly Mar. The mayor of the city of where 9/11 happened hangs out with Hassan. 9/11 baggage just doesn't seem to move the electoral needle. If anything, it's distracting from the Hamas praise, which is far more potent. But even then, you have to explain to most people in the district who Hassan is. That's why I said it's like not exactly a defense of me. I don't think that guy likes me all that much because he said Hamas praise. Okay? No fucking allies here. We're losing the New York media guys, the independent Substack enjoyers. Marching guest? What do you mean? But let's see what Effie had to say.
Everyone's asking me about my response to Mike Lawler running to his daddy Trump to complain about this progressive campaign here in New York's 17th district. And you know what? Mike Lawler should be worried. Donald Trump should be worried because what this campaign will do is put people first. That means healthcare we can afford after Lawler and Trump has taken it away from millions of people. That means housing that we can afford, something that they have done nothing about. That means bringing the price of gasoline down, which is out of control because of this senseless war that Trump started and Mike Lawler supports. So I guess they have a problem with progressives like me who want to see things happen for the American people and not senseless wars. If you want to see Mike Lawler lose, if you want to see Donald Trump's agenda end, we need you. We need you right now.
It's so funny that Mike Lawler is so legitimately worried about the third place candidate right now. Like, let's be real about this. I like Effie Phillips Staley. You guys know this already. But it is kind of remarkable that New York 17, it's a purple district. It's a flippable district, right? Like, obviously Trump cares about it to a certain degree. He doesn't want to lose another Republican district in the House of Representatives. But like, there's a Democratic primary taking place, and they're attacking Effie, who is in third place, right? Like, New York 17 polling, there's a Democratic primary that's supposed to take place, and Effie's in third place right now. Now, hopefully after this, that will change, right? And the reason why they are so adamant about attacking her early on and trying to remove her from the playing field is because I think the Republicans are aware that left populist sentiment is undefeated, okay? It is genuinely impossible to go against if you are a Republican. The antidote to right sloppyism, endless posturing about migrants and transgender people and stuff like that, is left-wing economic populism, good policies. Centrist democracy, centrist Democrats do not have an answer for it. That's why they find themselves constantly conceding on these culture war issues, rather than put up a fight on the culture war issues and simultaneously shift people's priorities in these elections back to material changes that will benefit them. Okay? Obviously, Effie does want to do that. She is doing that. She's for Medicare for all. She's unbelievably critical of Israel, right? These are the type of policies that centrist Democrats, corporate Democrats are terrified of advancing because their donors don't like them. And that's the reason why you get these like shitty ass moderates usually in these districts. Not because the voter base is demanding it, but as a matter of fact, you get those guys because that's a way to still control the uniparty attitude. That's a way to control the uniparty principle on never giving voters what they deserve. Okay? And I think that's the reason why, even though she's, she is an insurgent candidate that is chasing behind the corporate Democrats in front of her, Donald Trump has put the beat on her, and the Mike Lawler has tried to get her taken off the rolls. And Mike Lawler is so worried about Effie that he even went to Daddy. He ran over to Daddy. He did this dual bill with Gottheimer to condemn me alongside Candace Owens, to get his name out there for all the donors that are paying attention, to get a little bit more national focus on his race from some big donors, right? Because that's what this is a desperate plea for donors to be like, see, I'm here. Please defend me. Defend my seat. If you're a pro-Israel donor, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter. I'm your guy, right? Like, that's what he's signaling with that bill that he's doing with Josh Gottheimer. And Josh Gottheimer is a piece of shit who is willing to give that to Mike Lawler. This is the backdoor dealing that's taking place here. One Democrat, one Republican in the House of Representatives, both pro-Israel. So their loyalty transcends beyond party lines at that point. So for that reason, because of how terrified these people are of potentially another insurgency in the primaries with a true leftist, true left populist candidate that's critical of Israel, that is pro Medicare for all, because they don't want to lose that seat to someone who is outside of the confines of permissible politics in this country, a do-nothing Democrat or a far-right Republican, they're pulling out all the stops.
Please make a contribution today, this minute, to this campaign at effieforcongress.com. Your money will help us knock on doors, will help us make phone calls, will help us turn out voters to make sure that Mike Lawler doesn't go back to Congress to carry water for his daddy, Donald Trump.
The man holds literal contempt for his constituents. I've been to his town halls. He literally looks down on his constituents like he's our overseer. No, I know. I called him out for that shit too. This is my district. Please help us get rid of Lawler. Thank you for bringing attention to his opposition. I know. I hate that son of a bitch. Are you able to perform well here? Hours of fun. Guess the party. Co-UK. What the fuck is this? Gaming? Absolutely not. There's also another. There's also the other attack against me and Shoykat Chakrabarti. But UK election coverage has started, so let's get into it. Here's a long ass video of all your haters if you want to save it. Yeah, this is the Kilo video, right? I saw.
To note that this is around the same time that Dan Saltman.
4 hours long is crazy. Hassan Bad, the Weasley Little Liar Awards. 4 hours long. 4 hours. God damn. Yeah, it's I mean, I highly recommend you go watch it for sure. Go engage with it because the video itself is a compilation of like all of the people who have basically used Hassan Bad as a way to deflect attention away, successfully, mind you, right, from their own personal shortcomings. Sometimes they're criminal cases like Rape Tone, their pedophilia allegations like Nuxtaku, or like their, you know, improper dealings with minors like Nuxtaku. I don't even know what this one is about. Nicholas Dorio's dishonorable mentions to Dan Stalkman, I assume. Warning, it's not PC. Yeah, I don't think this guy is like a huge fan of mine by any means. There is a pivot happening in the commentary sphere. I commented on it already, where I think that they hit the fuck us online so much that they used and abused the Hassan Bad line so much to get away with whatever the fuck they were doing that eventually people had enough of it. Here, this is the intro video for it, but for the last substance, this account says, for over a year now, the specter of darkness has been looming over the Hassan Bad crowd. This Thursday, May 7th, kilotonics will finally descend upon them and dole out their reckoning.
The darkness isn't some monster lurking under the bed or a ghost in the closet. It lives inside, waiting for the moment when you're too weak, too broken, too distracted to defend yourself. It doesn't need to scream or roar. It waits quietly, knowing that patience is its greatest weapon.
When are we going to the protests? It is later. It's not a protest, it's a rally. For the last 5 years, I said the YouTube apolitical commentary sphere has produced a metric ton of right-wing drama slop that centered me as the arch-villain responsible for all things woke. It even led many of them to take a pro-Israel stance. Glad to see that environment shifting, is what I said. You said it's funny because this video is cringe in a lot of the ways that the haters are too. Yeah, sometimes you got to fight fire with fire, buddy. Listen, I'm not in a position to fucking deny aid, okay? No matter where it comes from at this point. I'm literally in the crosshairs. Engaging in a 15 front war here. The biggest front, my own fans.
New administration, reform leading it. Now, what that means is not necessarily reform having an absolute majority of the 42, but reform could well become tonight the biggest party in the council.
Yeah, I mean, they are. Reform probably is going to be the biggest party in the council. Definitely worth it to watch the Ethan part of the video on your stream sometime. It clearly shows Ethan's obsessiveness and hypocrisy. Are you sure you have time to talk about the president subtweeting you? I think I heard a microaggression. Oh, yeah, you saw that. You saw Trump coming after one of the candidates that I'm aligned with. What was I going to watch? There was another thing I wanted to watch. Oh, Professor Chung. My Professor Chung. Professor Chung, World War III has already begun. Let me explain.
In 2024, you made 3 predictions that have come perfectly true. Like Trump would start a war with Iran. And you've made a series of new predictions.
Yes, and I'll explain each prediction one by one. Okay, so first, I predict that Trump will get a 3rd term.
But isn't this constitutionally illegal?
It's not. The president now has emergency war powers, and so he can actually delay the election. My second prediction is Iran is now a forever war, and the United States will institute a national draft. Meaning that if you're between 18 to 24 in America, you're male, you'll be automatically put into the draft system. And they just passed a law that says that starting in December, you'll be automatically registered.
Which means you're obliged to go and fight.
Exactly. Next, the world will move towards an AI surveillance state. So everything you do online is being recorded to figure out how to control you. And then this is the most controversial prediction. This is pretty bad. And I'll explain why. And also, I will tell you why this war can only lead to World War III. Why there's a very strong possibility that the American empire will collapse. And also, I'll show you what the Russians will do and how the private bankers are controlling you.
I'm not owned by anybody.
That's what you think.
So let's talk about that. This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe. And some of you have told us, according to this, and you've blown up across the internet because you've been able to demystify all of this craziness, but also because in 2024, you made 3 predictions that have come perfectly true. Some might say, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes.
What were those 3 predictions?
My first prediction was that Trump would win in November 2024. Second prediction is that he would start a war against Iran. And the third prediction is that the United States would lose this war. And in losing this war, this would radically reshape the geopolitical landscape.
How did you know that Trump would start a war with Iran?
The simple answer is this. The United States have invaded Iran because it has no choice in the matter. If it were not to invade Iran, it would lose its empire. Its empire is based purely on the US dollar, the petrodollar, which is a Ponzi scheme. If it did not invade Iran, then people would choose not to trade with it anymore. People would choose to not buy US treasuries.
Why?
For the longest time, this system worked fine. But then in February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine.
Yeah.
Okay. That was not the issue. The issue was the American response. The American response was to sanction Russia and remove Russia from the SWIFT global payment system. It also ordered Europeans to freeze over $200 billion in Russian assets. And there's a problem because the very basis for having the US dollar as the global reserve currency is that it would remain politically neutral. The Americans guaranteed seamless, politically neutral international exchange. So if this trend continues, right, if you don't do anything about Russia, Russia will take over Ukraine. And Russia...
Dude, they've elevated the game. They've elevated the game. Professor Jiang has elevated the motherfucking game. He's got a board now. He's got a fucking board now.
Then would build an alliance with China and Iran. If you look at these 3 countries on a map, Russia, China, and Iran, this is the entire Asian continent. And then what they can do is this. They can say, okay, the United States is a bully. They force us to play by the rules. They get very angry if we don't play by the rules. So let's not play with the United States anymore. Let's just trade amongst ourselves.
Listen, I didn't steal from him. He stole from me. He's wearing a suit. Okay? I don't have a whiteboard, but he has a suit now. Who's stealing from who?
And then what they can do is they can build a Eurasian railway system connecting Russia, Iran, and China together. And then what this would do is negate American sea power because it's American ships that patrol and protect the oceans. And then what happened is the world, Europe, Middle East, Africa, India, East Asia, would look at the trading bloc and think to themselves, wow, these guys, the Russians, Iranians, and Chinese, they use gold as their medium of exchange. Gold is valuable. The Americans, on the other hand, use US dollars as the medium of exchange, which is not valuable. So am I better off with the American system or with this new BRICS system?
What's BRICS?
It's an acronym. It stands for Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, China.
So am I right in thinking, because Iran, Russia, and China were colluding, it threatened US dominance, which is driven by the world using the dollar as the primary currency for trading?
That's correct.
Okay, so they felt they needed to invade because then they can control more of the Middle East?
Right. So by attacking Iran, certain things happen. Okay? The first thing that happened is that China is now cut off from Middle East energy. China receives anywhere between 50 to 6% of its energy needs from the Middle East. Not just Iran, but also Qatar and Saudi Arabia. A lot of people say that China today, it's reliant on renewables, solar, wind, and that's true to a certain extent. Remember that China, it is an industrial powerhouse. So it needs energy from everywhere and everyone. So the fact that China is losing all this energy from the Middle East presents China with a long-term strategic vulnerability. I mean, that's the first thing that happened.
The interviewer doesn't know what BRICS is? I mean, he might, but he's probably doing it so that Professor Jiang explains it.
Second thing that happens is that Europe is in a lot of trouble. Because remember, because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Russian energy was sanctioned. And so Europe relied more on the Middle East for its energy needs, especially Qatar. And now Europe has lost all of this oil. And then you have Japan and South Korea. These two powerful East Asian economies are also reliant on the Middle East for its energy. So another question is, if you're not getting your energy from the Middle East, where can you get your energy from? And there's only two answers, either Russia or the United States. Russia is at war. And what's happening is the Ukrainian drones are attacking Russian oil refineries and export hubs. So the world in the short term has no choice but to look to America for its energy needs. And what did Trump do recently? He took over Venezuela, which has the world's greatest oil reserves. He's threatening Canada. He's threatening Greenland, Mexico, Colombia. If Trump controls the entire Western Hemisphere, the entire world has to beg Trump for energy and resources. And this saves both the US dollar as well as the American empire.
So as part of your prediction in 2024, I believe it was, you said that the US would lose this war.
Right.
Why did you predict that the US will lose this war with Iran?
Because the American society does not have the political will, does not have the manufacturing capacity, does not have the risk tolerance to fight this war in Iran. Basically, America wants to fight this war as cheaply, as easily, and as quickly as possible. Right? So Trump
He's so dumb, he's brilliant. I mean, he's not wrong about a lot of this stuff. He's right. America doesn't have the manufacturing base. The American population doesn't have the pain tolerance. So all of that stuff is correct.
Trump really thought that.
I'm just waiting for him to say something unhinged, you know?
If I sent my airplanes...
Because, remember, this is 9 minutes in, okay? Professor Jiang will cook for, 85% of the conversation, and then the last 15%, he will say something so spectacular, so utterly unhinged, that it causes you to question everything he said leading up to that moment, where you're like, how can these two thoughts be trapped in the same mind? Nothing he's saying is incredibly complicated. I've said many things that are similar, except for the last 15%.
To strike Tehran and kill the Ayatollah, they would just surrender. That was literally his plan going into this war. He paid no attention to the culture. He paid no attention to the history of the Iranian people. He had absolutely no respect for the nation. And when you do that, when you disrespect your opponent, when you underestimate your opponent, and when you yourself are not willing to commit to the fight, you're going to lose.
So is Iran's game just to draw this out as long as they possibly can? How they, because he's taking out the leaders. And then do you also think that Trump thought that if I just bomb the leader, then everything will sort of regenerate itself and we'll be fine? What was the sort of fundamental misunderstanding?
There's a lot of confusion as to how this war started. Even today, no one actually knows how this war started. But I think that Trump, given his personality, he was convinced that if he killed the leadership of...
What do you mean? We definitely know how this war started. The fuck?
Of Iran, then they had no choice but to surrender. And his proof of concept was, of course, on January 3rd of this year, Delta Force went into Venezuela, kidnapped Maduro, and they completely surrendered. So in Trump's mind, he wanted to replay the Venezuela scenario.
And he didn't realize that Iran is fundamentally different from Venezuela.
The short answer is he is a reality TV star. He thinks in terms of optics. He doesn't think in terms of geopolitical strategy. The long answer is that the American military has become a very corrupt and insular institution that is trying to generate as much congressional funding as possible in order to fund the military-industrial complex.
Did he think that he was going to bomb Iran, the people would rise up, they would elect a new government, and that would be that, and then he could control Iran?
That's exactly what he thought. So what I want to do now is go to the map,
okay,
all right, and show you what he got wrong.
Okay.
All right, so this is a map of the...
Oh, he's cooking now. Now he's cooking. He's got a map. He's got a whiteboard, an electronic whiteboard. This dude did a hangout with the actual anti-Semites who can't be named on Twitch anymore. He literally did a one-on-one conversation moderated by Sneeko with Dugan. It is one of the funniest things I've ever... I didn't even watch it, but just the fact that it exists out there is incredible, okay? A goddamn English teacher for high schoolers in Beijing with a fucking YouTube channel was having a conversation with, love him, hate him, and I'm not exactly a fan, one of the more consequential Russian thinkers of the 21st century, the guy who is perhaps most responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin's personal philosopher, okay? The founder of the ACP, Mr. Nazball himself. Yeah, Dugan is really funny, though. He will sometimes post the funniest, dumbest shit.
And the first thing to notice about this map is the topography. What does that mean? How many mountains you have. So this is what's really interesting.
Okay, never mind. Maybe he doesn't actually know what BRICS is because he just said, what does topography mean?
Is that the topography between Iraq and Iran are completely different. And this is important because in 2003, the Americans invaded Iraq and they won the war in about 2 weeks. And the reason why they won the war is the Americans practiced something called shock and awe. And the idea of shock and awe is that it is a military strategy
Shock
that believes
plus
that
a awe.
if you cut off the head of the snake will die. The decapitation strike. And so what they did was they went into Baghdad, seized Baghdad, and the regime collapsed and the war was over. And they were able to do this because of the topography. If you look at a map of Iraq, it's all flat, it's all desert, meaning that you can just fly in.
No, they were able to do it because the Iraqi government was already unbelievably corrupt, and they straight up bribed half of the fucking military force, half of the generals, to stand down in the process of overtaking Baghdad and doing aerial bombing campaigns. And on top of that, they also invaded with boots on the ground, as opposed to with Iran. The topography definitely plays a role here, but the government is clearly far more stable. Iran is a sovereign state that has maintained its sovereignty for a lot longer and in a lot more resilient manner than Iraq ever could. The American campaign against Iraq was also planned for approximately a decade prior to its completion. Famously, Dick Cheney released a memo in like 1994, if I recall correctly, talking about the necessity to invade Iraq and to privatize its nationalized oil refineries, its oil and gas extraction business. It was state-owned enterprise. So there was already a lot of appetite for this. And not only that, there was also a much more competent military force that had planned out exactly how they would do it. They went in. They had a similar technique with the sanctions with Iraq as well, just like with Iran. But they went in and they bribed a bunch of generals. Like they effectively neutered the military and made sure that they had no resistance whatsoever. But perhaps most importantly, the Iranian government is actually competent as opposed to the Iraqi government that was unbelievably corrupt, and it was very opportune for the American side to come in and just like destroy it.
Your planes, cut off the head of a snake, and the war is over. There's actually no way you can defend against airstrikes because you're entirely a desert. Now, let's look at the topography of Iran. And Iran is all mountainous. In fact, you can make the argument that Iran is a fortress. Okay? And so the first thing is that Iran can choose to fight a war of attrition.
What's a war of attrition?
A war of attrition is a game of uncle.
What's that?
Right. A game of uncle is where we don't have enough power to destroy each other. So what we try to do is we try to create pain points, leverage points, to force you to...
Bro, what are you... Oh, God, I can't tell if he's like making this like insanely simplified for the people to understand what he's saying, or if he's just like out of his mind. Okay. Iraq is 93 million people. Iran, is 93 million people, and by land mass, it is 3.8 times the size of the country of Iraq. And the topography actually does play a major role here. It also occupies the largest coastline of the fucking Persian Gulf. Okay, so on top of that, for 47 years, they have worked with the North Koreans. Professor Jung came after me. Professor Jung said, no, I'm back. Professor Jung said, how dare you talk shit? Anyway, as I was saying, so Iran also worked with the North Koreans to develop these incredibly sophisticated underground bunker systems, underground missile production facilities, underground silos, with the knowledge that Americans would inevitably come and try to blow them up. And they made these virtually impenetrable fortresses, taking advantage of the mountainous regions, but also on top of that, building deep underground. Okay, and that's precisely the reason why their missile stockpiles have not diminished in the way that the American side claimed they had. Okay, there is no other country, with the exception of North Korea, that can withstand an aerial campaign from the largest, most powerful air force on the planet, the United States of America's Air Force. There's no other country that can do this. Okay? Iraq certainly didn't have any of those facilities. Iran is in a unique predicament for that reason. Iran is uniquely positioned to deal with an American aerial bombardment campaign with the knowledge that America will never actually turn around and militarily invade Iran because it's 93 million people, and the force necessary, the troop presence necessary, would require a draft.
Submit to cry uncle, right? So because Iran is too large, and that's 92 million people, it's impossible for the Americans and Israelis to destroy Iran. So what they're trying to do instead is bomb enough targets so that they recognize that resistance is futile and surrender. Okay? That's the extent of the strategy. But again, the problem with this is that, one, Iran is much too big. Number two is that it is a mountain fortress, which means that you can hide your weapons and your military inside mountains, right? Which allows you to conduct a guerrilla warfare strategy against your opponent. And this is exactly what Iran is doing right now, where their underground missile bases are hidden inside the mountains, and then they're able to strike targets throughout the Middle East, primarily American bases, but also energy installations that are key to the American petrodollar system. And so it's a game of uncle where the Americans are trying to create as much damage as possible in the Iranian nation, and Iran, in response, is trying to destroy as much
Glorping? Sorry, I don't know why.
of the global economy as possible to force the world to pressure America to call the war off. So that's the situation we are facing right now. Second thing that Trump got wrong is how vulnerable the global economy is. Because the Iranians control something called the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? And as you can see on this map, the Strait of Hormuz, it's a very, very narrow piece of land. It's only about 33 kilometers across. You can actually swim across the Strait of Hormuz. Okay? And what is important is the GCC exports 20% of the world's energy. The Gulf Cooperative Council. Okay? So the Gulf Cooperative Council are certain nations in the Middle East that align politically. So they include Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Oman, Iran, Kuwait. They've been exporting energy, but not just energy, but also a lot of byproducts of energy production, including fertilizer, to the world, primarily East Asia and India. In return, they've been getting food back. So most people don't appreciate this, but the GCC actually imports 89% of its food needs. And the reason why is that they become so rich these past few decades that the populations have blown up. And as a result, they have to feed their population, but they don't have agricultural resources. They also don't have water resources.
I don't know why my internet is getting ass beat right now.
And so they have two major vulnerabilities, which is food and water. And they have a lot of desalination plants around the area. And so
it's a desalination plant.
Okay. So a desalination plant takes
oh my
salt water
God.
from the seas and then food and
This guy is crazy. He's asking every question. I can't tell if this is like him being a good interviewer or if he's just like genuinely clueless. I mean, no disrespect. I met the guy in Qatar. He seems like a nice guy, but that's crazy. He's like he's just like a baby. I feel like it's got to be an interviewer technique, right? No, he just understands his audience. No, it's a part of the thing. Okay.
electrochemical process turns it into portable water that people can use for drinking purposes and for agricultural purposes. Okay. Right? So as you can see, the entire area, it is extremely vulnerable to drone and missile attacks from Iran. So that's the second thing that Iran has done, which Trump did not expect. He didn't expect that the Iranians would close off the Strait of Hormuz. And how the Iranians were able to close off the Strait of Hormuz was just by threatening to attack any ships that wanted to cross it. The reason why is that these ships depend on maritime insurance in order to operate. But if there's a risk, a very high risk of being destroyed, then you will not get insurance. Okay. So it's not that the Iranians have said to these ships you can't cross, it's just that the insurers refuse to allow these ships to cross because it's too dangerous.
And Trump didn't, you think they'd consider this before they started bombing Iran, that Iran would have some leverage in shutting down such a critical piece of water for, shipping fertilizer, energy, etc. You think that they would have known this?
Right. So that's what a lot of people say, that Trump's stupid.
Yes, they did know this, for the record. They absolutely knew this. Anyone that tells you that the Trump administration had no idea is out of their dang minds. Of course they knew about it.
That Trump is hot-headed, that he was misled by the Israelis. And there's good evidence to support this. But I want to show you something. Okay? It's called the National Defense Strategy. All right. And so this is a document that was published by the Department of War. And in it, it explains what the American strategy to maintain global dominance is. And in the introduction, what it says is that for too long, America has been bullied by the world. America is a nation that protects the world. Yet Europe, East Asia, takes advantage of American generosity. The Europeans don't pay for their defense, and so they put all this money into welfare, into the pension system. The Chinese have been giving America a bad trade deal. The Chinese steal American technology and then use it to make products that they sell back to the Americans. So the Americans have been getting a really bad deal for decades. And President Donald Trump, he's going to change that by doing 4 things, right? The National Defense Strategy calls for a 4-point program to put America first. The first thing that America's going to do is going to secure the Western Hemisphere. Why? Because the Western Hemisphere belongs to the United States.
When you say the Western Hemisphere, what do you mean? What region is that? Is that Canada as well?
So if you look at the map, we can divide the map into the Eastern Hemisphere, okay, and the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, so everything over here.
Everything,
Mexico.
including Greenland, including Canada, including Mexico. Every part of this area belongs to the United States. Therefore, you cannot trade with any of these countries without American permission, without paying a tribute to the Americans. And this is why that the Americans have parked 1/3 of their naval assets in the Caribbean today. It's to tell.
By the way, everything he's saying here is correct. I mean, it's incorrect as far as like the American posturing, but it is correct. I've read this document. That's where they also clearly spell out that they're going to do the Don Roe doctrine, right, to dominate the Western Hemisphere. So that part is correct. What's incorrect about it is the American assessment that China's stolen our IP to steal. To sell back shit to us, and Europe is able to spend endless money on their welfare state because we have their protection paid for. And yes, the guy who asked what's the Western Hemisphere is, I can't tell if he's asking those questions because he sincerely doesn't know, or if he's asking for his audience. I assume he's asking for his audience.
The Chinese and the Russians back off. If you want to come here, you either pay a tribute or you'll be attacked. Okay, that's the first point of this strategy. The Western Hemisphere belongs to America. Something that they call the Don Roe Doctrine, okay, which is Trump's corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Okay, so that's point 1. Point 2 is that America wants to reimagine its relationship with its allies. Basically, NATO needs to pay for its own defense. NATO needs to go fight Russia in Ukraine. America will provide support, it'll provide weapons and financing, but NATO needs to do more work. And in East Asia, South Korea and Japan need to do a better job of keeping China in check. Okay, that's point 2. Point 3 is specific to China. And the idea is the United States does not want to destroy China. The United States does not want to humiliate China, but China needs to be put in its place. China needs to respect the power and the reach of the United States. And how the United States is going to do this is by strangling China economically, right? So you look at
if you're only a political commentator in real life, what the fuck are you doing here? Just wondering, genuinely curious. What?
Map of China. Most of its trade goes to something called the Strait of Malacca.
Wait, Chinese IP theft isn't really a thing, or is it just overblown? Chinese IP theft is a handshake agreement. Here, do you think that since we started trading with China, that all of these companies were not aware that China was just recreating the same technology with Chinese names? Do you think that they just caught them by surprise? No, they all knew. But they wanted to take advantage of the cheap labor. And that's it. It was always a handshake agreement that we ship our jobs to China and take advantage of the low-cost labor force in China. And in exchange for that, you, China, get to recreate the same exact shit, a little bit cheaper, of course, and you can sell it. Now, of course, in 2026, this doesn't even happen any longer. Actually, roles have been reversed. Roles have been reversed where we are looking at Chinese tech and we are choosing to steal Chinese EV tech, for example. because China is now a leader in electric vehicle technology.
The Strait of Malacca is the most important maritime choke point in the world. All America has to do is park naval carriers inside the Strait of Malacca, and China will lose 90% of its energy exports.
But if they parked them there, China would still go through, no?
No, because you have to go for the Strait of Malacca. So America has something called the first island chain. Okay? The first island chain prevents China from reaching the Pacific Ocean. The first island chain includes South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Malaysia. That blocks China from reaching out into the Pacific. So in order for it to access trade, it has to go through the Strait of Malacca. And for the Strait of Malacca, it can access India, Africa, and the Middle East.
Okay.
Right? And so by positioning naval carriers inside the Strait of Malacca, it creates a blockade, and China would have to pay a toll in order to access the Strait of Malacca.
And the fourth one?
And the fourth one is to reinvigorate America's defense manufacturing sector.
So supercharge the U.S. defense industrial base.
That's exactly correct, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So what this means is that the Pentagon, a few weeks ago, went to Detroit and talked to Ford and General Motors and said, you know what, because of this war in Iran, we might need you to stop making cars and start making more munitions.
How do you know they said that?
They published it, yes.
Really?
Yes.
So the United States went to Forbes and GM and said, we might need you to start making weapons with your factories.
Yes, and they're happy doing this because the profit margins are much greater for weapons than for cars. This is the Pentagon, so you can charge them as much as you want, and they'll pay for it. Whereas you make cars, it's for the consumer market, and they may not buy your cars, right? So you're like Ford or General Motors. The best deal in the world is to go make weapons for the Pentagon to fight these wars in the Middle East that can go on for forever. So we're in a situation where, okay, look, if you read the news, if you talk to a lot of people, Trump's an idiot, and this war in Iran makes no sense at all. But then if you just read the National Defense Strategy that is on the Department of War website, and anyone can go there and download it for free and read it themselves, it's a very clear roadmap of what America needs to do in order to maintain.
No, he's still an idiot because if it still fails, just because you have a logical through line between action and reaction and you have goals, doesn't mean that it's a smart initiative. Yes, Donald Trump has a grand design for the way that he is, posturing around the world. I talked about this with the trade war that he was trying to wage against China, right? The goal there was to decouple the rest of the trade partners from China by force. It didn't succeed. Just because you have a goal doesn't mean that you're going to succeed. It's like me saying, I'm going to play in the fucking NBA at my old age. At 34 years old, I'm going to play in the NBA. That's my goal. How am I going to achieve that? By eating donuts. Okay? Throwing a couple, shooting a couple basketballs 3 times a day, and then eating donuts every day. Okay, I have a goal in mind. I set out on this adventure, but I didn't take the necessary steps. And I don't even have the solid fundamentals to be able to ever play in the fucking NBA. Just because you have a goal in mind doesn't mean that it's smart to implement. You see? You understand?
Hegemony. And so let's just summarize the major points. The first major point is to maintain control over the Western Hemisphere and create a fortress America.
Which is why he invaded Venezuela and he says he's going to invade Cuba.
Exactly.
And also Greenland.
Look at all the countries that he's named over the past year. Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Venezuela, Cuba, Colombia, Nicaragua, Honduras. It's all the Western Hemisphere, right? And they're all together. Second point is to create divide and rule all around the world. So imagine a situation where in Europe, NATO fights Russia in Ukraine. In East Asia, China fights South Korea and Japan. In the Middle East, Iran fights the GCC allied with Israel. What does America do? America can now sell everyone weapons and resources and finance it. This would be back to World War II.
But it makes them weaker as well, generally.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Right? And then what would happen is that $40 trillion that America has in debt, it would disappear because it would be absorbed by the world. Right? So you can say, look, Trump's an idiot, but if you actually look at a map and how America wants this world map to play out, it makes perfect sense.
So the war is going well for Trump?
The war is going very well for Trump.
Really?
Yes.
But you said in your prediction that he would lose the war.
Right.
What's your definition of lose the war?
Losing the war means that America would send ground troops, Iran would survive this ground invasion, so politically damaging that chaos breaks out in the United States, and the U.S. ground invasion is forced to retreat, and the United States is forced to retreat from.
That's not even, okay. See, this is where Professor Chung, this is where you lose me, okay? What do you mean it's going well for Trump? It's going spectacularly poorly for Trump. It would have gone well for Trump if Donald Trump could have pulled off a Venezuela in Iran. That would have gone well for Trump. He would have already been in Beijing by this point in time with two major fucking cards holding, two major cards, two major points of leverage that he's holding in his hands. Control over the Strait of Hormuz, where a lot of the Chinese energy supply transits from, and also a shutting off of China's entry point into the Latin American continent, South American continent, Venezuela. He would have been able to reduce China's allegiances, or at least like have leverage over China's energy partners, with the exception of Russia. And at which point, then you just basically give the entirety of Ukraine to Russia, and then you fucking call it a day. Now you have developed sufficient leverage against the manufacturing base of the entire planet. So if they were to ever come back to you and say, hey, we're going to apply export controls on critical components that you need for defense production, for example, America could turn around and say, all right, well, we're shutting off your energy faucet. Good luck. Okay? It's almost like mutually assured destruction that way. But instead of nukes, you got nuclear options in trade. China's nuclear option in trade is its export controls. Because China is a monopoly on the refinement and procurement of all rare earth minerals, some of which are necessary for defense to build those bombs, and critical components that are necessary to even put in microchips and shit like that, which America has had leverage over China on as well with microchips, semiconductors. The rare earth export controls, rare earth mineral export controls, is a major point of leverage that China has over the United States of America. It's one that China actually utilized in the last Liberation Day tariffs conversation. America needs something to counter that. And given the political control that it had over the GCC, it could at times leverage that relationship. But it's clear that China made tremendous gain in terms of developing longstanding relationships with the Gulf nation states and with the rest of OPEC Plus, that they no longer could do that. So for them, the best possible thing they could do is control the Strait of Hormuz and control Iran. Problem is, they failed. So no, the war is not going great for Trump. He's wrong.
The Middle East. And you still think that's going to happen? I still think that's going to happen. So you think the United States is going to put ground troops in, Iran is going to resist, and then chaos is going to break out in the United States?
Yes. So let me explain to you why ground troops has to be set. Okay. All right. Okay. So in phase one of this war, which started February 28th, which lasted for about 6 weeks, the intention was to decapitate the regime. And you do that by striking Tehran, and you do that by striking the military bases and installations throughout Iran. It's what the Americans call shock and awe. And the point is to force the Iranians to call uncle. But that's not what happened. To give up. To give up, basically. Because what the Iranians did was they responded by attacking U.S. bases throughout the GCC. They closed off the Strait of Hormuz, and they rallied their people. Okay? So rather than surrender, the Iranians basically doubled down. Okay? That's phase two of the war. Now we've gone to phase three of the war, where Trump has basically decided that decapitation does not work. And so what Trump's going to do is he's going to impose a naval blockade on Iran's naval blockade, right? And so the question then is, if Trump understands that decapitation does not work, then using game theory...
What's game theory?
Game theory is the belief that all the world is governed by rules and incentives. And once you understand the rules and incentives, you can predict how people behave. Because people will always behave according to their best interests. So in geopolitics, the nation states are individual players. And each nation state is trying to use its resources and its advantages in order to pressure other nation states to obey it. Okay? So Trump recognizes that the Iranians have closed off the Strait of Hormuz, but not only that, but the Iranians could also use the Strait of Hormuz to finance the war, meaning that now they're forcing ships to pay a toll, about $2 million, in order to cross it. And so this is a huge advantage for the Iranians. And so Trump has said, no, I'm going to blockade your blockade, negating Iran's advantage over the Strait of Hormuz. So we think about it, again, using game theory. I want to discuss what the Americans will do in order to force the Iranians to capitulate. Okay? So I would say there's a 3-point strategy. The first strategy is economic strangulation. You basically destroy the state's capacity to finance the war. And there are 2 ways that Iran is financing the war so far. The first is using oil exports, right? 90% of Iran's oil goes to China. And this is Kharg Island. Okay, this little spot here is Kharg Island. And this is where Iran will export 90% of its oil overseas. That's the first mechanism. Second mechanism is the Strait of Hormuz, where the Iranians now can collect tolls, right? So what you have to do is you have to eliminate both of these finance mechanisms. You can close off both with a naval blockade, okay? So that's strategy 1. Strategy Two is you need to create as much chaos within Iran as possible. You want to turn this fortress into a prison. And the way you do that is by stirring up ethnic tensions in the country. So if you look at a map, ethnic map of Iran, what you'll discover is that the Persian people are primarily in this area, in the middle of the country. When you go to the borderlands, okay, the border areas, it's primarily ethnic minorities. And there are two ethnic minorities in the country that have always been problematic for the government. The first problematic people are called bullocks here in southeast Iran by the Pakistani border. They have a history of insurgency against the government. Okay? Second people that have been problematic are the Kurds, who are primarily in the northwest of the country. So if you are the U.S. government, if you are the military, your strategy is to establish forward operating bases in these areas. A forward operating base is a spearhead of the military, where you insert ground troops to hold an area in order to resupply, in order to push further into the territory.
Okay, so a forward operating base would be the US putting troops into the northwest and the southeast, and then using that as a way to move forward into Iran?
No, you don't want to move forward into Iran because it's too large. You don't have enough forces to move into Iran. What you want to do is this. You want to establish forward operating bases in these areas in order to arm and train ethnic insurgents that you can also finance as well. And you do this because you want...
These results are crazy. Reform is winning everything. Yeah. Go back to when I was in Croatia when Keir Starmer won to see a real predictive history moment. This is unsurprising. But the promising thing is there's unbelievable gains here for the Greens. Why did I know this was going to happen? Because game theory. Yeah. You need to get a whiteboard. Yeah, maybe then people take me seriously.
Turn them into cannon fodder. You have to force a response from the Iranian military, right? So if they come in...
Yeah, we're just lucky that there is an actual opposition party that people can lean into. Without the rise of the Greens, it would be even worse. You understand that, right? Without the rise of the Greens, there would be no outlet whatsoever.
With the army in order to quell these rebellions. That's great, because now you can use your air power to decimate the Iranian military. Your problem right now is the Iranian military is hiding inside mountains.
Oh, here.
Like that Keir Starmer is going to take this and is going to take this new labor, that's similar to Tony Blair labor, and use it as a broad mandate for centrism. Do you understand? He's not going to do the good things that any other competent labor leader who's like ideologically committed to like some kind of genuine reform, genuine progressive cause, like actually bringing about equity, would be able to do.
What did you feel when you walked in through the door for the first time?
I suspect he's actually feeling a lot of relief. I mean, I certainly felt, I know David Cameron felt in 2010, that we had delivered for all of our supporters. There's an enormous sense of, thank God we did it. And I think also, from very
waiting, very challenge this and sure about how much better Keir Starmer. Watch this space. In the upcoming days, everyone is going to talk about how much better Keir Starmer is than Jeremy Corbyn, and that centrism won in the UK. And it's the solution. It's the antidote to far-right politics of the Tories. Okay?
What's happened? I think actually within the manifesto, you look at the promise on growth, they're going to have to deliver on those. You look at the promise on the environment, they're going to have to deliver on those. I think that there's something I think about the Lords, and look, the Lords is an abomination because of the Liz Truss putting in about 4...
Is it safe to travel with COVID and hantavirus going around? The Hanta seems pretty scary. Dude, am I crazy, or isn't that just like something in a cruise ship? Like, isn't it literally trapped in a cruise ship currently because of mouse poop? No? It's in the USA now? One shot, see if you catch it? Yeah, I heard. Nope, a couple people left the cruise before it was caught, and they were on flights. Incredible. Well, good thing we got RFK Jr. in charge. Fuck it, we ball. How are you not up to date on this? So, from what I understand, it doesn't spread like COVID. It is a very different spread pattern. It transmits through, it starts from rat poop, right? Like, it started off in this cruise ship because of rat shit, right? And I feel like it's very deadly. And when you get it, you have like a 50-50 survival rate or something. I mean, I don't want to give you misinformation. I'm just talking off top dome. But because it's so deadly, the epidemiologists are saying that it's too deadly to be as to transmit as much as COVID does, and also because it doesn't transmit in the same way. It's through saliva, right? Here.
Officials are racing to contain the deadly hantavirus outbreak that has killed 3 people. Several states.
I can't believe that people still go on cruises. I will never understand it.
It's including Arizona, Georgia, and California monitoring cruise ship passengers for possible infections. Teams in protective gear transporting 3 patients to emergency flights bound for Amsterdam. This as contact tracing has started on anyone who may have been exposed to sick patients earlier in the trip who disembarked at different locations. One such traveler was removed from a KLM flight in Johannesburg a day before her death. KLM saying due to the passenger's medical condition at the time, the crew decided not to allow the passenger to travel on the flight. 88 of those passengers from that flight now being tracked by the World Health Organization after possibly being exposed. And the WHO says a Swiss man who had returned home with his wife tested positive for hantavirus on Wednesday. He remains hospitalized. There are now 11 suspected cases of hantavirus infection from that ship, 5 testing positive in a lab. Hantavirus is a respiratory infection with no treatment and can kill up to 40% of those infected. The World Health Organization says testing so far identified the rare Andes strain, which can spread from person to person.
That is the species that has been identified on the cruise ship. And so that's why they're starting to worry more and more about the potential for person-to-person spread on the cruise ship.
Health officials now suspect the first victim to contract the virus picked it up in Argentina before getting on the ship. In mid-March, he'd visited a landfill during a bird-watching tour, and officials suspect he contracted it from rodents. The captain announces his death weeks ago, telling those on board the man was not infectious before anyone knew it was hantavirus.
This is my sad duty to inform you that one of our passengers sadly passed away last night. I'm told by the doctor we're not infectious. So the ship is safe when it comes to this.
But
dog, this is literally why cruise ships are terrifying to me. I just don't understand why people entertain it. Like, you're just stuck. You're just stuck on a fucking floating trash barge that has a litany of diseases in it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You're scared of water? No, man. It's not that I'm scared of water. Like, sure. I'm afraid not of the water, but I'm afraid of the ocean. But like, I'll go out on the sea on a boat. I'm not afraid of boating. I'm not afraid of going on a fucking boat. I'm not afraid of swimming. I'm afraid of taking unnecessary risks. And I feel like the cruise, what you get out of it is nowhere near worth the pain. The downsides are endless for incredibly limited upside, which is just a shittier version of going to a fucking all-inclusive resort. It's objectively a shittier version. It's on the sea, and you can like maybe get a day off at port. Austin Show boo bad take. Bitch, we're talking about a deadly virus. Aren't you supposed to be a hypochondriac? Fuck you mean boo bad take? What kind of hypochondriac are you, Austin? Wrong, worst take. I'm not going on this cruise. Oh, but you'll go on the next one. Okay. Good luck, man. You're saying all cruises are bad based on one cruise? No, I'm saying that even in the best possible scenario on a cruise, you're still trapped on a ship with a fuck ton of people and a fuck ton of disease. What about an airplane? I mean, in the airplane, you have a much more limited contact for a much shorter period of time. I think air travel is also dangerous. In a similar vein, don't get me wrong, but when you're on a boat, when you're on a fucking cruise, you're floating around with a far larger group of people for sometimes a week in a closed environment. I feel like there's an infinitely higher likelihood of contracting some kind of disease, not just hantavirus. I just mean like in general. The cruises I go on don't go to landfills usually. Oh my God. This is literally, you know what this is? Yeah, also, I'm not even making a comparison between air travel and cruises. Cruises are unbelievably unnecessary. Air travel is still necessary for not only delivery, but just travel in general. But this is straight up, this is literally Republican thinking, okay?
This is Republican mentality. Well, the cruise I'll go doesn't go near a landfill. Are cruises BDS? I don't know. I'm just saying, I think cruises are gross, and it's not worth it. Airplanes have good air filters and HVAC, plus on a cruise, tons of people eat close together, go in pools, limited hand washing, etc., etc. You're also in a closed environment with a fuck ton more people for a much longer period of time.
That man likely spread it to his wife, who also died. Ruhi Chenet was a passenger on the ship and says the cruise continued as normal.
Since we were not informed of any contagious disease, everyone was relaxed.
Medical teams are monitoring the nearly 150 people still on board, including 17 Americans, as they make their way to the Canary Islands in Spain. The State Department telling ABC News the Trump administration has no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans, and they are ready to assist any affected Americans.
Oh, great. Also, that's the other side of the story. RFK Jr. is on the job, baby.
Health officials around the world are racing to contain a deadly outbreak of hantavirus that's linked to this cruise ship in the Atlantic. The Dutch airline KLM says one of the ship's passengers, who later died after contracting the virus, boarded a flight in South Africa before the plane's crew decided she was too sick to travel. The Georgia Department of Public Health says 2 people who returned home to the state after getting off the ship are being monitored right now, and one Arizona resident who was also on board is also being...
Bro, you know her ass wasn't wearing a mask either. Like, just sick and traveling, no mask whatsoever.
Watched by officials there. And according to the New York Times, California residents were on the ship as well. CNN's Randy Kay looks now at how this virus may have spread.
This was an expedition boat, and many of the people on board were doing bird watching.
Turns out a bird watching tour may be the source of this hantavirus outbreak. According to the Associated Press, 2 Argentine officials investigating how this started said their government is leaning toward the idea that a Dutch couple contracted the virus while bird watching in the city of Ushuaia, Argentina, before boarding the ship. The AP reports the couple visited a landfill during the tour and may have been exposed to infected rodents. That 70-year-old Dutch man was the first to die on the ship, days after they left port in Argentina. His 69-year-old wife died about 2 weeks later. The rest of the people on board, including nearly 150 passengers, are now on a 3 to 4 day journey from Cape Verde to
Bro, stop the cruise. What are we doing? What do you mean they're on a trip? They should stop and wait it out, okay? You just drop ship. Like, what do you mean you just keep going on the cruise? What are we talking about? I feel like, I'm not going to say sink the ship, right? But just, put it near a port somewhere, keep a watchful eye on the cruise, and, drop ship medical personnel every now and then with the necessary gear, and they just do the treatments on the ship. Or maybe port it up next to a goddamn medical ship and transfer some of the patients by necessity. The fuck do you mean we got a floating petri dish in Cape Verde that's on his way to different hotspots? I feel like isn't this at that point is a bioweapon, Am I crazy? That is what they're doing at the port? Okay.
Reef in the Canary Islands. Spain has agreed to receive the ship there. Upon arrival, the plan is for all passengers to be taken to a nearby airport and sent back to their home countries.
No. What are you doing? No. Keep them away for now. What? Yes, you are. That's against WHO regulations. WHO is what I say to the World Health Organization. Am I crazy? Shouldn't people get properly vetted, properly treated before they just travel internationally all around the world with what I suspect is an unbelievably deadly disease? What the fuck? 30 massive red bubbles are about to appear in the atmosphere. Send them back on planes is not WHO regulations, by the way. Yeah, I assume the regulation here is to quarantine these people, right? Yeah, we're not 100% sure how deadly this is. We just know that it's pretty fucking deadly. We don't know. The genetic sequencing samples of the hantavirus strain and the outbreak suggest that the virus is nearly identical to the version seen in Argentina and is not mutated in ways that would make it a greater threat. According to Tulio de Oliveira, director of the Center of Epidemic Response and Innovation at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. Bro, if we can fucking blockade the Strait of Hormuz, we can blockade this one specific cruise ship, Okay, just cordon it out. Quarantine these motherfuckers. What are we doing? Sometimes I feel like they're just playing around, you know? The global leadership is just like, yeah, fuck it, let's ball. Let's make things fuck it, roll the dice. Let's make things interesting, okay? Shit, we just came over. We just went over this a couple of years ago. Why not again? You know? Maybe we can blame China for this one too. Fuck it, we ball.
The 14 Spanish citizens will be examined and go directly into quarantine at a Madrid hospital.
This is the country of Cape Verde in front of us, but it is forbidden to go down to it.
This travel vlogger on board posted on social media about the predicament they now find themselves in.
Today was supposed to be the last day of our 35-day trip on the Atlantic, but it is clear that our journey...
35 days, bro? 35 days? What are you, Christopher Columbus? What the fuck are you doing on a ship for 35 days? What the fuck are you doing on a ship for 35 motherfucking days, bro? This is what I mean. People that do cruises, we're entirely separate organisms. I feel like I have something in my brain that you guys don't, or vice versa, where you have something in your brain and I don't, okay? Where I hear the idea of being out in sea for 35 days with a bunch of random motherfuckers, okay? And I think to myself, just kill me now, okay? Just kill me ahead of time. Fuck it. I don't want to contract a rare deadly disease and then go kill my loved ones in the process. Just kill me right now. Just shoot me in the fucking head. The fuck do you mean you went on a cruise ship knowing that it was 35 days? Did you get duped into it? Did you think it was gonna be 3 days, maybe 5? And it turns out it was 35? How does that happen?
It will not end here because Cape Verde refused to receive us on its coast.
Earlier today, this medical evacuation boat removed 3 sick people from the ship. On their way to the Netherlands, a source from Spain's health ministry told CNN that Morocco refused to let the plane carrying 2 of the evacuees land to refuel. Instead, it made an unscheduled landing at Gran Canaria Airport to do so.
People are usually infected through contact with infected rodents, or their urine, their droppings, or their saliva. Human-to-human transmission is uncommon.
Yet in this case, the World Health Organization believes the virus may have been transmitted person to person on board. And just today, following lab tests, confirmed this is the Andes strain of the virus, which has spread among close contacts before.
We're also working with authorities for anyone that has left the ship.
In fact, the Swiss Federal Office of Public Health has confirmed that a passenger who traveled on the first leg of the voyage and disembarked at St. Helena on April 24th has now tested positive for hantavirus. That passenger, according to the cruise company, is being treated at a hospital in Zurich. His wife, who was with him, has not shown symptoms but is self-isolating as a precaution. Randy Kay, CNN, New York.
And today, a German woman who may have been exposed to the virus on board that ship was picked up by a convoy of emergency vehicles after being flown to Amsterdam. Doctors say the woman is in stable condition but remains quarantined. For more on what life is like for the 150 people still on board the infected ship, I want to bring in CNN's Melissa Bell. Wow, I mean, personally, this would be my worst nightmare, to be on this ship, knowing what's going on with this virus that can incubate for up to 8 weeks, right, Melissa?
That's right. With all the confusion.
So this rat shit just cooks in you for 8 weeks? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Holy moly. This shit sucks. Oh, what a nightmare. What a fucking nightmare, dude. What the hell is this? Hantavirus? Origin of hantavirus. What? Still unknown. Argentine Health Ministry. Hantavirus? What is happening? Netflix documentary incoming? Bitch, what do you mean? I will never understand it. You will never be able to convince me. They released a picture of the passenger who disembarked and flew to California. It was really funny, man. Oh, we got a funny guy in here doing funny business.
And uncertainty that has gone on the ship itself. You know, we've now seen the video of the initial captain's announcement that was made the day after that first patient, the Dutchman, died, explaining that he died and that they believed that it was natural causes and so on. And it was only later, much later, that it was understood that this virus had been at play. The company...
It's bizarre. Hantavirus almost never jumps from human to human like this. Usually it's coming from into contact with rat feces or something. Cruise ship chef. Yeah, that's crazy. It must have mutated or something. Huh. Hantavirus?
Okay, guys.
In April 2026, a group of people boarded a cruise ship in Argentina. 5 days later, one of the passengers started feeling ill, and 5 more days later, he wasn't alive anymore. No one knew what happened. When the ship arrives at St. Helena Island 13 days later, on April 24th, his body was examined at the hospital. His wife, who accompanied his body, wasn't feeling well. The next day, she took a flight from St. Helena Island to Johannesburg, South Africa. When she lands, she collapses at the airport and then passes away. The cruise company hadn't confirmed that these deaths were related to a medical situation on board that boat. But the same day, when the wife passes away, another passenger on the boat becomes ill. He's evacuated to South Africa and admitted into the intensive care unit. 5 days later, on May 2nd, another passenger on the ship has difficulty breathing before suddenly passing away. From the patient still alive in South Africa, doctors are able to confirm that he has hantavirus. World Health Organization is contacted, and they're able to identify 7 total cases of hantavirus on board the ship, and including the deceased. This is a family of viruses, and it usually gets passed from animal to human, inhaling airborne particles of infected rodent droppings. But there's multiple hantaviruses, and they're known to cause either cardiopulmonary collapse, where the heart and the lungs fail together, or they destroy the kidneys. The problem is there weren't any rodents on the ship. So where did this come from? There is one hantavirus known as the Andes virus.
Yosemite has hantavirus within its rodent population for years and gets 15 to 20 million visitors every year, and no one gets hantavirus. It's exceedingly rare for this type of spread. Once they're off the ship, not confined with infected people, the chance of it spreading drops dramatically. Most rodent populations have hantavirus. People are blowing this out of proportion. I mean, I feel like this is the fear is that this might be mutated, right?
Virus that's been known to transmit from human to human. It's the only known hantavirus to do this so far. And in 2018, there was a birthday party that became known as a spreader event for Andes virus that ended with 34 people getting infected and 11 deaths. And this birthday party happened in Argentina, where people boarded this cruise ship. As of the time that I'm posting this, they're still confirming if it is actually Andes virus. They're contact tracing the people who are on the flight with the wife who died after landing. The doctor on board the cruise ship who would be seeing passengers with symptoms is also sick, suggesting that this could be Andes virus because human-to-human contact. Now, on the flip side, it's not that hard to get sick sometimes on a cruise ship. This is the cardiopulmonary collapse version of the virus, so there's no known direct treatment other than to get a machine to oxygenate blood during the time that the lungs are shut down, which is usually just a couple days for this virus, so you have to identify it early. So those people who are on the ship now that folks are aware of this, you should be able to get treatment in time in case you have symptoms. This isn't new. This particular one doesn't happen that often. Last year, Betsy Arakawa, Gene Hackman's wife, passed away from a hantavirus found in New Mexico. And that's the state where we found hantavirus in the United States for the first time back in 1993. I wouldn't panic over this given the information that we have. Just make sure that you wash your hands often.
Just vibe out the virus. I got hentai virus when I was watching some anime. Good one. Yeah, don't worry. MTG got us all covered. I assume it's ivermectin, right? She's saying, I actually texted her today and asked what can we treat hantavirus with. I'm so glad she posted it. Ivermectin. Also, vitamin D and zinc. Those of us who refuse to lock down, mask up, and get vaxxed took the good old horse pace and developed natural immunity. Can someone, what? Who was the first motherfucker that said ivermectin, bro? We got to find that guy and study that person's brain. Because somewhere along the line, someone was like, I got the perfect solution for this. It's called ivermectin. And now they're like, there is a new deadly virus going around. It has a 50% mortality rate. It is totally different than coronavirus. But just like with coronavirus, you guessed it, ivermectin solves all of your problems. How do we, where did I'm more interested in where the ivermectin cure originated from than even the COVID variant originated from, honestly. It's incredible how resilient this meta has been. It's incredible. People just straight up think ivermectin is a one-stop shop cure-all. It's an all-purpose cure. Yeah. Brace, CBD is also very effective at mitigating symptoms. Yeah. Oh, honey, let's make sure we visit the landfill.
Why did they go to an Argentinian landfill, man? What the fuck? What is up with the land? I mean, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm not going to watch a chat GPT wall of text on Twitter, okay? Not going to happen.
That runs the ship has put out a statement explaining that it wasn't known at the time. It took them some time to figure out that this was a virus and that everyone needed to quarantine. And of course, as we just heard, people then disembarked in St. Helena. There was another disembarkation in Ascension Island. 3 more people disembarked at Cape Verde because by then we knew the virus was going around and these were suspected or confirmed cases. For those still on board, what we understand is happening, Pamela, is that they're being quarantined in their own rooms. They're staying inside their cabins. Their food is being brought to them there. And all the precautions are being taken so that there are no further infections or transmissions of this Andes strain of hantavirus.
You never get the uncontrollable urge to see how other countries dispose of their trash? No. Bro, you've never gone bird watching near a landfill? No. Sometimes morbid curiosity makes you want to visit what can only be described as the worst place available in a fourth world country. Am I crazy? I don't get it. I think that's a controllable urge. Okay, one case in Tel Aviv. They just want to be involved in everything. Okay. Oh, this was us too. Okay. Classic Israeli behavior. It's like, oh, this is actually a indigenous Israeli virus too. Yeah. First you got hummus, then you take falafel, couscous, everything, and now hantavirus too. Let the people have something. Okay. Oh, no, this was us too. We invented it. Yeah. Just like those little cherry tomatoes. We invented the hantavirus too. Hantavirus. That's why it's like Hamas, hantavirus, Hamas. What is this? The Israeli hantavirus case is a different strain from the cruise ship. It's unrelated. Oh.
Now, at least they have a port in sight, and this had been unclear for some time, really until yesterday. We didn't know what port would accept taking in this ship and dealing then with what will be a very complicated operation to get these 147 passengers off, all the crew members off as well, to quarantine them and to successfully take them to where they need to go. You showed a moment ago that convoy in Germany. That is just one passenger suspected, confirmed, but still one passenger getting from the ship to Amsterdam and onwards to a hospital that can treat them. Imagine that multiplied by the number of people who are going to get off the ship. We've just been hearing, however, from the World Health Organization, and they say that beyond the 5 confirmed cases and the 3 people who sadly died, there has been no further identified transmission on board. So that is the good news. But again, this is a strain of the virus that has an incubation period of 8 weeks, which substantially complicates things for anyone who's been in contact with either people who've left or for those who are still on the ship or will be in contact with them when they get off, Pamela.
Off the coast of West Africa, a cruise ship under quarantine.
Yeah, that's the doctor.
3 more passengers medically evacuated, all tied to a deadly outbreak of hantavirus, a rare, typically rodent-borne disease with no specific treatment or cure. The open decks of the MV Hondias deserted, dining rooms empty, passengers told to stay in their cabins.
Hi, I'm Jake, and I'm spending the next 35 days crossing that.
Stop. Every time they say 35 days, I'm like, come on. Stop. Stop playing. Stop playing with me. Stop playing around, man. 35 days? 35 days? What the fuck is wrong with people, bro? I can't get over it. 35 days on a fucking petri dish. 35 days? Bro, I thought since the invention of air travel, mankind has lost the need, unless they're transiting oil through the Strait of Hormuz, okay, in an oil tanker or in one of those like massive ships, to be out at sea like that. The only people that are resilient enough to be seafaring people are the Filipino people, okay? Pinoy gang, the Swagapinos. No one other than Swagapinos can withstand being out in the ocean for 35 days, okay? That's it. And they got swag, which they have replaced the need of oxygen with. Pinoy gang. 35 fucking days on a goddamn cruise ship.
Atlantic, visiting some of the most remote islands in the world.
This is how the journey began for Jake Rosemarine, a Boston photographer, one of around 150 people on board.
People with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home.
Health officials are now retracing the ship's route, trying to figure out where and when passengers became infected.
That's a devastating edit, by the way. They go from, oh, I can't wait for 35 days of fun and looking at the birds to that crying cut. That's crazy. CNN fucked him up with that one. I'm not gonna lie. Like that's a devastating edit by CNN. That's diabolical. Okay. Someone on the CNN production side was thinking in the same way that I'm thinking when they were just like 35 days. That's a lot.
Their 35-day expedition began from the edge of Antarctica, visiting some of the most remote islands in the South Atlantic.
On those islands, there are birds. Some islands have a lot of rodents, others don't.
Hantavirus is usually picked up by breathing in particles from rodent droppings or urine. Symptoms often start like the flu, but can quickly cause severe breathing problems, organ failure, and death. The incubation period, 1 to 8 weeks. Lab tests have yet to confirm it, but investigators think this may be a rare South American strain that sometimes spreads not just from rodents, but between people.
Among the really close contacts, the husband and wife, people who've shared cabins, etc.
This small boat medically evacuated a handful of infected passengers. Investigators say the outbreak began in early April. The first victim, a Dutch passenger, died on board April 11th. His wife died around 2 weeks later in a hospital in South Africa. A third passenger, a German national, died on board on May 2nd. A British passenger remains in intensive care. Everyone else stuck on board, undergoing medical checks. A situation Kent and Rebecca Frazier know all too well.
We don't know how long you had to stay in the hostel.
I met them back in 2020. They were quarantined on the Diamond Princess cruise ship off Japan.
What's the hardest part?
I'd say the unknown.
Rebecca, one of the first Americans to test positive for COVID.
There she is. She's standing in the window right now. Rebecca, here we are. Hi.
She spent weeks in a Tokyo hospital. Kent was quarantined in their...
Wait, did I misunderstand? Were they on this ship too? Wait.
Stuck on board, undergoing medical checks. A situation Kent and Rebecca Frazier know all too well.
We don't know how long you had to stay in the hostel.
I met them back in 2020. They were quarantined on...
Oh, no, he's just saying like he interviewed them back in 2020 because they have a similar experience. Bro, I thought literally that the same couple that was stuck on Diamond Princess is now stuck on a hantavirus cruise ship. I thought they were like, well, let's roll the dice again. Okay, patient zero, it seems. The way he transitioned into that other couple not so subtly implied that they might have been stuck on the hantavirus cruise ship too, right? But that's not the case. He's just, no, they were? Wait, shut the fuck up. Wait, I'm sorry. No, that's unbelievable.
Infected passengers. Investigators say the outbreak began in early April. The first victim, a Dutch passenger, died on board April 11th. National died on board on May 2nd. A British passenger remains in intensive care. Everyone else stuck on board, undergoing medical checks. A situation Kent and Rebecca Frazier know all too well.
We don't know how long you had to stay in the hostel.
I met them back in 2020. They were quarantined on the Diamond Princess cruise ship off Japan.
What's the hardest part?
I'd say the unknown.
Rebecca, one of the first Americans to test positive for COVID.
There she is. She's standing in the window right now. Rebecca, here we are. Hi.
She spent weeks in a Tokyo hospital. Kent was quarantined in their cabin. What would be your advice for passengers stuck on this ship right now?
If you start thinking about what's happening around you, it is so difficult to stay away from a mindset where you're getting depressed.
Yeah, bro, I'm telling you, these guys weren't on the new ship, okay? They didn't get double dicked. They weren't patient zero twice. They were patient zero once, okay? He just slammed them into the back of the fucking piece to be like, see, I have a lot of experience with people who have been previously stuck in cruise ships during COVID. That's just what it is. The way he transitioned into it made it seem like they had actually been stuck on this one too, which I would have said at that point is, you gotta put these people into an isolated facility and study them for science, and not even on some like they get sick all the time shit. I mean, like, study their brains for science as to understand how someone could be patient zero during COVID and then still choose to go on cruise ships after that. You know what I mean? Because that's truly, that would have been a remarkable feat.
And just like really fearful of what's going to happen. You have to try to stay as upbeat as you can.
They know how difficult staying upbeat can be for everyone on the MV Hondias facing fear and uncertainty on a floating quarantine zone.
Dr. Stephen Kornfeld, he's on board the hantavirus hit cruise ship, and he has helped care for sick passengers. And doctor, I very much appreciate your...
Dog, I don't want to say nothing, but it kind of feels like he got it. Like, not on some zombie bite shit, but he kind of doesn't look too good. Like, look, he's a doctor, okay? He's been treating a lot of patients on this ship, probably. I'm just saying. Stop? Really? Bro, are you telling me sincerely that this doctor looks good? He looks like he's been treating patients with hantavirus for the past 2 weeks. That's what he looks like.
Your time. Of course, you're on that ship right now, and you started out just as a passenger, but you're a doctor. So when this started, you ended up helping.
Bro, if I'm a doctor, maybe I'm a bad guy, but let's say I'm on a fucking cruise ship and there's a deadly disease going around and everyone's like, is there a doctor here? I'd be like, no. Is there? I'd be like, oh yeah, echo. I would echo it. I'd be like, yeah, is there a doctor? Is there? Oh, I sure wish there was a doctor around so they could do doctoring. Not me, though. I'm illiterate. I don't even know how to read. I forgot. Bad student. Organic chemistry. The fuck is that? Orgo? Never heard of it. Not a doctor. A hippopotamus oath? What do you mean, like the animal? Nah, not me. I got a doctorate in racism. That's what I did. I got a doctorate in racism. Dual major. PhD. Jihad. Yeah, that's right. Ask me about slurs. I got your slurs for days. I got your favorite slurs. I'll tell you slurs you haven't heard before.
Treat people, including the ship's doctor. How did that happen?
It sort of happened gradually. I knew one of the passengers was getting ill. This was at the end of April, and I just reached out and asked if I could assist the doc, make sure he...
See, this is what I mean. He volunteered. That's crazy. Sir, there's a doctor on the ship already, okay? Yeah, that's crazy.
Felt he had adequate coverage, and I was told that the doctor was also sick. So over 12 to 24 hours, it became clear that there were a number of people sick and that they were getting sicker. And I sort of fell into the role of becoming the ship doctor.
I know you treated the ship's doctor and that he was eventually, you were telling us, actually evacuated off the ship, which left you caring for other patients as well. I mean, can you describe the sorts of symptoms that you've seen, doctor?
Well, there were 3 patients that seemed to be...
Also, this motherfucker's a bird watcher. Okay, look at this shirt. That's a bird watching ass shirt right there. That's definitely a look. Okay, 100%. That guy's a bird watcher. I see that guy out in the wild, I'll be like, that's a bird watcher.
Getting ill around the same time. One of them, just very non-specific symptoms, a lot of confusion and a lot of weakness. And she...
That's his landfill bird watching shirt. Hey. That's so stupid. Stop.
Ultimately passed away relatively quickly. The 2 other gentlemen, quite a bit younger, including the doc, just had a lot of standard viral symptoms. A lot of fever, fatigue, flushing, some GI issues, some shortness of breath. At the time, neither one of them looked critically ill, but the fear with hantavirus is you can go from seriously ill to critically ill very, very quickly.
You know, a woman yesterday who had survived hantavirus was telling us exactly that, doctor. She had sort of flu-like symptoms. Suddenly in her case, it was a cough as her lungs filled, and she ends up in a medically induced coma on life support. How concerned are you about the potential for things to escalate and for those?
Only the dead Dutch couple went to the landfill, face with rolling eyes emoji. Okay, but see, that's the problem with cruise ships. Okay, there's hundreds of people on board, and if one of them gets the bright idea to go to a landfill to see specifically landfill birds, then basically everybody went to the landfill. Okay, that's how it works.
Patients, even now that some of them have been evacuated.
Well, when they're on the ship, I'm very concerned because the ability to treat somebody at that critical state here on this boat is non-existent. But now that they've been evacuated, they're in Denmark. I mean, they're getting magnificent care. Even if such an event happened, they would get supported. And I think what happens with hantavirus, ultimate survivability is really dependent on your ability to get critical care at the right time. And on the boat, that would not be possible. But now that they're in, home in standard hospitals, that's entirely possible. So my concern level for them now low, which is very relieving.
I can only imagine, especially as you cared for them. And what is your feeling right now? I mean, you and everyone else on board, you're stuck there, essentially quarantined. And I know you don't know when you'll necessarily be able to get off, but also with the long incubation period of this virus, and even in your case, doctor, of course, just to be blunt, you were treating people who had it. How concerned are you about getting sick?
Early on, we didn't.
Do we have? He's getting worse, by the way.
No.
Look, the doctor's getting worse. The camera's getting worse. Do we have like PTSD from COVID? Do we have COVID-induced PTSD, you think, chat? A little bit? Because you got a lot of people in the chat being like, oh, Trump said this. Kind of reminds me of, COVID days. It's kind of like John Fetterman. COVID and John Fetterman, two very similar concepts. You've been burned so hard by COVID that you're now like, this is COVID. Same with John Fetterman. You've been burned so hard by John Fetterman that you think like everyone could be John Fetterman. I could be John Fetterman. Sometimes I wake up in the morning, cold sweat, after a long night of dreaming that I was John Fetterman all along, going around and walking around in circles, walking into traffic. I wake up from that drunken stupor, realize I'm not John Fetterman. I say, thank God. Y'all have that?
That it was hantavirus until maybe May 2nd, May 3rd. But I started treating for people May 1st, just kind of have a feeling that this could be infectious. So from the beginning, I was trying to be very careful with masks and gowns. And once we found out it was hantavirus and a second case happened, making it seem likely there was an infectious form, I was able to find some aprons and some goggles. I did a lot of hand washing and clothes washing. I think hantavirus is hard to spread, even though on the ship it seemed to spread.
And Dr. Hornfeld, do you and everyone else that's on board right now, just given that you have no idea when you can get off and if you'll be allowed to, what is the mood and how long do you think you'll be on board this ship?
Well,
How are you going to have a speech tonight? Sleepy? I'm so sleepy. Dude, I did not sleep a lot last night. I'm just going to down like some energy bevs. I'm going to slam them. Couple brewskis, couple energy bevs, back to back. Hope that it helps. You know what I'm saying? Just fucking downing them shits. Boom, boom, boom. Because I'm about to go up on that stage tonight at the rally and be John Fetterman, John Fetty Wop. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. I'm going to give San Francisco Chronicle something to write about, if you know what I mean. Okay?
Be in a different circumstance than the other passengers because I had a lot more contact than they did. And we've been on this boat for 5 weeks. And the original patient episode was many, many weeks ago. And the remainder of the passengers have really had no contact with any of the sick people recently. So in some ways, most of the people on the boat have been in quarantine, isolation for 3-4 weeks. So I'm feeling pretty good that most people will get off the boat relatively rapidly. We now have two, during the evacuation, we were able to get two WHO epidemiologists and two Danish ID doctors. So now there's a great team on board who is really going through every aspect of this infection, how it's.
Wait, they came in with are the doctors on board also bird watchers? Do they bring in a specialty bird watching doctor where they're like, oh, thank God, you know, maybe we get a free bird watching trip?
Spread and what it means for the passengers remaining, both for their health and for their possible transmission down the road. So I'm feeling pretty good that most people will get off the boat relatively soon, and hopefully I will get off soon also.
Well, I mean, it's incredible what you were able to do. And when that doctor got sick, that you stepped in at that moment when there was no one.
Yeah, he's a better man than me.
All of them were.
He a better man than me. I would have been like, I've never heard of a doctor. I'm a practicer of Christian medicine, actually. I think we can pray the gay away, and we can pray whatever this disease is. I can't see it. I don't believe it. That's what I would forget, you know? He's a better man than me. I'd be like, nope. I don't got the proper protective gear. I'm done. I'm out. I'm staying the fuck in my room, okay? I'm just going to keep jorking my peanuts, okay? No more bird watching. I'm not even looking at birds. Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not a doctor. I'm a chiropractor. In this day and age, they might be like, oh my God, that's even better than a fucking MD, to be fair. They'd be like, oh, do you have extra ivermectin, please, sir? I would love to rub that horse dewormer paste on my pussy to fix my hantavirus.
To have you there on that boat. When you hear Dr. Kornfeld talking about the situation on board, you know, when they realized it was infectious and his role obviously in helping the ship doctor treat patients and then treating the ship doctor himself, who then was evacuated. You know, what do you take away from everything that you just heard?
Well, it's good to talk again, unfortunately, Aaron. But a couple things that I take away. First, what's happening on the ship is quite severe. This is a serious virus, and you hear it from the doctor, and we're very fortunate he stepped up. But there are a couple things that catch my attention in that last segment when he was speaking. I think it's great he's taking precautions like aprons and goggles and hand washing. But there is evidence that hantavirus, the Andes strain, spreads.
Is everyone on the ship bald? Yeah, no, this is real. Brooke Jenkins, as district attorney in San Francisco, it's my solemn duty to safeguard the city for his people and posterity. If Hassan Piker enters San Francisco city limits, he will be immediately arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Yeah. It's crazy, though, because that's a joke. Except yesterday, someone from San Francisco, the San Francisco Democratic Party, did genuinely do this sincerely. So while this is a joke, turns out it's not that much of a joke.
Human to human through the air. In fact, our best prior knowledge about transmission of this virus shows that it can be transmitted pretty effectively with no direct
voice mod. Voice changing isn't active for stream right now.
What is this?
Play AI text-to-speech sound bites on the stream. Bro's got a Hassan AI voice in the soundboard.
I love to chill in my $3 million mansion.
Bro's got an AI Hassan soundboard under his video player, man. That's so crazy. That's so insane.
Who is this? Is this just like a random guy that he was...
You got a schedule on this beast? No schedule. Voice mod.
That's his buddy he plays CS with all the time? No, I know this is Northern Lion. I think he was looking at some weirdo's Twitch profile. Blag or Corey, his friend. Oh, why does Northern Lion's friend have a soundboard, AI soundboard of me saying things I say all the time, like, I love to chill in my $3 million mansion. You as a doctor on the cruise, obsessed with the gay guy on the hantavirus cruise, and tomorrow the sun will rise again. As I mentioned before, we are being well fed and taken care of. Dinner in the cabin, pumpkin risotto and Coke Zero. Like, no offense, but there's hantavirus in that risotto, diva. It's such a vibe. Oh my God. That's crazy. You look like a 90s anime version of what people think a hot Turkish guy looks like. What? Check the passengers' TikTok comments.
I normally wouldn't make a video like this, but I feel like I need to say something, so I wrote a few things down. I am currently on board the MV Hondius.
What is this? I'm sorry, but listen, Jake, I feel bad for y'all, but you better stay on that darn boat. Keep your head up and feet on board. You are home, Diva. That boat is your home. I know a guy. Oh my God, everyone is telling him that he needs to fucking... What? I want to acknowledge that your fear and feeling are validated by so many, including the Little Antarctica group chat that's incredibly disappointed by the misinformation about the ship crew situation. Second, trips like these take so much saving and planning, and I empathize with the inexplicable juxtaposition you're experiencing going from such a wonder and joy to such scary uncertainty. Please know that there are people who are seeking / understand the facts, including how slow touchy the Wi-Fi is, and are sharing your human experience from factual, heartfelt place. Is wild you asking to dock, bro. Come on. You're telling me you can't wait a few weeks on board? Stay on that boat, bro, Chacho. I want to go home. This is your home. Oh my God. The fact that people don't have empathy for people on the ship is so crazy and disgusting. I'm sorry, but I'm not trying to be quarantined for 2 years again. The AI TSS thing looks to be a sponsor thing. And of course, AI bros hate you. This is what it links to. Okay. It's not surprising.
And what's happening right now is very real for all of us here. We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people with families, with lives, with people waiting for us at home. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's the hardest part. All we want right now is to feel safe, to have clarity, and to get home. So if you're seeing coverage about this, just remember that there are real people behind it, and that this isn't something happening somewhere far away. It's happening to us right now. I'll share more when I can.
No refund, by the way. I mean, they saw the birds. At least they're not charging him extra to stay, a couple weeks extra, I'm sorry, did you see the birds? Well, guess what? No refunds. Wait, there are people behind the virus? What do you mean there are people? Yeah, these are the people behind the virus. They invented it. What does that even mean? I was joking.
But for now, I just ask for your kindness and understanding. Thank you. I normally wouldn't make a video like...
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think we should be fucking around with this stuff. Maybe I'm a little bit too careful, okay? Perhaps I'm a little bit too careful, but I don't think we should be fucking around with deadly diseases and such, okay? You need to pack it up, sorry, for the rest of the world for a little bit, okay? Maybe we'll fly some birds near the fucking cabin so you can look outside of your window, but just... Am I rude for this? I don't know. Quarantine, definitely. What are we doing? I'm sure there's birds wherever you guys are, There's definitely a lot of bird watching you can do from the deck. Just... That's it. Take it all in. I feel bad, but also we can't be taking a risk,
Contact. So I would urge him and everyone on that ship and everyone treating these...
Shut up about the fucking birds. Man, do you think I'm a bird watcher? Do you think I'm the type of guy that would go on a 35-day cruise to look at birds? Do you think I'm the type of guy who would go anywhere near a fucking landfill in Argentina of all places? I'm the last guy. I'm the last guy in this predicament, okay? And this is part of the reason why. You never know.
Patients who are infected to pay attention to the things we've talked about all throughout COVID, good ventilation and good filtration.
So let me just talk about something.
Just the other side of this problem is that, we got RFK Jr. in charge, man. You know what I'm saying? We got motherfucking RFK Jr. in charge. We can't risk this, okay? We can't risk this. It doesn't even have to be deadly. It can be a light breeze that's taking us out. It's taking millions out. RFK will find a way to make this as deadly as possible. You understand me? Just saying. He's going to be use ivermectin and bleach for hantavirus, which is fake. It's made up. You should just take ivermectin anyway. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. No CDC. We're fucked.
Because this is obviously the crucial question, right? This whole issue of whether it's droplet spread or airborne. This is a strain of a virus that I know people know about. There was an outbreak before. They contained it. They shut down an area in Argentina. They contained it. So what makes you... In what you're seeing, have this concern about airborne, which obviously is something that can affect where this goes from here significantly?
Yeah, Aaron, I think there were early and obvious signs even before we did the sequencing to determine what strain this is. Remember, there's the hantavirus normally spread through rodent droppings, but there is a strain, the Andes strain, that is spread human to human. And there was evidence that was happening early on before we even knew it was the Andes strain, because one person infected someone many weeks later. The ship doctor is sick. Prior investigations have shown pretty efficient spread without any direct contact. So we knew this was spread not just through, definitely through human to human, but also through the air. And that means we have to take these additional precautions. Once again, just like our many discussions during COVID, I hear a lot of great precautions being taken, great investigations being done, but very little about what is happening with these ships' systems in terms of the ventilation filtration, keeping people safe. And that hasn't fully been communicated. The acting CDC director put out a message today that says this is not spread, it's only spread through direct contact. But the New England Journal of Medicine article about that prior outbreak is very clear that there are many instances where there is spread with no direct contact at all.
Right, which is obviously crucial. Now, you heard Dr. Kornfeld talking about how long everyone's been on board and what a quarantine might really mean in context of the long incubation period. And we have a question from one of our viewers. They ask, it's said that it can take 8 weeks to become symptomatic. The passengers shouldn't be allowed into the public until they're completely cleared. What is that a fair way to look at this? I mean, how long do you think people should be quarantined who are either on that ship or in contact with someone who was there?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big challenge with this virus, the long incubation period. And now we have people scattered really around the globe that are being properly tracked, isolated, quarantined. And again, we can look at the past literature. That study was very in-depth about the prior outbreak, and they did get it under control. But what they did was they quarantined and isolated people for 40 days because of the long incubation period. So unfortunately, this is a key factor in us trying to figure out how do we keep people safe? How do we prevent further spread? I mean, what we're all tracking right now is that potential secondary spread. And then how do we minimize those who are infected from infecting others?
Wow. No offense to guests I've had on the show.
AOC did Ilana Glazier's podcast for an hour. And of course, there's a tremendous amount of talk around this. Okay. But before we do that, here's Donald Trump, the guy that you definitely want to hear from. I don't think anyone should be panicked or worried. Our CDC is competent, one of the best in the world, and our Surgeon General who sells vitamins and RFK Jr. are probably the most well-equipped to tidy this up. Don't be a panicking. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like deadly disease spreading. Thank God RFK Jr. is manning the ship. That's usually what I think. And I also think, thank God Donald Trump is the president, because it worked out really well last time. 1 million plus dead Americans, unbelievable levels of vaccine hesitancy here in the United States of America. We basically rolled back the clock on other diseases that were damn near eradicated as a direct consequence of inoculation campaigns perishing overnight due to the unstoppable vaccine hesitancy campaigns. So definitely a very cool time to have any deadly disease manifest. Very cool. You right, Biden did a better job with COVID. I mean, I don't think any American president is well equipped to deal with COVID. I think America as a country is not well equipped to deal with COVID, but at least RFK Jr. will make it worse. We know that, right? Trump is already bringing in additional advisors. Don't worry. POTUS met privately with the Nelk boys today. Fake news.
On the virus, you learn in these briefings.
Well, I think you're going to be told everything, and you already have. It's very much, we hope, under control. It was the ship, and I think we're going to make a full report about it tomorrow. We have a lot of people, a lot of great people are studying it. It should be fine.
Should Americans be concerned that it's going to spread, and how are you working to get those
I hope not. We'll do the best we can, yeah.
To get the Americans that are on the ship home.
Our country. Any other questions?
Mr. President, I'm also with ABC.
Oh, he said, I hope not. Well, I'm convinced things are good. Never better. He said, I hope not. He's asking construction workers about Iran.
They're doing the job. They're working hard. Does anybody think Iran should have a nuclear weapon so they can blow you up?
No! He crashed out.
It's a very important thing that we're doing, right? And oil is coming down, and the stock market today just hit an all-time high. I was reading about doom and gloom. We had to do.
So good.
We had to do what we did. We took a little U-turn. We just just hit the highest number in the history of our country in the stock market. And I said to my people, we're going to have to take a little U-turn and go to the lovely country of Iran and blow them up a little bit because you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And then we're not going to ruin you. These guys work so hard to make things beautiful. We're not going to let a nuclear weapon ruin it. So, thank you. Were you all from Oklahoma? Yes, sir. How did that work out? They wanted super quality, right? That's right. So they're doing the job. They're working hard.
This way.
It's gonna be fun.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. This way. Thank you, press. 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 This way. Thank you, press.
He said, "What a bitch." That's crazy. All right, Mauricio is here. We are gonna get ready to move soon because she asked him why he's doing this instead of focusing on the gas prices. Oh, I asked the president why focus on these projects now amid the backdrop of the war in Iran as gas prices soar. He said the question was stupid and a disgrace to the country, saying he's fixing the reflecting pool. Why focus on all these projects as gas prices are soaring? That's such a stupid question.
Here against the backdrop of the war in Iran, why focus on all these projects right now?
You
We're
know
still
why?
seeing gas
Because I
prices
want
soar.
to keep our country beautiful and safe. Beautiful also. This place was a disgusting place. It was Washington Monument.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Why does he hate the Washington Monument so much? This was disgusting. It was nasty. I hated it.
People discuss, I don't know, you probably don't see dirt, but I do. And you walk down this pond, if you would have walked down, they'll tell you better than anybody. They had to take 11 or 12 truckloads of garbage out of that lake, out of that water. And it sat there for years like that. And that's not what our country is about. Our country is about beauty, cleanliness, safety, great people, not a filthy capital.
What is the status?
That's such a stupid question you asked. We're fixing up the reflecting pond to Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and you say, why are you fixing it up? Because you can understand dirt maybe better than I can, but I don't allow it. This is one of the worst reporters. She's with ABC Fake News, and she's a horror show. She's saying, why would you bother fixing this up? Why would I?
Oh my God. Why is he so mad? That's like that's a little weird, no? That this is a little too aggro. Am I crazy? What the fuck?
Bother taking 11 or 12 truckloads of filth out of the water in front of the Lincoln Monument. That's what made our country great. Beauty made our country. People made our country great. A question like that is a disgrace to our country. Any other questions?
Mr. President, I'm also with ABC News. Can I ask you
Fake
about
news.
the hantavirus? Have you been briefed?
Yes, sir.
It's not a joke. He has Alzheimer's. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. It was an off-key presser.
Would you, Mr. President,
I like
on oil export?
I like them both.
So would you consider export curbs on oil or jet fuel if supplies?
I don't need them. We don't need them. And we have tremendous amounts of oil. We are not suffering oil. And again, ships are coming all the way where they used to go to Hormuz. They're coming all the way up. And we have hundreds of ships.
Here's you predicting a reform win in 2024.
That's my prediction. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really, really hope I'm wrong. But I'm telling you right now, it feels like we're at the precipice. If Keir Starmer continues with austerity, if Keir Starmer continues with privatization, if Keir Starmer continues with conservative policies with a fucking red sticker on it, okay? I'm telling you, if he does that, we're talking Reform UK, whatever the fuck it is. Maybe Reform takes over the Conservative Party entirely. Maybe it's just simply Reform. You're staring at the barrel of a goddamn gun, okay? You are staring down fascist mobilization in the UK like you've never seen. If he continues this, now maybe he doesn't. Maybe he was lying this
Look, stop your predictions, Hassan.
Entire time. In his entire election campaign.
Why? Okay.
He was just lying, and he's secretly a committed Marxist-Leninist, and he's going to do unimaginable good, okay? Maybe. That
It's so over that David Lammy is refusing to believe the results. Labor's vote has collapsed by 50% in Halton, Merseyside. David Lammy just said live on BBC he doesn't believe it, but it's just happened. Get 10 again, big dog? Yeah, I will.
Would be incredibly hopeful. I just don't think that he would do that, especially considering what the party looks like now, what the Labor Party looks like now in comparison to where it was under Jeremy Corbyn, what they did specifically to like Corbynites and anyone who's like ostensibly a real leftist in the fucking Labor Party. You know, Starmer as a white hat centrist is hilarious. Yeah, he just like faked it. He faked being a centrist, and now you will see the real red Labor wave is actually red for communism. The spirit, the specter of communism is haunting the UK. Okay.
The sun broke out.
Anyway, turns out that's precisely what's happened. Okay, that was on July 5th, 2024, one day after, or right as the UK election results were coming in, and Labour, despite securing less total votes than Jeremy Corbyn did, had more seats, right? Labour had won. Everyone was celebrating. I gave you my warning. I said, you look like you were on a cruise ship. No, I was in a hotel. I was in a hotel in Croatia trying to give you guys analysis in real time. Labour MPs thought these results would be terrible. None of them thought they would be anywhere near as bad as this. Yeah, I don't see how Starmer survives this, for the record. I don't know what they do going forward, but it's very clear that Labour is not going to... It's very clear that Labour is not going to reform itself to go back to what it needed to be after they killed the Corbynistas. And I think this party with all of this history in the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer and conservatism is finally going to put an end to the Labour Party in the country. And of course, it's not exactly a wonderful moment in British politics because reform has sucked up everything from both the Tories and even some from the Labour too.
Well, and Sam,
I promise you these results would be exponentially worse if the Greens were not around.
you've been digging into the figures a bit, crunching the numbers, especially when it comes to Halton.
That's right. Now, we've seen this. This is the the results on seats. You can see.
Stay with me in San Francisco for the weekend. I'll treat you right. Thank you, Chatter, but I will go back home.
Labour down 15, Reform up 16. But what we've got for the first time is this. This is the actual number of votes rather than the number of seats. And again,
I wanted to see if there were chatters in here who were arguing with me. Like, where are the chatters who are arguing with me, saying, like, you're wrong, you don't understand UK politics?
I'm sorry. I have given this job my all. Must change. My political opponent.
And everyone was like, not me, bitch.
Fuck reform. They're actually Nazis pretending like they're the best thing for the future of this country and people are falling for it. I genuinely don't even know. I don't even understand how people can get so fucking duped. But then again, I'm an American. And guess what? Bunch of dumb motherfuckers here voted for Donald Trump. And that is a similar system to the two power planks in the British structure, right? You got the Tories, and now a branch of that is a far more illiberal party, Reform, right? Whereas here in the United States of America, the Conservative Party became MAGA, right? It basically changed from within. Instead of like an outside third party, the MAGA movement was able to turn the entire conservative movement, the entire Republican Party, into this behemoth, this fascist behemoth. And the Labor Party is not dissimilar in many ways to the way that the Democratic Party operates, right? Exact same conciliatory tone, exact same inability to address economic problems that people are facing, exact same results. The funny thing is Rupert Lowe has started this new party, Restore, which is even further right than Reform. Yeah, I know. The Elon Musk party. What is this? At the event, fanboying about seeing Donny O'Sullivan in IRL right now. Chat, help. Yeah, Donny O'Sullivan is in the building. He will be there at the event, yes.
Yeah. Will you finish the Professor Chiang video tomorrow? Maybe. Donald Trump was asked, after today's strikes, is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled.
Holy
I call
shit.
that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement
This motherfucker's still talking about bombing Iran, dude. Holy shit.
fast.
Could you give us an update on what is the latest?
The talks are going very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain. They're going to have a lot of pain. They want to sign it. I will tell you. They want to sign it a lot more than I do.
What was the response?
I think that's what you want to hear, fellas, right? What you want to hear a different.
This isn't a negotiation. It's a hostage situation, plain and simple. A hostage situation for who? We're the hostage. The entire global economy is held hostage right now. Still crying 20 minutes ago. What is this? A Yale professor is actively sitting on a State Department advisory committee, uses her free time to spew radical and fake Democrat talking points. This is the same school that gave Hassan Piker a platform to spew violent anti-American garbage. Why does Rick Scott want to destroy Yale so bad? Did he have like a bad experience when he visited or something? What the fuck's going on with this guy? He's out of his goddamn mind. It's so strange. I did door knocking for Shoikai yesterday, and before we headed out, people asked what to do if we encounter someone who didn't like you. That's crazy. Defend my honor. Duh. The fuck? Hasanabi hits, turning into Hasanabi ops once again. Anyway, we gotta head out right now. Hold on. The party is already getting started, it seems. To the chatters that were there, was there a big counter protest? Only Townies can hate on Yale. He needs to get in line. Hold on, I'm gonna pee real quick while this
Things
plays.
incredibly clear, incredibly stark picture. Reform up 41%, and then let's just go straight to the other end, because quite clearly this is the other big movement in this council, which is the Labour Party down 34, and a little bit of a drop off in the Tories, and a little bit of upward movement for the Greens. But you can see, again, it's not just in seats, it's in votes that you're getting this big switch across, which suggests very strongly that there are people now prepared to move all the way from a centre-left party, the Labour Party, over to Reform UK, which I think commonly would be seen as a party of the right of British politics, with seemingly no compunction and in really significant numbers. So in this Cheshire seat, if this is replicated across the Red Wall, look, you're going to have people inside Labour saying maybe Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary's got her point with her tough approach on immigration. That's immigration pretty much the top issue for Reform UK. I'm sure Aisha would agree with that. And I think that the debate inside the Labour Party, Jonathan, just got really tricky because we are in a situation where so many of Labour MPs felt, I think for the last 6 months or so, that the answer to Keir Starmer's woes was just to look after its left flank a little bit more. But results like the ones we've just seen suggest that there aren't easy answers, that the party is likely bleeding in two different directions at both ends. So one of the big consequences of this set of elections might have been to put Shabana Mahmood's reforms sort of into the dust cart. I'm not sure with the early results that we're seeing that that's going to be entirely possible.
All right, chat. I'm gonna play the AOC
or
video while I'm gone.
We'll have in the future, but I just interviewed my dream guest, and that is Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. OMG, it's AOC. Wow. You know, you see AOC doing her thing, messaging so clearly in real time on social media and on, going on shows and talking. But then to have the privilege of meeting her in person, it's the same person. This is very different. I mean, from many famous people you meet, but certainly not elected officials. AOC is the Democratic Congresswoman for New York's 14th district, representing parts of the Bronx and Queens. And she won not initially against a Republican. The big goalpost she had to hit was winning against an incumbent Democrat. 10-term incumbent Joe Crawley. And when she challenged this guy in 2018 as a former waitress and organizer, the daughter of working class Puerto Rican parents in the Bronx and Westchester, she won. She won 56 points to 43, and then she won the general at 78%. So AOC is known internationally for fighting for working families, a real brawler for real working people. She's championed Medicare for All, a Green New Deal, and she's aggressively anti-corruption, pro-worker, and anti-establishment. The news cycle is just strategically horrific and such an onslaught, but to see AOC as somebody in power working so hard for you and me and for a better future, that is something I'm grateful for, even just from a distance. But wow, what a privilege to interview her IRL and up close. Welcome to It's Open with Ilana Glazer, and I hope you enjoyed this conversation I had with AOC. I did. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Hi.
Thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh no, thank you for having me. I'm so excited. I really am.
Me too. It's really my honor. AOC, you are a beacon of hope.
Mm-hmm.
You are thank the Lord, beacon of hope for, I want to say millennials, but really Americans right now. You talk normal. You look normal, looking in your eyes. I'm like, I can see what this person is feeling. And you're not saying something different than you're feeling, right? And I know that you're working for the American people. You're a different kind of elected official, one who has lived the life like those of their constituents. So you worked in food service, is that right?
Yeah, I waitressed, I bartended. I mean, my first job was as a hostess at an Irish pub in suburban Westchester when I was in high school. But then, in my 20s too, I graduated college during the Great Recession, like a lot of us did. Job market was brutal. And, my dad had gotten sick and passed away when I was a teenager. While I was in college, my mom was a single mom. She cleaned houses. She drove school buses. And we almost were on the brink of losing our house. And so at that time, waitressing and bartending, it was fast money.
Yep.
And in a lot of ways, it paid more than a lot of entry-level work if you had a college degree. So that's what I did for years to make ends meet. And I was so distressed during that time.
A teenager.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry that your father passed away that young.
Yeah, but also I'm so glad that I went through that in retrospect, even though at the time it was horrible. But like, I just wouldn't be doing what I do, and I wouldn't be able to do what I do if I didn't go through that. So.
It's like at the time, and when you're a young person, things happen and they like consume you, but you couldn't have known that it was preparing you to care for millions of people.
And like, you're going through that stuff in your 20s, and someone comes along and they're like, everything happens for a reason. Or they're like, you don't know, it's gonna work out, like this is preparing you. And when I would hear that stuff, I was just like, screw off.
Yeah, fully. It's like, it is rude and diminutive, but it's also like, turned out to be true in a way.
In my case, yeah.
I started bussing tables when I was like 12.
Oh my God, child labor.
Fully. I don't know why. My brother and I like started working so young, but I was like a full-on waitress from 14 to 24 on Long Island, where I grew up, and in the city. And by the time I was 24, I was like, I've worked in food service for half of my life.
Yes.
And, that was how I saved a nest egg to do comedy.
Truly.
You know what I mean? To like pay some student loans off initially. Like it made, and like fast money, you get some on the books and you're making some tips, and it's.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I sometimes joke about this with Republicans or other people, where I was like, honestly, if we actually had guaranteed healthcare in this country, like I may still be doing it.
100. I know. Nannying. I did nannying for a long time.
It's not that bad of a job if you like, if I just had felt a little more stability in being able to go to the doctor.
Right.
And, you know, be able to save some money, it's dignified, good, honest work.
You're talking to people, you're getting out, you have a community.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Childcare, you know, I have a little kiddo and I talk to people in childcare who are, you know, have a childcare provider. And it's like this work is typically so undignified, diminished. There's no, there's that National Domestic Workers Alliance, but there's not really like a unionization around it. But it's great work. It feels so good. It's so rewarding. And if there was healthcare, more people would do it.
Yeah. And I like doing the job because in a way it's like you really feel like you are doing something real, right? Like, I work in food. This is what I do. Like, there's a lot of skill involved.
Yes.
Front of house, you know, a lot of order of operations, a lot of management, a lot of like food knowledge.
Yep.
I really grew to love that industry for sure.
The way the system is rigged, let's talk about it. So the system is rigged for the ultra wealthy. And you know, Bernie Sanders, I think, was the first to puncture through with this messaging to mainstream America. And you're really his successor. You speak in such clear and simple language, so obviously spontaneous, genuine from your lived experience, which is so different. I mean, you know, I'm laughing, but it's honestly terrifying how most, I would say the majority of elected officials do not reflect the lived experience of their constituents. When did this come into your consciousness, this system being rigged for the ultra wealthy?
Well, first I want to say, in a lot of ways, we're all kind of Bernie's successor. I think that this class consciousness that young people have today has been a big part of Bernie's life. And so I say that because I know that is also what he would say, and it's what he wants. But also, you know, in terms of the class piece, to your point, a lot of it just had to do with the experiences of my life, which is the experiences that a lot of people have. I think that, so I grew up in a household that was actually it was political, but it was not very political at the same time. Like, my parents identified as independents. They were very skeptical of the political system. They always voted for Democrats here in New York for the most part, but they would, you know, it was just a different type of upbringing. I didn't grow up, I'm not the child of like professors or anything like that. My mom cleaned houses growing up. My dad was born in the South Bronx. And
where was she born?
She was born in Puerto Rico. She was born in Arecibo in Puerto Rico. And my dad's parents were Puerto Rican. And actually they met when he was home visiting family, and she was literally like the girl next door. Yeah. So he was flying home to visit some family in Puerto Rico.
That's so cute.
Yeah, it was like literally he was like visiting like an older aunt or something like that. And my mom was literally like the girl next door. I think she was like helping them put up a shelf or something like that. And I know
she must be so beautiful.
I know, it's just like,
oh my God, is that sweet?
Yeah, they're just the best. And so anyways, sweet. Like, you know, but they both grew up in just real poverty. And my dad was born when the Bronx was burning. And the reason the Bronx was burning was because landlords had determined that their property values, you know, were going down. And they would hire people to set their own buildings on fire to collect on the insurance, because that was more valuable than the people inside or the value of a home, you know?
That is chilling.
And that's, you know, people talk about the Bronx as though it's kind of like, people have heard this phrase, the Bronx was burning, and it's just kind of ascribed to like social disorder. But this was actually like
literal
a capitalistic crisis.
Wow.
And my dad like literally grew up playing in the rubble, and at 6 years old, he saw all these buildings going down, and he decided that he wanted to help be a person that built them back up. So at 6, he decided he wanted to become an architect. And he went to school, New York City public schools. He got into Brooklyn Tech.
Wow.
He would like study on the subways, but like he grew up in like a 1-bedroom apartment, 5 people.
Wow.
It was crazy. And my mom grew up well, she was originally born in a rural area in Puerto Rico, Utuado, and then they moved to this other area of Puerto Rico. But like, you know, my parents really, really, really came from nothing. Like, so, you know, I grew up around this real fidelity to the American dream. Like, if you work hard, you can make it. And so
And they did.
Yeah, and they
they
did.
did.
They did. Like my parents, I think about this now. My parents, they bought an apartment in the Bronx in their 20s, and it was like $40,000.
Wow.
You know, like what?
And like when I say that they did, it's like, but even think about where you got to in your 20s, and you're like, shit, I gotta work my ass off to pay my debts and help my mom and all this. But it's like, you know, this dream, it's like this like loop that is this scam, but then it also is an opportunity. Like you are amazing. You have become this beacon of hope and this speaker. And it's like, it's confusing. We're so totally tricked. And we're also like tricked out of our own history of these genocidal frameworks on which our country is born. But then also there is this opportunity.
Yes.
And it's amazing. But I think the missing piece is the practicality, the affordability. You know, I've been thinking lately about messaging of affordability, how this is actually human rights. Affordability is the on the ground, you know, structural, practical, functional framework for human rights.
Yeah. I mean, well, this is, you know, and there's history with that. You have FDR had released an economic Bill of Rights, and he had released this framework that included things like the right to retire with dignity, healthcare, which became then the foundations for Social Security, Medicare, and so on. And it's true, because what had become the turning point for me was that, you know, my parents had been doing it. They came from nothing, and they scrapped, and they built their way, and they worked so hard to the bone.
These people have no fucking patience. It's late too, though. All right, let's open it. What's up, everybody? We're back. We're live. We're alive. And we are on our way to the Shoykat Chakrabarti rally. Boo, I know you were listening to AOC. I miss her already. Okay, well, while I can't deliver to you AOC, I can deliver to you AOC's former chief of staff, Shoykat Chakrabarti, for those of you who don't know. And he's running to fill the seat vacated by Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi here in San Francisco. And it's going to be an interesting journey today, partially because it's yet another rally that I'm attending and speaking at. But also on top of that, I'm unbelievably tired. Part of the reason why I'm tired is because I flew in this morning from Los Angeles, and
stay on First Street.
And that wasn't great. It wasn't a great idea. I didn't get to sleep too much.
Turn right on Harrison Street.
Hasanabi, where's the nearest parking? Please help. Okay. Love that this always somehow finds a way to turn into a customer support line for many of you. I've seen photos from the event so far. It seems packed. Don't know if the event is actually packed or not. Maybe the photos are duping me into believing that we got more motion than we actually do. But there are going to be other people at the rally as well, alongside myself, some of the other speakers, including people who are also running for office. Melat Quiros and Daria Liza from New York, who I've had on the show before. I've had on the broadcast before. And Angela Gonzalez Torres. Jamal Bowman, former congressperson, will also be at the rally. As far as people running, it's Angela Gonzalez Torres, Melat Quiros, and Daria Liza Avila Chevalier.
And also Alexandra Rojas from Justice Democrats is also going to be there as well. Some more Perfect Union people will be there. It's a real who's who of the insurgents that are running around all around the country,
In a quarter-mile drop-off head.
who want to not only run to build a better future for this country, but also change the party from within, which seemingly has been a terrifying prospect for a lot of people in the Democratic front, in the Democratic Party. So terrifying that the San Francisco Democrats had a, I don't know if they're a council member or not, this one guy who used to be in the San Francisco Police Department doing PR for them, release a statement demanding a condemnation of your boy. This also comes on the heels of Mike Lawler getting Donald Trump to attack another one of my candidates, Effie, in the district Mike Lawler currently occupies a seat in. Matt Dorsey is the name of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors member, District 6, a Israel First Democrat who is apparently very offended by my presence in San Francisco and by my presence within the ranks of the Democratic Party. Your candidate, our candidate. Are you going to interview Daniel Lurie about how much joy beating the homeless brings him? I will not be. I drove all the way to San Francisco from SAC. I'm excited to see you. Did we just bring a bunch of out-of-city folk that can't even fucking vote for Shoycott in here? What the hell?
You guys in my car? If you guys need anything?
Okay, thank you.
Anybody off yours or you guys need help? Let me know.
Okay, thank you. Inconvenient freedom of movement. I mean, it's just like, dog, I would have Sacramento mentioned. Let's go. No one gets excited for Sacramento mention. That's unbelievable. Sacktown, baby. Sac City. Sac Taps. Sac Taps for Sacramento.
Drop off head.
All right. I believe we're here somewhere.
Almost.
Almost.
And there's going to be a police car that you want to park behind.
I believe it's happening on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
There's a police
Oh,
car.
I see it there. Yeah. Yeah, if you just pull up behind.
Is that the protesters? It's like 10 people. Standing in the road in a white tank and a black blazer can hop out next to me. Oh, I don't see him. Do you see him? What are you laughing at?
San Francisco's funny, man.
Why?
Yeah, this right?
Yeah, right here. Oh yeah, right there.
I remember her.
All right, we can.
Okay.
Okay. What? No. We shouldn't go here. Okay. All right. Well, too late.
Yeah, we can.
All right. It's fine. Let's just get out here. Fuck it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Can you grab that bag for me?
Yeah, I got it.
Hello. Hi, good to see you.
I owe you one of these.
Thank you.
Hello.
I'm gonna escort you guys to the green room.
This way.
All right.
Yes.
Tony.
Hello. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Doing all right. How you doing?
No protesters.
What?
No protesters.
That's crazy.
A lot of posters, though.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the posters. They made them AI.
Yeah.
They made AI posters. Do I need to get mic'd up?
I guess you're going into the general audience. Go ahead.
If you want to do this inside, we can.
All right,
Yeah.
let's just go.
Give it a microphone just to see all the name.
What's going on? That's on. Thank you. No, that was Donnie. It's amateur hour for Donnie. What? Oh, all right.
We'll just follow you a bit.
Hi.
Protesters motionless.
Yeah, what happened? I thought there'd be at least like 10 people. Hey, what's good?
Good to see you, man. How's everything? Good.
What's going on?
Save your money. How's your ride?
It was fun.
Great. You want anything? Water, tea?
No, I'm good.
Where's good?
Well, actually, that's not. That's a lie. Are there energy bevs or anything like that?
Oh, yes.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
How's it going? Thank you for doing this.
Pretty good.
I know you are dead tired from doing like 1,000 of these.
Yeah. I was gonna say if there's any energy bevs, we both need them because we just flew in and we're tired.
Hi, by the way. March, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
It's chilly in here.
Is it too cold?
Nah, it's fine. I don't care. I got
multiple layers on.
I got jackets for days.
I got the mic for CNN on me still.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just interviewed me.
Yeah, I don't know where Donnie is. He just gave me the mic and he didn't follow.
Well, I guess we could just take that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I can
it's better to let him know it's on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't say all the secrets.
Yeah.
Don't say all of the secrets that we.
Go in.
Yeah. Don't leak them.
How are you doing this with the streaming? Are you like, you take the day off from streaming?
No, I'm streaming right now.
It's live right now.
I'm live right now. Yeah, I never
Yeah, so
stop.
don't say all the secrets, actually.
Yeah, we never stop. I got your mic. There's no protesters. I thought that there would be at least a couple.
Turns out when the billionaire super PACs try to arrange a protest, nobody shows up.
Yeah, it's wild that the AI posters they put out with like 6 fingers didn't do it for
somehow
San Francisco.
Somehow the
people.
organic, grassroots-driven pro-billionaire movement.
Yeah.
Did not materialize today.
We're gonna give that back if you wanna.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great.
There you go. All right. Oh, it's a good showing though, right? It's a packed house.
Packed. Yeah, the last time we did one of these, we had a venue half the size.
And
so we're like, we gotta go bigger this time.
Okay,
I think
that's
we could have
good.
gone even bigger than this. I realized.
That's crazy.
I mean, the thing I was really excited about is I literally on Monday, Emily, my campaign manager, she had the idea. She's like, hey, why don't we fly in some of the other Justice Democrats candidates, try to show the whole thing? And I was like, no, it's too late. Like, no one's gonna agree to show up on 2 days' notice. So they were literally all booked their tickets that night. It was
crazy.
Amazing. I saw Maylon's going on your stream.
Yeah. Yeah. She's gonna be in town. See, this is why I need a
energy drink.
This is why I need an energy bag.
Yeah, one of choice.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's perfect. I'll take anything right now. Beggars can't be choosers. So what's up with this venue? Do they have drinks?
They do have drinks.
What?
No, I'm working.
When have you been sober while working? This is the first time I've heard you. Why are you acting different in front of Shoykov?
He's okay.
He's a degenerate.
Not a congressperson yet.
Okay.
But once I am, I'll throw you in jail, I guess.
That's crazy.
I have plans after. I actually do.
You have plans after?
Yeah.
What the fuck are your plans after?
I'm gonna go to the Regency Ballroom to go
Really?
see Kedema play. My friends are gonna be there.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a good night for me to be in SF.
That's crazy.
You planned out your day. That's great.
No, this is how he is
kinda
every
worked out.
time. He only, yeah, every time. Every time. Oh, perfect. Hell yeah. Sugar free?
Yeah.
It's great.
I'm good.
I'll take one.
Thank you.
How many of these have you done at this point?
I don't know, like 4 or 5, not that many. Yeah, I'm going to a peptide rave later.
Yeah.
It's all the rage. Yeah, we're gonna do retatrutide.
Right,
and,
we're in SF. So.
and different GLP agonists. We're trying them all. It's gonna be a fiesta. You wouldn't know about it. I didn't invite you because you're already frail. So.
He's booked up at the Regency Ballroom today.
Yeah, I
can't show
didn't.
up.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's all the rage. Everyone's talking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and pass out after this.
I know. That's why I didn't invite you. Otherwise, I would.
All right. Well, you napped in my bed for hours while I was live streaming. So
that's great.
How did you what made you decide to start doing it? Was it one candidate who pestered you until you did it, or
it was Abdul?
Was it Abdul? It would be Abdul. He's very.
He didn't
good at-
pester me. He just asked. But I was like, sure, why not? He was the first time I actually went and did a rally, and then I think everybody saw at first when I did it, everyone was like, oh, this is gonna be devastating for Abdul. It's gonna ruin him.
Yeah.
How dare you? Third Way was sending out mailers and pamphlets, sending out questionnaires, which is ironic because they were the big
anti-questionnaire
people from the groups.
Right.
And then lived long enough to become the villain, I guess. They became the questionnaire sending group, and then there was all this media commotion around it, and then he surged in that same time frame, not because of me or anything, but I think with all the media attention, it certainly helped get name recognition out there, and he already had the solid fundamentals, and he surged from third place to in the last couple of polls to the first place.
Yeah.
So ever since then, every candidate has been like, "You want to do a rally?"
Right. I don't because if you go to Michigan.
Yeah, you want to do
you
a
gotta be first
rally?
place.
I don't know why people always have this mentality where there's this idea that a person like myself is too controversial for a place like Michigan. It's like, no, that's not the case at all. I got hella fans in Michigan.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that even through the negative filters can comprehend exactly what this message is about. And so
I think the thing is,
I think
like,
that's what they're worried about. Trump literally started attacking Effie Phillips Stanley.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because he went out there.
Effie Phillips Stanley today, Trump tweeted about her and was like, she's a crook, she lied, she shouldn't even be on the ballot, she's doing fraud.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Of all the people for him to go after.
Yeah, I think Mike Lawler was afraid. What's good?
Hey, Jamal.
Talking about my hood. Talking about my
Yeah.
hood. That's my hood.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Did you see?
I saw this shit.
Did you see Trump tweeting about Effie Phillips Stanley?
Yeah, it's crazy. They're scared.
And she's not even like, she's in like third place in the
Yes.
primary. She's not like.
Oh, that's the thing that's crazy. But they're trying to do, like, because I saw this whole thing happen with AOC. Like, that's the one playbook they know, is they pick somebody and they're trying to turn you into like the #1 villain, but it's not gonna work.
It doesn't work.
You're a streamer, you know.
Yeah.
It's like,
but it didn't even work with AOC. All it does is it generates tremendous disapproval from Republicans.
Yeah.
But liberals love AOC.
I know. And that's the thing. Like, my favorite, because they try to do that resolution condemning you and also condemning changing the party, which again, stick with that message. Please sign on to that, anybody in the Democratic Party here. But it's just like my counter to that is like that picture of like you with AOC and Zoran and like all of the darlings in the national progressive space that Fox News put up.
Yeah.
And be like, yeah, this is who they're going after.
Yeah, the dangerous radicals of the party are like some of the most popular politicians in the party. It's like Bernie Sanders, AOC. They put Abdul in there. It's very funny predicament, but I think it's I genuinely think Republicans are stupid enough to make this a midterm message because they have nothing.
Yeah,
what are they going to run
else.
on? Oh, the economy is great. Okay, gas prices are low. Can't run on that. No new wars can't run on that. So what are they going to run on?
Run against Hassan Piker.
I think, I'm not even kidding, I think Fox News genuinely was like, all right, we'll just yell at this guy.
It, right? They're already doing it. They're already running on Hassan Piker. I know. Hassan Piker is the boogeyman. Hassan Piker is the worst thing that happened to our democracy. If anyone who's connected to him, we got to vote against them. The thing about Effie's district that's crazy, we're talking about a suburban district twice removed from New York City. So this is like the suburbs. Yeah. And Zoran, Bernie, AOC, super popular in this district. Like plus 64 popularity in this district. AIPAC in this same district is underwater, negative 32. Jamal Bowman is more popular in this district than AIPAC. Yeah. And this is a suburb one district over from where I lost in 2024. So talking about the shift that's happening. So Lola is trying to get her off the ballot in her primary. She don't even got nothing to do with Lola because he knows she's his biggest threat. Yeah. And now you got Trump weighing in?
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's like a surefire way to make sure she wins the primary.
Yeah, I think. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We still
because the Democrats, the county Democrats also immediately condemned her. Are we supposed to be moving?
No, I think I've got a thing.
Time to go?
No, I think I got some press.
He does.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You could chill. I want to introduce you to someone.
All
Where's
right.
Elise?
In the nicest way possible. Can you sit on my couch?
Yeah.
Because it looks like shit over here.
Yeah.
Let me fix this real quick. It's coming off.
Oh, that's.
Oh, the Shoykot wall.
Yes, thank you for fixing that.
Of course. Yeah, you're not fixing it. I actually ruined it. You made it worse.
It's okay. I'm not gonna shoot that high up anyway. You're good.
It's fine. Okay. It'll just fall on my head. It's all good. Yeah.
That way the lighting's actually on you, not behind you.
Yeah. True.
Just saw me mess up.
Now I'm blending into the couch.
So, brother, you gotta meet this woman, this young woman.
Hi.
Thanks, Bowman. I'm Elise.
Nice to meet you.
I run More Perfect Unions campus thing. Thank you so much for boosting it and supporting us.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I love it. I think it's very good. There's a lot of there's a lot of people that want to do the campus stuff, like the campus debate stuff, but I think it's, More Perfect Union has been very solid. I'm glad that it's like one of the more popular media outlets for the Democrats right now.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
for Democrats, you know,
Yeah.
for actual people, and
Yeah.
we're hoping to like be a tool in the arsenal for like DSA, YDSA chapters, and like we're gonna teach them how to make video and support
Yeah,
their
I told
works.
Faz, I'm like, whatever you need me to do, I'm there. I'm down to do it.
That's much appreciated. Yeah,
Yeah.
Hannah's great. She's been we've been going back and forth, and yeah, really
Hell yeah.
appreciate. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, whenever you guys are doing campus tours or anything like that, I'll be there.
Listen, she was killing it before More Perfect Union.
Okay,
That's why they sought her out to bring her in. She was on Capitol Hill lobbying her ass off for young people when I was there in Congress. And she's a real leader. And no, she's dope. She's dope, man. She's, co-founder.
friends.
Co-founder of an. Do we name that organization? I think we should.
What?
Do we not name them?
Who?
Who did you aren't you the co-founder of?
Gen Z for Change.
Yes.
They're not bad.
Are we allowed to
Well,
talk
we
about
got
them?
better.
Oh,
'cause I
they're
started
cool now?
running.
So she co-founder.
Change has some very good alumni, and then some not so
We don't
some
think
not
so.
so great.
She's the great one. But that's why More Perfect Union came out first.
We know who we're talking about.
You forgot who I was talking about with Gen Z for Change?
No, the previous executive director. That's why.
Yeah.
Anyway, she's
I think the button on it just says live.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
a
live.
light.
It's nice to see you.
You're live?
I just wanted to introduce.
He's live right now?
Always.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
Hello. I was one of
Jamal Bowman in the building. Peace and love,
to
y'all.
join Bernie 2016, and we're still thick in the political revolution.
Hell yeah.
I saw that you spent time with Cori Bush on May 1st
Yeah.
for May Day. I want to ask you, are you ready for a political revolution? Are you ready for a political revolution?
I'm ready for it.
I see the work that you're doing, and I'm so grateful that you are among the most prominent voices deterring this red pill pipeline, right?
I'm trying my best.
We absolutely need it. However, we need people organizing, not only just in the streets, but local businesses, all of our communities, right? I'm from Organized Power Numbers. We mainly focus on organizing a majority of the working class. What we believe is that a majority of folks belong on the left, they just don't know it yet. And I know that you are trying to spread that message,
Yeah.
right? You're located in LA? Oh, that's okay. Anyway, would love, you've met Alex Q in LA. She's a part of our team. She's a part of All Things Labor. It's a social media platform that talks about workers' rights. We know that union density has been decreasing over the last couple of decades.
Yeah.
But really, the only way that we can actually have a political revolution is that we are organized power numbers from the bottom up, right? Anyway, all that to say, I know you're connected to Alex. Just wanted to thank you for all of the wonderful work that you're doing.
Thank you for the work you're doing.
And we will see you.
All right, nice to see you guys.
Are you down to do candidate interviews now?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's not going to be like a full-blown interview. I've already hung out with the candidates.
Or I guess
yeah.
chat.
Yeah, we can just hang out.
A
There's no
candidate A.
obligation if they're like, sitting around and I don't know, if they're not busy. Yeah, sure.
We're doing that
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
Or is that cool?
Yeah, if that's cool with you, we'll send someone in.
What I'll actually do is I'm gonna just post it up right here real quick, and then if you could show me like the riser or where I can pop up later during the main event while they're doing that, that work?
Sure.
Just so I can get like a check of the space.
Are we gonna do button mics or are we gonna do shotgun?
I mean, I'm just gonna keep it here. Oh, for the actual thing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out there and see what it sounds like.
Okay.
And then make that decision.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Can I have a photo with you?
Yeah, let's do it.
I can take it. Yay. Thank you. Thank you. Of course. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Mark?
Oh.
When do I speak? I think in like half an hour.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this here.
Or-
Let's try to get you.
Or no, not half an hour. I got an hour and 15 before I speak.
Yeah, you got some time. You're gonna be comatose by then.
No, that's why I'm slamming the brewskis. King So Eepy? No. Yeah, I'm gonna get even more energized. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, Chad.
We're just gonna send them all in together.
Okay.
Then it's even less of an interview.
In that case,
Okay,
that's cool.
that's fine.
I will stay then, so that I can accurately film it. But it's okay. I'll get a lay of the land later.
Yeah.
He's repping both green and blue parties with them socks, though. No. Family Mart.
Hit me with the jingle right now.
What? I don't remember.
Come on, man.
I don't know. What's the jingle?
Remember where you came from.
You do it. You do the jingle.
Yeah. Came back.
Tamago-san doku desu ka?
Ah, Famichiki wa.
Tamago-san doku desu ka?
I think so. Oh, you're Hassan Piker.
Yes.
Yeah? People keep telling me I need to talk to you. Is that what... Am I supposed to come in here?
Hey, what's going on? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Hi.
Hi, I'm Angie. I'm
Nice to
Angela,
meet you.
running for Congress in
Yeah.
LA. This is Christopher and our team, but...
What's up, man? Hassan. Nice to meet you.
But you have a lot of our students excited.
What's up, Hassan? Nice to meet
They
you.
told us to come in here.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're live. If you wanna
Hi.
talk
Nice.
and explain to people where you're running, why you're running, that kind of thing, we're just live already.
I
so
do.
It's just we're freestyling.
It's like a casual-ish?
Yeah, it's very casual. It's not serious at all.
I'm really overstimulated. Shoika
Yeah.
is throwing a whole party outside.
I know.
That's really...
I'm overstimulated
I'm
too.
overstimulated. Okay, but...
Did you take the train up here? Did you fly up
No,
here?
I wish. We flew.
Oh,
Because I have to be back tomorrow, like in LA.
Yeah, I flew as well.
Where did you come from though? You're from LA?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I live in LA.
am I running to be your rep? I'm being so serious too.
No, I
Oh,
don't
okay.
think
You're not
so.
in 34th?
What is that? What neighborhood does that cover?
The heart of LA,
I'm in WeHo.
Chinatown. No.
Yeah, I'm in West
Chris,
Hollywood.
Chris is like, no.
Yeah.
Well, I'm running in California's 34th district. We are running to unseat Jimmy Gomez, who is one of AIPAC's top 5 recipients of campaign contributions.
Mm-hmm.
That's my contribution. Hey. I know, we're all like... and I'm born and raised in that community, and I'm proud to be running. Yeah. Sorry. No, come in here.
Hi, what up? What's the aside from
We're
being
so overstimulated. Huh?
yeah, aside from being an AIPAC guy, what's Jimmy Gomez's deal?
Yeah, I think.
What made you want to run against him?
I think being the daughter of a deportee, having lived through my own father's deportation, I really feel the urgency of this moment. I help people transition from prison into universities. Our work is working, but he's also taken past campaign contributions from those that build and operate private prisons and ICE detention centers. He is currently exploiting immigrant stories and for re-election, all while he has not signed on to block the bombs. And he's also one of 5 House Democrats backed by a $125 million pledge from Big AI called Leading the Future, and they're trying to steal our future.
Why?
Shall I continue, or that's bad enough, right?
No,
Okay.
keep going. Talk your shit, Queen.
I think that's it.
Yeah, it's
Hassan
like,
just called me queen, as he should.
It's-
I'm tired.
It's AIPAC, it's AIPAC, all the packs.
It's all the pack. It's
Yeah.
also, wait, can I say, as a renter, as someone working 2 jobs like so many other Angelinos just to keep a roof over my head, though I went to UCLA like he did. You know what I mean? Like I did everything right and the goalpost keeps moving. And the cost of living keeps getting in the way of us being able to live our lives. And if that's
but
not
what about
bad
the poor
enough,
landlords?
he is, no. Jimmy's also in the pockets of corporate real estate developers. Like it just doesn't stop. And so we gotta make it
the real
stop.
little guy. The productive forces in this country. Not labor, but
Chris is
rent
loving
seekers.
this right now because my team are people who we've been working as community members for so long to try to get his attention, and I think we got it. So we're backed by Justice Dems, also California Working Families Party. We're not interested in the establishment within the Democratic Party and of course on the other sides or whatever, but it's a student-led campaign and they're all like really into you, so I think we're all doing our part right now, you know, and we're tied for first even though we're up against all this big evil money.
Hell yeah. What's the demographic profile of the district? Like, is it older? I mean, how successful have you been at activating younger voters? Because I feel like, in my experience at least, what I've seen in this cycle especially, the reason why a lot of the candidates that are running insurgency campaigns are seeing a lot of success in the polls is specifically because they're capable of activating young voters. Youth turnout is obviously abysmal in general.
Yeah.
But it's extra abysmal in the primary system.
Right.
But I feel like that's one genuine benefit for a lot of candidates like yourself.
Yeah, it is one of the youngest districts. California's 34th district is also one of the largest immigrant communities in the country, and I feel like a lot of people are mobilized around like their parents not being able to vote. Like, you know, my dad being deported, I feel that. And people younger than me, but also my age, feel like the opportunity, but also the responsibility to vote this time, because things are really bad in LA, and so when we have nothing left to lose, I'll speak for myself, we have everything to gain. And so, yeah, it's also predominantly Latino, but it's multi-generational. The district includes Little Tokyo, Little Bangladesh, Chinatown, East LA, unincorporated parts of East LA, which is so important to amplify because federal representation is quite literally their only representation.
Yeah.
And so yeah, a lot of people are turning out. I work with people who are voting for their first time after serving time, you know, and whether they're 18 or 74, we're getting all our first-time voters excited to vote for an advocate for justice on the ballot.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Should we call
That's
some
dope.
of our ladies here?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we can get everybody
Yeah,
on
you
at
wanna
the
just,
same
like,
time
scoot
if you guys
down?
want. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll just have like this awkward.
I don't want
We'll all
to
stand. We'll all stand next to one another awkwardly. Hi.
Hi, it's good seeing you again.
Yeah,
Look
you
at
too.
these. Like, look at this.
Hello.
lady.
Hi, Hassan.
Mayla,
Nice to meet you. We're gonna be hanging out on Saturday,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Darlisa, you've already been on the broadcast, so let's kick it over to Mayla first.
Yeah.
If you wanna tell people where you're running, who you are, what you're about.
Yeah,
all
definitely. My name is Mayla Kiros. I'm running for Congress in Colorado's 1st District. It's pretty much all of Denver. It's actually one of the most progressive districts in the country. It's also the youngest district in the country. And we're represented by a 30-year incumbent who's been in office longer than I've been alive, who's taken millions from Big Pharma, Big Energy and Oil, defense contractors, APAC, and his only... Her name is Diana DeGette. Diana DeGette. Yeah.
Because I'm such a feminist. I didn't even assume that an evil person like this
would be a woman. Wow, thank you so much.
You saved that. You saved that. But I got.
Anyway. No, yeah, she. You know, it's funny because she actually used to be such a champion for reproductive justice and environmental justice, but she's in bed with all of these corporations and is churning out bills that are just putting more money back into the pockets of all of her big pharmaceutical donors. So we deserve better in our district, and that's why I'm running.
What do you think about progressive districts running tepid neoliberal centrist Democrats in districts that are otherwise supposed to be districts where we run up the numbers with like far more progressive candidates? How do you feel about that?
I argue that candidates or members like DeGette are even more hurtful to the cause because they cosplay as progressives, right? They say that they're pro-LGBTQ, they say that they're pro-choice, and that's enough for them to be a progressive, when in reality they are currently in bed with all of the billionaires and corporations that are actively destroying our economy, our planet, our democracy. And so, you know, it's not enough for me for you to say that you're a progressive. Like, if I can look at the FEC report and see who you're actually in bed with, that's what I'm going to actually hold you accountable to.
What do you guys think about making all the politicians wear like NASCAR jackets where they have
Oh my God, we say that all the
sponsorship?
time. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I think they should have to, yeah.
Because it's too hard, right? So like, no one wants to spend all of their time on open secrets, figuring out exactly who you're actually being sponsored by. And we need to find a way. I mean, I'd rather just have publicly financed elections.
Our jackets would look dope with the yeah.
You would be in the pocket of big nurses, big student lobby.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what they used to do to Bernie. They'd be like, "Oh, you don't like PACs? Well, the nurses PAC is defending you." It's like, yeah, they're nurses.
Right. Yeah.
Like, are you really propping up Chevron and nurses in the same vein? Like, it's crazy.
It is wild.
But yeah, do you has there been a lot of good coverage, good attention on your race? Because you're going to get a lot of attention on your race after this broadcast.
I certainly hope so. I mean, no, it's funny because when I first started running, like, there were so many people that just like laughed in my face. Like, she's been there for 30 years. Like, she's one of the most progressive members of the delegation. And, you know, the thing about districts that are so blue like this one is that they are meant to be, you know, our real
like microphone to talk about the most
Yeah, it's
progressive
true.
policies that we should be pushing for and fighting for. And so to have somebody in a district where we have universal pre-K, we have term limits, we have publicly financed elections on the city and local level, and to not be fighting for it on the federal level,
Yeah.
it's an actual disservice to the people who've done.
Yeah. In the state of California, they actively destroyed public financing, I think, specifically because they were worried that there'd be insurgency campaigns.
Yeah.
But I think it might be on the ballot this time. I'm not sure. You should know. You're running.
I don't know that though.
I don't know. Maybe
We
that's
gotta
not the
look that
case.
up.
Maybe I just made that up.
Did you make
Chat,
that up?
correct me. I'm
Not
a political
chat.
commentator, but chat will know. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? So I go to like events with other Twitch streamers and stuff. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like Clavicular. Have you ever heard of who Clavicular
I don't
is?
even know what Twitch is, to be honest.
Okay, it's a live streaming platform.
Okay.
But like, there's a bunch of like Zoomers now. They all love streaming. I'm 34. I'm an old man. I'm the oldest person in these rooms that I'm in. But it's really funny because anytime we go to like a party or whatever, there's like every content creator has a camera person that they walk around with, and this is identical to that situation because you guys are running campaigns, so you have like people constantly churning content.
Look at
There
our
is a-
phone though. I love grassroots, baby. It's grassroots.
You're a long way away from home.
I am.
Yeah, you flew
I'm
all the way out
tired.
from New York. Give us the tea. What's going on in your district? What's going on in your race? And also tell the people. I already did the slate with you,
Yeah.
but they might not remember.
Yeah, so Dari Lisa, I'm running for Congress in New York 13, Upper Manhattan, the Bronx. I'm challenging Adriano Espaillat, who is a 5-term incumbent, and he's terrible. I just, does nothing for our people,
Talk your shit.
takes so much money from APAC and real estate corporations, like the very same ones that are pricing us out, who make our housing just like horrible, right? And never fix anything when we need it fixed. And so, and also takes so much money from the CEOs of corporate hospitals that left nurses striking for 6 weeks out in the coldest winter we've had in.
But don't you feel like they
years.
grind harder?
Oh, because
like the nurses, like they learn how to
not
grind
if they're
harder.
outside. They're not even, they can't be doing their jobs.
Like they're
if
getting
outside
acclimated. They're getting
demanding.
acclimated to the cold.
No.
In like different conditions.
It was brutally cold. It was like very brutally cold. But I'm so glad that they won their contract, and so they are truly some of the toughest among us. But no, Espaillat is the worst, and so it was just time to challenge him. He's been too comfortable in that seat for too long, doing nothing for our people, and we just deserve fighters.
What's your district's demographics look like?
It is predominantly people of color, so it covers Harlem, Washington Heights, Inwood, El Barrio, all the way up to Kingsbridge in the Bronx. And so, it's mostly Latino, Black American, Black immigrant community. More and more, there are more young white folks moving in, but it is a very young district. It is also the second poorest in the state, and by some measures, the country. And I think it's just outrageous that in one of the poorest districts in the country, rent is $4,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment. And it's so, this Espaillat is in bed with these corporate landlords who, don't care about the conditions in our buildings. The other day there was actually a fire on Inwood, in Inwood, on Dykeman and Broadway that killed 3 people, and I think as of yesterday, 4. And it's just, this is the conditions that folks are forced to live under, with no regard for the lives of the people who live in our district. And our representatives are actively turning a blind eye to this because they're bankrolled by these corporations.
Are we getting them on the bad landlord list?
Oh, the folks whose that building was in? They were already being sued actually for another building that was adjacent to it, that had like numerous violations that were
crazy.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about the fact that you're in 3 totally different parts of the country, and yet a lot of the things that you're advocating for, you're all running for Congress, a lot of things that you're advocating for are very similar. Do you feel like there's a universality to many of the problems that we're experiencing now? Obviously, all 3 of these districts are blue districts, right?
Yeah.
So people make that argument. People could be like, this doesn't work elsewhere. But I disagree with that notion. I think that these are issues that every American in every district is facing. Because because I wanted to hear from all three of you individually, like if I were to ask you right now, what are the top 3 concerns? I want to hear what you have to say. Like, what are the top 3 concerns for your constituents, like in the district you're running in?
Yeah, I mean, in my district, it's housing, the rising cost of housing, it's healthcare, and it's immigration. Like, folks are really afraid of ICE and then the way that it's impacting our communities.
Okay, I didn't hear giving more money to Israel, which is kind of awkward.
Yeah, no, and like I think I say those 3, but I also think like one of the really big things that folks forget about is also the cost of raising a kid in New York. And part of why I think that gets often ignored is because the people who want families in New York feel that they have to leave New York to raise a child. So both the framework and the platform that we're running on is a Babies Not Bombs framework, because I really do think that all the things that our kids need, healthcare, education, housing, are things that all of us need that make our entire community thrive. And so if we're actually putting our funds towards that, instead of like these senseless wars, instead of a genocide, right? We would not only be saving lives abroad, we would be helping the lives of our communities thrive.
Cool.
It's honestly the same in LA. Yeah. In the heart of LA, housing, healthcare, and immigration. I have known my whole life are carrying their passports just to leave their home, and they're like, I don't know, they look like me, you know, and so that's scary. And I think also the cool thing about our campaign being student-led is that we're in every college classroom that we can be in right now. And I think that the conversation people are having, even not college classrooms, we're in 4th grade classrooms, we're talking to high school students because they're going to have to live with the consequences of our choices too. And our future, it belongs to us, it belongs to them. And they're not having a hard time connecting the dots between like, why is the cost of living getting in the way of us living our lives here? And we're providing all of these things not only to Israel, but the Israeli government and the AIPAC lobby are complicit in political corruption and genocide right now. Like, no one's having a hard time connecting the dots in LA. And we're really calling for an end to these data centers, you know, invading parts of California, like Monterey Park, not too far from my district, all while our representatives are taking millions of dollars from big AI too, which is the new AIPAC. And they're also taking money from AIPAC, you know, but I think that it's been very clear that we've been forced to buy the scraps that the establishment is selling us, all while they're selling out our communities. And we're really fighting in LA to get corporate money's influence out of our politics, period, like yesterday. And that includes in the Democratic Party. And in a safe blue seat like yours, there's no reason why we should accept anything less than someone progressive or that will fight for us, not against us, you know? What about you, lady?
Yeah, I would say housing and healthcare, but also Trump. Like, you know, Colorado was the only state in the country to actually go more blue in the last presidential election. And we're gonna start a program. Oh, good.
Yeah. Land the plane.
So we want to line up, get ready.
All right. Well, I'm gonna interview you later.
Oh yeah.
It's fine.
What's up, Shoykon? Thanks for bringing the band together. Look at us.
Thank you for doing this.
I'm so excited to be here. We need to get a light rail so I don't have to drive 6 hours.
You drove up here?
We did. Wow. Well, honestly, I was so productive.
Really?
Great.
Okay, yeah, you're a passenger princess.
That's wild.
Some work done.
Are we walking? Are we going?
I don't think you're going.
Oh, am I just here? I'm waiting. How's? I don't know. All right. Yeah. I'm not going out yet. Am I also going out, or am I staying here?
What do you want to do?
Oh, I'm not. I don't have any.
Can you chill and chat while I look at the
Yeah.
So I'll give you your options. You can stay up here, or you can come down to the stage, and there's like a little runway back to the press box, and we've got you like a viewing booth, or those are about your options.
Okay, I'll just stay up here. It's fine.
Okay, cool.
And I'll wait.
Can I check out that viewing box?
Yes.
I'm gonna leave the camera.
Here, leave the camera here. I'm looking
And,
at the programming. Yeah.
Do you want like a 5-minute warning? I can come
Yeah.
grab you. Okay. I'll let you know when Bowman's going on, and we'll
Okay.
move downstairs.
All right, perfect.
Okay.
All right, where are you gonna sit?
What?
You're gonna sit?
I'm gonna sit right in the same place.
Okay. Then sit down. Sit your ass down, boy.
Send him out to hype up the crowd? Dude, do I look like I can hype up the crowd?
Alive.
What? They will eat me alive.
I'm also.
He's not benched,
I
he's
just
green
got
room.
word there's 700 counter protesters in the audience right now.
Mm-hmm. They're all, the audience is entirely comprised of counter protesters, I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right.
Not very neurotypical of you, Hassan. I'm not.
One second.
I'm not very neurotypical, so that's probably the reason why that's not very neurotypical of me.
Gonna set up the
Okay.
But yeah, March is going to set up the tripod for the speakers, and that's why he's gone, and that's why we're in a stable camera.
Is he just streaming? Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Nice.
I'm
Hey,
just...
This is Zach.
Hey, I'm Zach Exley.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
Good to meet you, Hassan.
He was my co-founder of Justice Democrats. He was my
Oh.
boss on Bernie, actually.
Hell yeah.
I hired him on the first. Yeah.
That's dope.
It's wild. I mean, like, I'm exhausted from being in front of camera for like an hour just now. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. You develop it. It's like a muscle.
Right.
And then it's second nature. You just keep yapping. You never stop, and then it's fine.
Are you actually streaming now?
Yeah, I'm live streaming right now.
Really?
Yeah. There's
Looking at
like,
comments on his phone.
20,000 people watching right now. There's
Wow.
comments. Yeah.
Imagine talking to 20,000 people all the time.
Yeah. Pretty much the entire day. But this is exciting. How many people showed up? What's the event capacity?
The capacity is 1,200. I think we probably packed it.
Oh wow. Okay. That's
We had
cool.
we had over 2,000 RSVPs.
I'm gonna slam another Red Bull right like 10 minutes before, maybe like 25, 30 minutes before I speak, so I will be more hyped up. I don't want to disappoint. I'm gonna come up there and be like, oh, what's up, guys? And I'll say all of the worst things.
Okay,
don't
good.
worry.
Yeah.
So that you get wonderful coverage from all of the press outlets out here.
Everybody, yeah.
One of the craziest things I genuinely, like, my chat laughs about this a lot. The craziest thing that I've received from the San Francisco specific lines of attack were like that I'm anti-Asian, which is insane because normally it's RNC research normally says I'm too pro-China because I say we shouldn't wage war with China.
Right.
Like, they treat that as like, oh, he's pro-China, as though it's like a bad thing to be like, why are we trying to actively wage war with a country that is responsible for 30% of our trade?
I know. Well, and they're trying to tie me as anti-Asian,
But you're Asian.
I'm Asian. I know.
I mean, technically, I'm Asian too, but like not that Asian. You know what I mean? I'm Turkish, so I can't. It doesn't count. It's not like it's not Asian in the AAPI sense or in the American sense. I feel like.
Right.
But yeah, I was.
Okay. Oh, yeah. You gonna go watch that? I might go watch.
It's gonna be a long thing.
Well, it's gonna go by fast. It's gonna go by fast.
Yeah, it's just an hour.
It depends on how long you talk and how long. Everybody's been told 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Oh, I won't.
But
I
that's
won't talk that much.
Typically, traditionally,
So-
that turns into 20 or 30 minutes.
Do I
so
have
we'll
to come
see.
out when you're doing the GOTV mask?
Are you
The
supposed
song
to?
I was almost in Cuba with you.
I don't know.
Oh,
I'm like
going
not
on that
sure.
trip.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'm
What
just
happened?
gonna go up
I got
there.
sick.
Yeah,
So I didn't
just
make
gonna
it.
start
But I was in
talking
Cuba
about
a year ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
People are coming through to help you.
And,
Yeah.
and I
That's
had,
awesome.
speaking of
They're cute.
China,
Yeah, but are
I
you supposed
studied
to
in
come up?
China for a year.
Yeah, if you
Oh, you did?
1987.
Wow.
Everything was
When I
like
was a
video, but I
teenager.
couldn't
Have you been back?
Yeah, I've been back a few times. And
No, I don't.
but it was
I don't
actually
do
truly
the
communist.
Let's just
You know?
Yeah, none of the thing is reformed.
No, it was right before all that.
Yeah.
It was wild. It was
And then you say-
totally wild.
And then I'm gonna
So,
say we're going to
Yeah.
lock the door.
It had a big impact on me. Yeah.
But yeah, then I'm gonna end with what else need money.
I feel like that system doesn't exist anywhere around the world anymore. I mean, even in Cuba, where there's no.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was like, yeah, I don't know. It's a really interesting
I think they probably-
thing to talk about. I mean, it was.
I think they probably raised it.
It's, but I don't know. But I think
is it on this
it's time to start thinking about all that again because like everybody's going to lose their job over the next few years. The professionals.
Yeah.
This is what we're working on a new consensus at the think tank where
Mhm.
that Shoykon and I started. And so the plan we're working on is called the Mission for America, but really there's also a mission for humanity.
Yeah.
And it's like right now, the thing everybody said about the Green New Deal was it won't work because we can't find the workers to do all that work. So that's going to be changing soon. And
let me hold on. Chat, can you guys hear?
Zach, why don't you go over here?
Yeah, can you hear Zach or no? Because he's telling me he's kicking game
We're-
right now.
we're saying
yeah, Shortcut, get out of here. Zach's got way more interesting conversations. He said he studied in China when he was a teenager in '87. You said
87, 88.
Yeah,
it was
and-
truly communist.
Yeah.
Everybody
He's-
called each other comrade. That's how they addressed each other.
Yeah.
Hello, comrade.
He's
Yeah.
he's anti-Dingus now. Anti-Dingus reforms. So they betrayed the Mao's principles.
No, but the thing is, I'm curious what you think about this. Is like, you know, it really seems like a near human equivalent and scalable human equivalent of AI is going to show up on the Google Meets in the next few years.
Mm-hmm.
And then without any investment, we're going to be able to, the corporations are going to be able to replace every professional, every knowledge worker, right? And what do you think is going to happen in that?
First of all, I don't have that much faith in AI as you do. I don't. I mean, but you live in San Francisco or no?
I live between San Francisco and
Okay, see,
Mexico City.
that's the San
Yeah.
Francisco talking.
But
I feel
no, but I'm using it.
I mean,
Like,
look, my point is like, even if that were to happen, I mean, that would be devastating for the labor force, obviously. My principle on this always has been that I love technological improvements, it's great, but it's supposed to not offset or displace the existing labor force. It's supposed to lower the burden of the existing labor force, and it's a radically different approach to how productivity is supposed to work.
Mm-hmm.
In some ways, it is a Chinese approach. That the famous Milton Friedman goes to China and is talking to the factory workers, and he says, "Why do you guys not use tools? Why do you guys not use more industrial equipment instead of these shovels?" And the factory manager says, "Well, this is jobs. Like this is creating more jobs." And then he says, "Oh, well, why don't you use a spoon then?"
And obviously China won't make it.
Yeah,
They're done.
Yeah. And that was the attitude. But like, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Obviously, you're supposed to use the industrial equipment. Obviously, you're supposed to take advantage of the technological advancements, the technological benefits, to increase efficiency, increase productivity. But productivity from the capitalist perspective implies less workers doing the same amount of jobs, or even more jobs, more output with a smaller labor force. My perspective is increase the output if you want, increase the productivity if you want, but keep the labor force the same, or even add additional workers to the labor force and lower their lift. Like if we have the capacity to make one person do the job of 10, that shouldn't mean we fire 9 people. There should be safeguards
but I
that make
think
it so that we can do.
I think we have to approach it from a whole different direction, though. And the thing is, it's so new and weird that it's hard to even approach this, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, we've got this huge global to-do list of stuff that we have to do.
Yeah.
That that we're literally destroying the planet, and 7 billion people are living in poverty, right? So we've got this huge to-do list of stuff we need to build. We need to build clean energy. We need to build good housing, good transportation, pharmaceutical factories. There's so much stuff we need to build.
Mm-hmm.
We need to tear down pretty much the entire physical economy and replace it with a clean one that's not destroying the planet.
Yeah.
So there's this huge to-do list, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now, there's no workers to do it because they're all doing bullshit jobs.
Yeah,
right.
And or the gig economy.
Yeah, which is another form of bullshit jobs.
Yeah.
It's the 80% driving the 20% around and
Yeah.
delivering their DoorDash, right? So, but the thing is, I really think that we're moving into this revolutionary moment, because I do think that a scalable human equivalent is what we say of AI is going to show up, and once that exists. Right, then, and software developers already have this. Like I've always been a coder my whole life, and I build, I'm an amateur software developer these days, and yet I can build whole apps in like a day, you know? But the thing is, it's working with AI on these projects is like working with a person, but it's like I used to manage software developers. It's so much better to manage this AI software developer. It's like the most amazing, like human, it's like it's not a robot. It's like it's in all the ways that you want somebody to be human who you're working with, it's better than the typical person. I would love to show you this. I want to come and like show you how this actually works if nobody's shown you this before.
I'm a Luddite, and I
want to show you this because
it's. I'm a Luddite in like the actual OG sense of a Luddite, where I'm like, I'm not a Luddite. I understand the benefits of exponential growth in technology, but I also am very worried about the human component. And like what it does. I'm also worried about cognitive offloading too, which that's something that I worry about quite a bit. But I feel like this is a very boomer fear to have. The idea that we're displacing a part of our brain function.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It could be like if we choose the world that we're going to have, it's going to be amazing, right? If we don't choose and we just let the replacement happen, we descend. It's like I feel like we've got two choices. There's the Mad Max future and there's the Star Trek future. Or maybe did you ever see that Matt Damon movie Elysium?
I was literally just thinking that. I love that movie.
That's the third way. That's like the UBI future, where
no, I think Elysium is the most likely future that we have, where you have like a group of haves and then the overwhelming majority of the have-nots, and they're being enslaved by the robot overlords, and the humans are in an ivory tower, quite literally.
Or altered carbon.
Or away from from the working class that's like turning into biomass.
But here's the thing. This is what I think is important for the left to get, is that there's going to be this revolutionary moment. It could come as soon as a couple of years from now or a few years from now, when the whole professional managerial class is sitting at home unable to make their house payments. That really could happen. Because if you're going to automate a factory, that takes time. You have to build the robots and bring them in and rearrange everything. But if you have a worker that appears on Google Meet and can control your computer, right? It's, imagine all the people working in a company working with this AI helper, but the same AI helper working with everybody all across the company. Like the CEO, after like 3 days of that, is just going to talk to the AI and say, so you can just do all this. We don't need the people anymore. And there's no investment necessary. The wires are all there. It's like all of the whole 40% of our workforce just does their job on computers. And they're just creating a data stream, and AI is going to be able to create that data stream. And, like Sam Altman says that AI CEO is going to be able to take over from him in 2 years, or less. And he could be right, actually. But the thing is, when that happens, the whole reason we haven't been able to have the revolution for all these centuries in Europe and the US is because this huge middle class loves being so much better off than everybody else, They literally had guns, to put down strikes, and the middle class would come out, this upper middle class would come out, and they knew where their interests lied because they just wanted to be better off than everybody else. And soon it could be that they're all sitting at home without jobs, and there's going to be an AI lefty streamer that's really funny and really awesome and even better looking than you. And then even you will then suddenly become, your class interests are going to flip, and it's going to be all over.
Well, I'm a bit of a clash trader already. But,
I know.
Like my thing is, like all these technological advantages are great, but it's like at the end of the day, we are so subservient to the interest of capital that what you're describing is a devastating future.
Unless we have the revolution in that moment.
I know, but it's like
it's not devastating at all.
I don't think it's like the solution. I don't necessarily believe is like redistributive policies necessarily, but more so having a bottom-up approach entirely, rather than one where the current process we have is tremendous wealth consolidation in the hands of a few at the top, and it's gotten only worse year over year in the last couple of decades. And it's only going to accelerate with this AI, and I feel like those guys are just not going to give up no matter what happens.
But they're not going to have the option because capitalism needs customers, and if there are no customers, if everybody's sitting at home with no money, then it's like a heart attack. It seizes up and it can't function. So then there's going to be this moment to where we say, okay, the thing is, everybody's sitting at home not working, but we have this enormous global to-do list. We have to build the clean energy, we have to build the transportation, we have to build good housing for people. And
I don't think those guys care about that sort of thing.
they're not going to be in charge anymore if we actually take advantage of this moment that's coming, you know? Like
Yeah.
you know, it's like when the professional managerial class is sitting at home with no income, that's a real revolutionary moment. And like if the left doesn't seize that moment and give those people direction, we know which way they're going to go. you
Yeah,
know?
no, they're going to become more reactionary than even before.
But the thing is, like, you know, the new right that we have is smart enough, at least some of them, to propose something to those people when they're sitting at home unemployed. And it's going to be really fucking terrifying.
Yeah,
you know?
but their proposition is also the same as like what you hear from liberals as well, which is you can become a part of the entrepreneur class. Like, you can also take advantage of this AI boom. You can also become an entrepreneur, and you can become endlessly wealthy and a part of the ruling class. That upward social mobility obviously doesn't exist, but I think we see that more and more. That's why there's so many more victims of diseases of despair, gambling addicts, left and right. There's a casinofication of virtually every aspect of our lives. Kalshi, Polymarket, Predicted, all of these other like betting apps where you can straight up bet on prop bets, but instead on the news. And I think that's a byproduct of this exact same issue, where people have completely given up on the idea that they can have any sort of like stable, reliable income and live a normal life.
Yeah.
And be a productive member of society. So everyone is like looking for that shortcut out of desperation. So,
and it's capitalism filling in every single nook and cranny of our society with stuff with ways to spend money on bad stuff. So, ways to spend money to ruin your life.
Yeah, of course. I mean, someone's got to make money. You know, there's no better way. There's no better way to make money than to lean into the desperation of the overwhelming majority of new jobless individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where that goes, but I don't think it's a great future unless we change something fast.
Yeah. Well, but I think we could have a terrible future, but we really could have an amazing future because, like, did you follow the whole thing that went down with Sri Lanka when there was this moment when it was just like 3 or 4 years ago, and they made a bunch of screwy decisions and in the government, and they literally were completely out of fuel, and it's an island, right? They're out of fuel, out of food. They people were about to starve. They were like living off the fruit from these trees, right? And in that moment, and it's a really politically divided country, the entire country, like everybody, hit the streets just like automatically. They took over the presidential palace and everything. They threw the government out, and
Sri Lanka?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now they've got this great new government, but it's like in that situation, and we're seeing that all over the world. Like there have been a bunch of cases like that, and if we get this AI total wipeout, like we're gonna have a global moment when that happens, and like everybody's wanting the general strike to happen, but like it's going to happen in a reverse way where everybody's going to be out of work. And this has happened a million times before. Like that's where most of the big revolutions came from. It was in a moment when all of a sudden everybody was sitting at home with nothing and something had to change. So, but if the left isn't prepared to guide it, then we're really going to be fucked.
I agree. I mean, we're definitely in agreement there. I don't think that the like average working class conditions are bad enough right now for them to genuinely want to implement the change.
No, but it's a big. But I think we got to be ready for this change, because I know it sounds crazy that there's going to be people on our screens at work and that they can actually take all of our jobs. But if it starts happening, then we got to take action. I wonder if is it time for. I want to make sure you're not waiting.
No. I'm waiting. I got like 30 more minutes, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, don't let me monopolize the stream.
No, it's all good. It's a unique perspective for sure. like I said, myself and my community are very, like, I'm very anti-AI. I never use AI. I don't even use, like any LLMs, what's it called, the image generators?
Yeah.
Generative AI.
Yeah, generative AI. I don't use any of that because I feel like it's just like my friend Stavros. He's a comedian.
Yeah.
He once said, you know, all of this stuff was supposed to be so that like the AI and the robots were doing the route tasks and menial labor, and we were supposed to do the art.
Yeah.
And have time for ourselves, and now you got the AI doing the art, and people are stuck in Amazon distribution facilities. What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
And he's right. Like, I feel like it's one of, I know the reason why they do generative AI. They have to make it more popular for the consumer, so they can like generate hype around it, so they can justify all these like increasingly larger budgets and
well, it's capitalism. They're going to give us whatever they think people will pay for.
Yeah.
That's why Sam Altman was thinking,
so what do you,
let's do AI porn, and you know.
Yeah. So what do you think about? That's also unbelievably unethical. But what do you think about China's competitiveness in the field of AI, considering that they have, I guess, like different interests?
No, this is what's amazing.
Do you think they're focusing on AI because they also see it as the new frontier, or do you think they're focusing on AI to undermine the American AI bubble? Like they see it as a bubble, and they wanna attack it to the best of their ability.
Well,
and maybe even destroy the American stock market.
Well, all of the above probably, and some more. But it's actually really important to think about the China AI thing because, you know, I really think the AI bubble in the U.S. is about to crash. And a big reason for that is, you know how like OpenAI and Anthropic, they both need to like make $5 trillion in the future, in the next 5 years, to pay back, you know, to actually be profitable. And that means that people will have to pay a big premium for those products. But the problem is these open source models from China, which are incredibly cheap, but you can also run them yourself for free, are just as good. They're almost as good.
But that's precisely the reason why I said, like, don't you feel like it's a direct shot at what is currently propping up all of our gains? Because all of our gains currently in the stock market is coming from AI. It's like 5 companies that are exchanging the same, like, you know, billions of dollars.
Right. They're handing it around.
They're circulating it around.
It's a bubble.
It's
just
increasing,
like,
it's increasing the GDP. It's great.
Right.
But like no one is actually seeing anything from it. There's not really any like real economic activity beyond numbers on a board. And it's unbelievably easy for China to just be like, here is the free version of what you guys spent, almost $1 trillion on.
Yeah, exactly. And there should be a bunch of U.S. companies doing it too, but it's the same with EVs. Like the U.S. startup culture is lazy. Like U.S. VCs want to put money into crypto. You know, they have no interest in actually building stuff. But I don't think that it's like I'm sure Chinese leaders are getting a kick out of the way they're maybe going to set off this bursting of the bubble in the U.S., but I don't think that that's their main goal. Like Chinese capitalism, is just goes for every single market, every single product. That's what they've been doing for years and years. They're really good at it. The state plays a huge role and helps subsidize stuff and encourages stuff, but it's really capitalism.
I think it's in the pure Leninist sense is a state monopoly capitalism. It's not like I believe when the Chinese say that they are in a transitional socialist state. I think that they have tremendous control over flows of capital, and we've seen them redirected from real estate when they wanted. They wanted to build a lot of housing, and they wanted to build it fast, and they wanted to build it and expand it, and then we saw all these like tier 1 cities pop up. We saw all these cities develop tremendously. And then they were like, all right, the next frontier in the next 5-year plan is going to be EVs, solar panels, solar energy. We're going to focus more efforts on that.
Automation, and all of the automated factories.
Yeah, and then boom, immediately flows of capital move in that direction, and the companies are very responsive to it because they kind of understand. It's a unique dynamic. It's not like direct state enforcement, but it works.
Yeah.
In some ways, black cat, white cat, as long as it catches a rat, is kind of the pragmatic principle behind it, and I do think it's been unbelievably successful so far.
Well, I think we're going to see what, whether China's able to do that transition, and it's going to come down to leadership, and because they're going to have they already have tons and tons of unemployed people.
Yeah.
All these educated people who are moving back to their hometown villages and and it's going to be a huge problem for them, and they're going to, we're all going to be contending with the same thing. And so the utopian scenario is when when AI shows up and capitalism is using it to unemploy everybody. The utopian scenario is that the US has a president that can work with the Chinese leaders, and because basically all of AI is just in these two countries, right? And these are going to be the centers of this whole wipeout. And and if we can all transition to a new way of doing things, and
how do you
normally,
envision that? What's your perfect scenario? You wake up, you're just a regular guy. You don't do any. You don't have you can pursue the arts, sciences, whatever you want now, and you don't have to go.
What would it work like in the future?
Yeah, you don't go to work. Is that what you're saying?
No. I think that, like I said, we've got this huge global to-do list of stuff that needs to get done, right?
Mm-hmm.
And also, our society is a mess. Our economy is a mess. We're destroying the planet with everything we do, right? And we're not, and people are living in terrible housing, with the roofs collapsing, and that's how half of Americans are living. So we've got so much stuff we have to do. So imagine if these layoffs come really fast. Imagine if the president is going to they're going to have to say something, because all these people all the rich people are going to be about to get evicted from their homes, right? Anybody that was actually living on their big salary, as opposed to the people that have already made their millions, they're going to get evicted, right? So the whole professional managerial class, all the knowledge workers, are about to get turned out of their homes because they can't make their payments. And so in that moment, what is the president going to say? So how when Roosevelt, everybody was taking their money out of the banks and the banks were all going to collapse? He did the fireside chat. Have you ever listened to that? It's an amazing thing to listen to. He explains to people, here's what's happening. This is why capitalism isn't working right now. This is why capitalism is about to collapse. And he wanted to keep capitalism going, of course. So he's so here's what we need to do. And he walked them all through it. He's we're shutting down the banks, leave your money, don't worry, all this other stuff. And everybody was people were terrified. And he gave them this reassuring message. And
there's also a lot more consolidation of media at the time, too. I feel
but when everybody's sitting at home, terrified because they just lost their jobs, and everybody they know lost their jobs, people are going to listen to the president. It's not like they're not going to be paying attention. And so imagine if the president says, here's what we're going to do. And so there's mainstream Democratic policy people seeing this coming, and they're suggesting that what the president should say is everybody gets to keep their house. So the banks are all about to go out of business because everybody's defaulting on their mortgages. And this isn't that weird of a scenario. It was happening in 2008, So the banks were all going to go out of business in 2008.
I don't think China's bailing us out this time.
Right, exactly. And so imagine the president says, okay, we just converted all the banks into not-for-profits, and now everybody gets to keep their house. And it sounds weird, but what's weirder is letting everybody get evicted.
I'm laughing because I think it's going to be, given the current trend lines.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that when that inevitability takes shape, the president is going to say, we're sending robot policemen to evict every single person from your home.
Right.
We're going to put you into concentration camps where you will work, and we will grind your bones to dust.
But this is why. But the thing is, I
think that's the much more likely scenario.
Well, that's what's going to happen if J.D. Vance is president. Okay, but here's why I'm a little bit optimistic: is if you're Gavin Newsom, right, and our hatred of Gavin Newsom is equivalent, at least equivalent.
Mm-hmm. But I think Gavin Newsom would be the president that also does that.
Well, but think about if you're actually Gavin Newsom, right, and you want to be remembered as somebody that succeeded, right. And if everyone, including your friends, I really think this situation is different than anything we have ever been able to imagine, right? If everyone, including your friends, are out of work, right? And your companies are going out of business, right? And because there are no customers, the entire economy is collapsing. And if there's a really clear solution to follow, then I think maybe he'll go for it, actually.
I don't. No. I think these guys are...
No, I was just giving you the warning that Jamal was about to take the stage.
Oh.
And then you were after.
Oh, well, let's just go then.
Well, okay.
All right, you put the camera up.
Okay.
I'm going to go pee.
Okay, I'll
And
be...
then- Nice talking to you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
So I'm with Chat now. Okay, got it.
What? We'll
Bye.
chat now?
Nice to meet you. No, so I'm taking care of Chat now. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right, bye, Chat.
Bye.
Ready to keep in the bathroom?
All right, Chat box. Couple things.
Can I leave my...
Yes, you can.
Can I leave my chat?
All right, chat box. Couple things.
Okay.
I'm gonna switch you guys to the long lens. We're finally using the long lens. Okay, it's gonna be cinema, and then we're gonna make our way over to the viewing point, and it's gonna be cinema. It's gonna be Pog, and I don't want to hear no complaining. Okay. Also, you're about to get flashbanged because I'm about to change the lens. I'm giving you a second to cover your eyes. I'm sorry. Hold. Breathe. Stay with me. Oh god. Oh. Okay. The other thing about this lens is that it's a much longer shot, so it's gonna be a little awkward for a bit. We're gonna be okay though. Wow. Look how far this goes. You can see what that guy's doing over there. Cinema.
He's still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive.
Cool. Is the sweatshirts also live too?
Yeah, all of it'll be live.
Oh,
I'm
cool.
gonna make my way to the press prize right now. Okay, Chad. Nice to meet you too.
What's your name?
March.
Elise.
Nice to meet you, Elise. Okay, chat, you're getting a fucking super zoomed in version of me right now as we make our way over there.
Can I plug Warfare 50 University?
Of course!
Oh my god,
Hold on,
thank
we're
you.
kind of really long lens right now, so can you stand right there
Yeah, totally.
and then just kind of speak loudly?
I have no plan. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Hello chat, it is an honor to be on this stream. My name is Elise. I run More Perfect University, which is More Perfect Union's campus program. You should join our Discord, More Perfect University. All of our social channels have the link. And if you want to learn how to tell stories about how our economy is totally being rigged against us, we want to help you tell it and we want to partner with you. So thanks. Yeah, that's
Hell
it.
yeah.
Yay! Oh, we got my flashlight on.
It's okay.
Sorry,
okay, I
chat.
gotta make my way over there. No, it was great, you killed that.
Thanks.
Okay, sorry, chat.
If you have a fight Trump sign, put it in the air, make some noise. If you have a lower cost sign, put it in the air,
Excuse me,
make
sorry.
some noise. If you have a change the party sign, put it in the air, make some noise. Everybody in the crowd, make some noise.
Excuse me,
So I want to level set for a moment and just talk about why we are here.
Excuse me. This is.
And I'm going to start in a very emotional,
Hell yeah.
heavy, painful place. But I want to center us in this movement right now. We are here because of people and children like Hind Rajab, whose family was slaughtered in Gaza when 335 bullets hit her family's car. A 6-year-old baby taken from us, all of us. Tens of thousands of children killed in Gaza with a U.S.-backed and sponsored genocide. Tens of thousands of women, children, and innocent people killed in Gaza by U.S. dollars and weapons. We are here also because of George Floyd. 9 minutes, 29 seconds, lynched in front of the entire world. Shame! We are here because of Jamal Khashoggi. And all of the journalists who gave their lives to bring us the genocide in Gaza. This is not the time to only fight against Donald Trump. We need to fight against a system designed to keep us
separated, divided, marginalized, and oppressed. This system has been designed this way from the inception of America. The genocide of the indigenous people. The enslavement of my ancestors. But you know what else we had throughout American history? We had freedom fighters that fought the fuck back. And right now, today, we are those freedom fighters. And that's why we say, unapologetically, fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! And that is why we say, unapologetically, fuck AIPAC! 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 Because AIPAC, guess what? You knew AIPAC that our movement was so powerful that you had to spend $25 million to get me out of Congress. You have won, but we will win the motherfucking war. Because we are about to Shrikai Chakrabarti to be the next Congressman, Malak to be the next Congresswoman in Denver, Colorado. And we are electing new members of Congress in local races up and down the motherfucking country. And so, we always must keep in our thoughts and our prayers and our hearts all of the people we have lost, all of the people who gave their lives for this movement, not just now, but historically. And just to pick up on what Darren Lisa said, our movement hasn't even reached its full potential yet. We are and will continue to get stronger every single day. We have to. We have no choice. Because I am not going to live under fucking fascism. I am not going to live under techno-feudalism and surveillance. Where we constantly spend money on wars, but can't feed the poor. And so, are you ready for the progressive takeover of Congress? Because we're not just going to win this cycle. We're going to win and build a new fucking America. Not one for the rich and well-connected, psycho, savage, evil, devil, pedophile, Epstein. This cycle, we're going to win. Listen, we got to build it. It's on each and every one of us to build a progressive House of Representatives, to reform the fucking Supreme Court, to end the filibuster, to give Medicare for all, New Deal, housing is a human right. But in order to get this, first and foremost, we got to win on June 2nd. And so everyone in this audience, everybody watching, everybody listening, we need you to join the phone bank, we need you to knock doors, and we need you to do that through the election so my brother Shrikai can win. And so without further ado, I think it's time to bring the next brother on. You ready? Awesome. So listen, I love y'all. Make some noise for yourselves. That was kind of weak. Y'all don't love yourself? San Francisco, can you hear me? Wow. It is always so difficult for me to come out here and have to follow incredible former congresspersons like Jamal Bowman, but it's always an incredible honor. And there's a lot of people that did not want me me to be here today from San Francisco Democratic Party and turf organizations that put flyers all around San Francisco. But they didn't even do the right thing and hire an artist. They had to use AI art. And guess what? Not a single person showed up to protest. There's a lesson there in that story. Because the reality is, they can have the moneyed interest, but we have the people. There's a reason why they're not only coming after me, but they're coming after all of these wonderful candidates that are putting the working class first in their message, in their platforms, in their policies, because they're terrified. They're terrified of the fight. They don't want to have that fight. And I'm not just talking about the Republicans either. We know that the Republican Party is a reactionary scourge in this country. We know they're fascists. We know they're racist. We know they're warmongers. But we say no more to the Democratic collaborators too. And that's precisely the reason why you have bipartisan congresspersons coming out together with Mike Lawler in New York, alongside Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey. Because they put Israel's interests first above your interests. That's behavior. So I'm trusting me to do these rallies. It's getting real difficult for me to hold on to you. Is what is responsible for the productive output of this country. It's not the corporations, it's not the military-industrial complex, it's you, the people, who have been shafted. We now have an opportunity for the first time in a long time. We tried in 2016 with Bernie Sanders and also in 2020 as well. We tried to elect progressive congresspersons here and there. But through the people-powered movement, through the Democratic Socialists of America as well, the Working Families Party, and all of these other door knockers, we were able to elect a socialist mayor in the heart of capital, San Francisco. You deserve better. Yes, your interests first, and Showkat Chakrabarti will be the person who will fight for you. And I feel like, at least with these candidates that I've been working with all around the country, they've made my job a lot easier as well. This is one of the things I told Zoran in the beginning. I was like, look, you win, and it's going to be much easier for me. I can just point to your success and say, just do that. And it turns out, we can let 1,000 Zorans bloom. Just like New York City, San Francisco is also another heart of capital. But capital has no value without labor. Every single one of you experiences economic struggles. Rent is unaffordable. People get priced out of housing. And the only solution that mayors like Daniel Lurie, unbelievably wealthy people, or those who are servile to the interests of corporations and the wealthy, they say the only solution to this is endless militarism in the form of expansive police budgets. We say no more. Your salary raises come at the cost of inflation. You get a little bit more year over year if you're fortunate, but then inflation eats it away, or your landlord takes it from you. Your bosses steal all of your productive output. We say no more. Not only that, but then you pay your taxes with the expectation that you can live in a safe and clean city where living is affordable, where the cost of living is manageable, where you have adequate public transit. And yet, that never comes. Why? Because they take that money from you and they spend it on blowing up schools overseas. That money is stolen from you. They say, we never have money for health care. They say, we never have money for free education. They say, we never have money to fix the potholes or improve the infrastructure. in the wealthiest nation on earth, where 600,000 people sleep outside every single night. We say no more. The Democratic Party in San Francisco put out a bill to not only condemn me, but to also condemn the term change the party. I see a lot of people in this room that want to change the party today. And listen, change is not easy, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time to get there. But we all have to fight to make that change. We have to fight to make sure that we elect responsive politicians who will serve our interests rather than the interests of corporations. We will fight, we'll door knock, we'll phone bank, and we won't stop after our politicians are elected. We will make sure we hold them accountable too. And I promise you, I believe in Shoykat. That's why I'm here. If he doesn't follow through on his promises, I'll be knocking on his door. But I don't think I'm going to need to do that. And that's precisely the reason why not only the Republicans, but some of these do-nothing Democrats have been actively fighting back to make sure this necessary change within the party doesn't happen. So we have a goal. We have to vote them out. So when I say Shoykat Chakrabarti, I want you to say change the party. Shoykat Chakrabarti, change the party. Shoykat Chakrabarti, change the party. Shoykat Chakrabarti, change the party. All right, it's a great honor to be here tonight, everybody. You've been wonderful.
Are we ready to win? Yeah. Ready to change the party? Yeah. Oh man, thank you, Hassan, Jamal. Came out here from all over the country, because you know what? San Francisco, the political revolution is here. Yeah. You know, this is a historical election. This is the first time San Francisco has had an open congressional primary since I was a one-year-old baby. And I decided to run for Congress over a year ago against Nancy Pelosi. At that time, like I feel today, that we need a new generation of leaders that will just stop Trump on a vision for a fundamentally better life for all. And to do that, we have to completely change the direction and leadership of the Democratic Party. We need a Democratic Party that knows how to fight to stop an authoritarian coup. And we need a Democratic Party that will fight to create a society that works for all, not just the richest few. But I knew that no career politician in San Francisco would have the guts to challenge the status quo, because that's a risk to their career. And I thought, maybe the Democratic Party needs some guts right about now. What do you think? You see, that's the problem with career politicians. They can't take risks. They can't go up against leadership. They can't go up against their donors. Because all those things risk the thing that they care most about. Not you, not people, their careers. And that's why nothing changes. Well, I've never been in this for the career. I've been doing this from day one because I want to work for a better world for all of us. So look, when I first came out to San Francisco, I came here because I grew up in Texas, so this place was paradise. But when I came out here, I worked in the tech industry. I thought I'd be using tech to make a better world. I know. But you know, I ended up joining a startup as an early engineer. And just because I was in the right place at the right time, I ended up making a lot of money. And that was a very eye-opening experience. Thank you, Bill. Well, look, because, yeah, I mean, I worked hard, but I did not work harder than a teacher or a nurse or the janitor in our offices did every single day. And at the same time, I was watching my neighbors, those teachers, those janitors, those nurses, getting pushed out of the city. I was living in the Mission, and evictions were on the rise. My friends were getting crushed by the cost of living crisis. Yeah, it was terrible. And so I felt that I needed to do whatever I could to fix that. Because, I grew up with this simple idea that if you get lucky, it's your duty to help. When my father's family became refugees because of partition in India, my grandfather, he had the gift of an education. So it was his duty to start the public school for that refugee community there. And it's still the case that when I go back to that neighborhood with my dad, people will stop my dad on the street and say, "Your father changed my life. He saved my life." And when my dad came to this country with literally $8 in his pocket, he had the gift of getting a job. And so that helped him build a middle-class life for our family, but he saved every extra dollar to give back to our family in poverty or to support our immigrant community here to help them stand up. So when I won the startup lottery, I had to do everything I could to fix this rigged economic system, because how could I not? It means that I would have to become a class traitor. I would wear that badge proudly. So I left tech and I joined the Bernie campaign in 2016. And I saw in that election how the Democrats fought tooth and nail to protect a corporate status quo. As a result, we got Donald Trump. So that's how I learned that it's not enough just to fight the Republicans. We have to change the Democratic Party as well. So that's why a group of us, including Alexander Rojas, who you heard from tonight, and Jim Alejandro, and they're OG from the started Justice Democrats to elect working class people to Congress, and importantly, go up not just against Republicans, but to primary corporate Democrats as well. When we did this, no consultant would work with us because they were afraid of getting blacklisted, right? We couldn't even find campaign lawyers on these campaigns. People would tell us privately that, what you're doing, it's gotta happen. But they'd also tell us, oh, this is political suicide. But we didn't care about any of that because we were in it to make change. And it's because we had the guts to do that we elected the squad. So I ended up running AOC's first campaign, and then I went to DC. You can hear AOC. Because when we went to DC, and I let to work on the Green New Deal, the Democratic Party leadership, they weren't too happy about it. They didn't like that. Because, we weren't following their rules. We weren't waiting our turn to present big ideas. They especially didn't like when we used outside movements to put pressure on the inside. They hated that. So we ruffled some feathers in the Democratic Party establishment. But you know what? I'm glad we did. I am so glad we did. Is how we got the Democrats to go from wanting to do nothing on climate change to eventually passing the largest investment in climate and union jobs in history. That is how change happens. You have to take risks. You have to take the idea of making change and put it above your own political career. And right now, we need that. Because this is not just a historic election for San Francisco. This is a historic election for the country. Because this election is going to decide who controls our future. Corporations or the people? For the past 5 decades, corporations and billionaires have been buying off politicians to rig the system in their favor. This is for the rich. It's not the social safety net. And now, we're watching this new class of robber barons who want to literally buy our government. We are seeing crypto and AI-backed super PACs spending hundreds of millions of dollars in races all over the country, including in a bunch of races that the folks who are up here tonight. They want to do that here in San Francisco too. What do you say to that? Scott Wiener right now has 3. I'm going to tell you, is fuck the oligarchs, because he's got 3 in this race right now. And they're planning to spend whatever it takes to buy his vote in Congress. if you look it up, he's got a list of corporate donors taller than he is. And those same donors right now, they're funding the efforts to defeat the wealth tax on billionaires in California. They're funding the efforts to defeat a tax on large corporations that pay their CEOs way too much. And for everybody in this room, you gotta vote yes on Prop D this too. Is that right? But that's why Scott Wiener has come out against all those efforts to tax the rich, because his donors told him to. But there's a reason that these robber barons today are spending so much money to try to buy out every Congress member. Because unlike the robber barons of the 1920s and before, they're not just trying to get rich. They want to totally control society. They want to decide if you have a job in 5 years. Fuck that! They want to feed you the news you see, what you read, what you watch, what you believe. Fuck that! They want to try to take control back. We can't. Because at the same time that these oligarchs have been amassing so much power, there's been another movement building of people. This is the culmination of that movement that started with Bernie in 2016. And I've seen it grow and grow and grow, and now this is a force to be reckoned with. We've seen people take to the streets to protect their neighbors from ICE, organizing that they haven't done in generations. Stand up to authoritarianism. In these elections, standing up, demanding change. And the thing is, all of you here today, you are a part of that movement. You are a part of that movement. And this is a movement built to win. And the fight between these two forces, the oligarchs and the people-driven movement, it's all coming to a head right here in San Francisco. We're in the seat of the most powerful corporations in the history of this country. Artificial intelligence is being built right down the street. We've got the unfortunate distinction of being the place that created the wealth of people like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Sam Altman. You know what? Those tech oligarchs, they do not define San Francisco. They do not define San Francisco. No, because we have a truer legacy in this city. Because this city has been always the home of the people-powered movements that fought to fix what the nation gets wrong. When police opened fire on striking workers in 1934, this city shut it all down on a general strike. We unionized the entire West. When trans women at Compton's cafeteria were sick and tired of being beaten by the cops. When the federal government refused to recognize disability rights, those activists in San Francisco that occupied the federal building, and we won. And it's because of the San Franciscan, Wong Kim Ark, who had the guts to go up against a racist government, that we have birthright citizenship today, why I can stand before you as an American. So I say, San Francisco, it's time we reclaim that legacy. Because every single time the country would have moved, San Francisco has pushed. We need San Francisco to push again today. This time, we're not alone. Like I've been saying from the start of this campaign, that the reason change is possible right now is that there's a movement of candidates running across the country. Candidates taking no corporate money. People who have the courage to step up and challenge the establishment. What we want to do tonight is show you just a sliver of that movement. So I want to invite back on the stage Milat, Daria Lisa, Angela, give it up for all. All of them got on planes to come out here because they feel the same way we do. We might be running to represent different communities, but our communities are connected by our shared struggles. And all of them here, they know that to make change happen, it's going to take a team of candidates like us working with people like you. That is how change has ever happened in this country. that is what we're creating here right now, right in this room today. Because together, we are going to go to Congress and we're going to abolish ICE. Together, we will guarantee health care for all with Medicare for all. We will make public colleges and trade schools tuition free. Climate change through a green new deal. We will build affordable housing and take private equity and hedge funds out of our housing market. And we will tax the wealth of the billionaires and the millionaires for the Congress and trading stocks. We will stop corporations from buying our election. Includes everybody. That means our trans neighbors, our undocumented neighbors, because we do not throw political convenience. And together, we are going to end funding for all our endless wars and genocide. First, we gotta win. This here tonight, we gotta get all of us, because we all have elections coming up in June. Now, I know that a lot of you in this room, you have put in so many hours in this campaign already, and I thank you so much. So much. I mean, when we started this campaign, it was just a few of us in a room with the crazy idea to go up against me, the most powerful Democrat in the country. Right? And we had no idea where it was going to go. And then we had our first office opening party. I thought maybe 100 people would show up, and 500 of you came. We did our first rally at the chapel. 800 of you showed up. So we doubled the venue, and we still got a packed house. In this campaign, thousands of you have volunteered, have climbed the hills all over the city to knock nearly 400,000 doors. And I know your ears must be bleeding right now because we made nearly 1 million phone calls in this campaign. Together, we have built the largest field campaign in San Francisco history. And so through all that, we have identified tens of thousands of supporters all across the city. People who said they're going to vote for us. But none of it matters if they don't vote. So tonight, I'm going to make 2 asks. I know we've asked so much of you already. We got 2 more things to ask because we got to bring it home. We got to bring it home. The first is that if everyone in this room signs up to volunteer, to get out the vote, we know we have the numbers to make sure that every single person in the city that wants to vote for this campaign actually does it. So we need all of you to scan the volunteer QR code right there, right there. People going through the audience, we're going to be making sure, encouraging you gently to potentially volunteer. So, and there's also QR codes up on the clipboards. Yeah? And I think we've got potentially a live ticker. Do we have a live ticker? I'm not, maybe. Okay, well, we're going to keep counting on that. But look, it's not enough for me to win this race and for our campaign to win this race. Because I need to be in there with the team of us. So this is the other ask I have of you, is your money. I know it's too much to ask all of you to fly to their districts, to knock on their doors. But everyone here has built incredible ground mobilizations, historic for their districts, and they all can win, but they're up against so much corporate cash, and they're being outspent by incumbents. These are all people who had the guts to primary incumbent Democrat. That takes a lot of courage. I need every single person in this room to scan that donate code. That will go money directly to their campaigns. We need them to win. So I know we can show them some San Francisco love. We can make sure everybody in this room does that, right? Look, I'm feeling in this room. I know you guys are probably feeling it too. Yeah? We are going to bring this home. If this room goes to Congress, we can completely change not just the party, but the direction of this country. I know we can. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you.
Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Excuse Excuse me, sir. Sorry, excuse me. Hello. I'm just gonna get back there. Losing? Excuse me. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He was just here. Right there.
He was like going outside.
He's down here on the other side.
Is he signing shit? God
Hey everybody, real quick, we're gonna take one huge group photo. If everyone wants to come on up. If everyone wants to come on up, get your signs. We're gonna take a huge photo with all the candidates.
Thank you.
All right, come on over. We're setting up. I see you guys in the back in the pink.
Your name, bro. You missed it. Damn, bro. Aura. They didn't come here for me. They came here for you. Don't fall off.
All right, everyone, we get ready.
Instant comment.
Yeah, it's over. We did it.
One more time, can I get a big cheer? Woo! That sign is backwards, by the way. One more picture of it. Give me 1 second.
Sorry.
Wow, you guys are looking beautiful. 3, 2, 1. Make some noise!
Photo? Sure. Real quick.
Oh god, it's so blown out. Sorry, Chad. Instant communism.
Damn.
Not this one, no.
Not this one. It's the next one. Okay. Oh my lord, that was...
You did very good. I'm very proud of you. Chat's also very proud of you. Reluctantly.
Was that a good speech, chat? Reluctantly?
Chat and I are reluctantly both very proud of you.
Why reluctantly?
Yeah, because we're like the immigrant parent that doesn't know how to say we're proud.
Oh, okay. The Asian immigrant parent. All right, well, everybody, that was wonderful. I'll be back home tomorrow. I'm gonna go pass the fuck out. March is gonna go party and probably miss his flight.
Mm-hmm. There's lots of flights all day.
That was great. Wonderful candidates we met today. Some of them I'll be hanging out with as well later this weekend. And yeah, that's all I got for